And can we try that again? I'm seeing levels. Sorry, everyone, for the janky start. Uh, I I don't think I've ever live streamed on YouTube before because I am an old person. Um, and I've never actually used this particular platform before. Although I've helped out with Project for Awesome, and they say that I might have used this before. It's all a blur. Pretty much if it happened before lunch yesterday, I don't remember it. Um, but I mean, I'm going to admit I feel fairly accomplished sorting out that little glitch in my AV here. I suppose I have been doing live streaming for about 5 years now. Um, so so yeah, I feel kind of lucky there. So they've made the terrible mistake of leaving me here by myself for um, what have I got, like 2 entire hours? So um, and they didn't tell me to do anything in particular. That's not true. There's at one point I'm supposed to like watch a video, and at one point like we're supposed to talk about charity, and like I'm supposed to mention some people's names at some point. Um, but Monica, thank you, Monica. Everyone, my co-pilot is Monica, who is going to be helping me make my stumbling way through this. I do actually have chat up over here, but I wonder if I push this. See, what I really want to do here is pop out this chat window. Okay. Oh, did I do it? I think I did it. I can bring it right over here. Ooh, so I can be looking forward. Ugh, but I've got to look at my own face. No, I'll put the chat window straight over my face. Oh, so much better. So much better. Oh, so somebody here, Caitlin, uh, Caitlin says, "Hey, who are you? Hi, my name's Neil Gaiman. You know me from uh, from the fact that I wrote Hamilton um, and directed Game of Thrones. Um, uh, I mean, 2020 was rough on us all, man. Like, this is what I look like now as Neil Gaiman. Um, uh, um, so a lot of people are, oh, okay. So a lot of people are here saying, for real though, who are you? Hi, my name is Patrick Rothfuss. Um, and I have written fantasy books. I have, um, I've written some comic books. Um, I have hugged Lin Manuel Miranda twice. I just trying to think. Well, what the hell am I? I play games. Like a lot of people know me just because I play D&D online sometimes, or I've hung out with Critical Role or goofed off with the McElroys on various occasions. Um, um, but I mean, I don't spend a lot of time pitching myself these days. I kind of remember being on that hustle back in the day. But yeah, I used to say, oh, I'm mostly a fantasy writer who does other things, but it's been a hell of a couple of years, and it's been a while since I've put out a book. So these days, I do all manner of things. Not the least of which is I run my own charity called World Builders. Hank and I have kind of tag teamed back and forth with Project for Awesome, helping each other out over the years. trying to think. Hank and I did NerdCon ages and ages ago in a different world. Um, so yeah, I'm checking out the chat here. Um, so, oh, so the poor person here is like, oh no, I believed you, saying that I am not Neil Gaiman. Neil Gaiman is considerably um, uh, more stylish, genteel, and British than I am. Um, oh yeah, I've played with the broadswords. I've played. I've uh, you know I play games with kind of anyone who asks. Um, do I have any perks? Yeah, I threw some signed copies of the 10th anniversary um, um, of the Name of the Wind up into the uh, up into the charity if anyone's interested in that. Um, so somebody here says it would be super cool to get some D&D themed perks while Pat's on stream. That is true. The thing is, a lot of folks know me more as an author than as a D&Der. Um, and so, and plus I don't really work with D&D. Yeah, I was okay. So people are like, "Blah, Game of Thrones. Why did you screw up season 8?" Um, um, like that was a joke. I'm also not Neil Gaiman. Um, I did, I have hugged Lin-Manuel Miranda though. How about that? Like, let's just talk about who we want. I once hugged Neil Gaiman though, which pretty much makes us best friends, right? I'm practically Neil Gaiman. Um, no, you can't have my writing hatchet as a perk. I mean, I need that for writing, you know, and hatcheting. Um, um, so let me see here. In terms of what we're going to do here, Monica says in the chat that uh, that she's put the 10th anniversary up in up as a perk. So if you're interested in my book and you want to grab a signed copy and do a thing to make the world a better place, then hustle on over there, grab it. You would like to hear more about hugs. I mean, that could be the theme of all of this. I will happily talk about hugs for the next hour and a half. Um, what kind of a D&D character do you like to play? I have, everyone is like, man, I miss hugs. I tell you, right? It makes me feel a little bit better that was the joke I went with opening up. Where I'm like, hey, I once hugged Lin-Manuel Miranda. I've been thinking about that a lot lately. Like not just going to conventions, which I miss conventions a bit. But like, and I miss seeing the people that I knew at conventions. But like, yeah, like just traveling to see friends. Like, I'm a hugger too, so like I miss getting to see people. Um. Oh wow! Somebody says those photos that you had done with Lauren would be cool as a perk. Not everyone had the chance to know about them, and the one with the snake is epic. That's nuts that you know about those photos I did with Lauren back in the day. Um, I mean, since you know about those, I hope it's not super inappropriate to say, like, since we did those together, I'm pretty sure they're up on the site for World Builders charity. Like, we have our online store there. I don't want to talk about my charity store when I'm here doing a charity for this. Um, I feel like that's a little gauche for me to do, but since you brought it up, those photos are over there. Also, me selling a picture of me even for charity, I would have felt weird donating those to Project for Awesome. Uh, I have a few good qualities, but like, my visage is not one of them. Um, Somebody says maybe you should mention that people should go to watch part 5 of the stream because a lot of people are still watching part 4. If y'all are, see, the thing is, if I should mention that here to people, either they're watching me now, and if they're not watching me now, I can't tell them anything. So, sorry. Oh yes, some of you also know me as your winter boyfriend, which again sounds very weird to say out loud to a group of people who maybe don't understand that joke. Normally, people who show up and watch me live stream, um, oh, I'm on both. I contain multitudes of streams. Hey everyone, if you're right now watching part 4 of the stream, I think you're supposed to stop doing that and then go over to part 5 of the stream, because that's the good one. That's the real one. So come over to get down with the new whip. Get hype. Come over to, oh God, no, I tried to use the lingo of the youth. Um, yes, part 5 is the cool part. Right. They will be shutting off part 4, so I know a lot of you like to be kind of retro. All you cool kids out there, like, oh, I was, oh, you use the new stream. I'm on the old stream. I was watching part 5 before it was cool, back when it was part 4. But yeah, come on over here to part 5. Otherwise, when they turn it off, you'll be sad and alone in the dark, wailing and gnashing your teeth. So somebody here said, do you mind book 3 questions? I mean, they get a little samey, because let's say, I'll just deal with this now at the beginning of the stream. Have you ever had, like, let's say your parents who love you and they want what's best for you, but they also are kind of focused, and they've hassled you about something like, why aren't you getting a medical degree? Why aren't you, do you have a boyfriend yet? Do I have a girlfriend yet? Where are those grandchildren? When are you going to have babies? Or like, when are you going to graduate? Or when are you going to start school? Or when are you going to stop school? And you know that they love you, but they won't get off your neck about this one thing. So imagine that, except instead of just your parents being on you about it, it's every rando on the internet who feels like they deserve a piece of your time and energy. Surprise, I might appreciate a lot of you, but we also are engaged in a parasocial relationship, and you're not my parents, so you don't get to hassle me. So yeah, it gets very old, and it kind of reeks of entitlement. It's a little bit like when you shout at someone on the street from your car, "Hey, smile for me." It's not a good look, just to say. Wait, so do I have a boyfriend? Well, make me an offer. Ooh, sorry. Nope. I don't. I don't know. I haven't been watching a lot of this year's Project for Awesome, and I haven't had the chance to come play for a while. It used to be pretty fast and loose. Hey, Monica, are we? Um. Uh. Like, how relaxed is it? I still remember like Hank like getting drawn on with marker and standing on his head or wrestling somebody like in a hotel room. Like, are we still okay? Yeah, so we're cool here. I can make kind of not strictly professional jokes. um Man, I wish I had never graduated. Everyone who's in college, stay there forever, except now don't because of COVID. Ugh, all of my old advice is useless now. Oh, he did get sharp. Okay, it's good to know that I still um I still everything is still continuing strong. He drank beans and jalapenos. I mean, that's quality content. Um, you got my tweet as your perk one year. Um, 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 so hold on. I was entranced by the beauty of your chat stream here, and I lost track of what Monica is saying here. We can all watch a featured video together at projectforawesome.com featured. The next one is for First Tech Fund. So now, boy, I've gotta say to y'all, I don't use this interface a lot. By which to say, I literally never use this interface. I am a little worried that if I try to share a screen and watch a video, allow me for a second to Oh, you can do that? I don't need to. Oh, boy, Monica's reassured me that I can say, "Hey, everyone, let's watch a video together," and she'll do all the work. Monica, not to put you on the spot, but it's it's been a while, and I don't think I checked when we were texting back and forth. Are you? What are your pronouns? I've been saying she just because. Thank you. Uh, I didn't want to be goofing that up because I'm super bad at it and I'm trying to be better. Um, yes. Hey, everyone. I'm Hank Green. It's been a rough charity, folks. Uh, uh, so, how about this? Monica, if you would roll that footage so that we can watch a video about the tech fund, I would love that. Hey there, everybody. I just watched a lovely video about the first tech fund. If you went away and watched it too, I hope that you are moved to donate. It sounds like a great cause. I didn't know about that one. Um, um, so, um, so now, I mean, here's the thing. I don't got much going for me. Um, I except like a moderately mellifluous voice, and a stunning and majestic beard that's big enough to hide a chicken in. So really, that's what I'm here for. So is to leverage those two things for charity. Also, if anyone's curious, I will answer questions. I am a reasonably successful author of fantasy stuff. I've done writing room stuff. I've done Hollywood stuff. I've done comic book stuff. Um, I am a hugger of great renown. Um, I I can sing. I refuse to dance. Um, um, oh my God, yes, I did once lip sync David Bowie in Labyrinth. Um, uh, I did not see Hank's fur be made out of beans, but thanks for making sure that I won't sleep tonight. Can we make a poll? See, a poll is a thing, you know, that needs to have a question. So it's like, hey, can we make a poll? It's sort of like saying, hey, can you do a sentence? We would need substance for the poll. I know we can do a poll, but I think it will need sort of a substantive thing. What does Lin-Manuel Miranda smell like? He smells like cinnamon and springtime meadows right before it rains. Um, Kind of with also just a little bit of Xbox mixed in. It's very good. It's a very good smell. Um, am I plot or character driven? I am not driven at all, Juliana. Um, sing, sing, dance magic dance. No, 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 I won't. So a hugger of great renown. What are the basics that have led you on the path to being renowned in hugging? First off, you got to do what you love, right? And I'm a hugger. I'm a good shape for hugging. Um, and but the most important thing, if you want quality hugs, right? First off, it's practice, it's dedication, passion, and and also you just got to get in there. Also, consent. First, you're like, would you like a hug? And if they're like, yeah, you don't hold back. You don't give that weak A-frame hug. I had a friend, his whole strategy, he actually explained it to me once. He goes, if a guy comes at me to hug me, he goes, I get my hand out in front so that even if they don't just stop with a handshake, then our arm is in between us. And then, like, he can't hug me too much. And I'm like, man, get that hug. Get that hug. Um, uh, Fantasy versus sci-fi. That is false dichotomy. That is needlessly contentious. You're trying to start beef. Um, it is all speculative fiction. In the Venn diagram, it goes fantasy, and then within the realm of fantasy is a subsection that is science fiction. Favorite class to play in D&D really depends on my mood and the group of people that I'm playing with. Beard care tips. I mean, I don't take care of a beard. I'm just lazy. Um, um, Last time I shaved my beard. When's the last time you shaved your head? Um, um, uh, People donate money through. Oh, I see. Um, so that's why I should do a poll. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. I will. Um, I'll think of doing a poll. So I'll do that. Yeah, like we'll do a poll, but I'm not gonna add to the strife in the world by starting meaningless, like, East Coast West Coast stuff between me, my brethren, and sistren. Oh man, what is the non-gendered? Um, I really want a third option for brethren and sistren. Um, do I trim my beard? Does it look like I trimmed my beard? I think I trimmed it like a year ago. How cool are sheep? Moderately cool, like six, a six of cool. Does religion play a part in your novels? Sib- no, no. I mean, yeah, sibling is gender neutral. Ooh, I like brethren, sistren, and cohort. I like that. Oh, Niblin. That's right. I knew that one. Somebody brought it up in my stream a while back. Favorite poetic meter, Stokey. My favorite book is The Last Unicorn by Peter S. Beagle. I read it every year, and every year I see something new. It's amazing. Um, how cool are cats? Cats are a 4. Cats think they're an 8, but they're actually a 4. Um, oh no, did all of the Sign Name of the Wind books get sold out already? Didn't I? Hey, oh, and Monica here. I just saw that in the chat. Monica, how many did we send you? I sent 20. Wow, they all sold out. Um, so not to put you on the spot here, Monica, but would I'm assuming all of those things are kind of teed up, and there's probably no way for me to, like, say, if I told you, I'm like, oh, we could send you more. Um, oh, we can add more. Hold on, everyone said, Monica, we can add more, but we would have to make them more expensive to pay for the coding. They would have to hire, they'd have to pull it. There's a glass thing on the wall she's typing, and they have to break it, and they push the button, and someone leaps in and codes a new thing, but they can add the perk, and they need to raise the price of the books, but it's okay because it's for charity. Actually, what I'm describing is probably harder. uh See, if you didn't, if I didn't mention it already, I run my own charity, so I am very good on the hustle. Um, uh, and see there, there's people in there. Um, oh, okay, so Monica's all on board. So how about this? I threw 20 books in. I figured people showing up to try out my book, um, they would probably. I figured my people have already bought it. I mean, we've sold a lot of these books. I kind of assume that everyone has a copy by now. Um, you know what, Monica, if you want to throw those in, I'll send you another 20. But yeah, if you want to bump them up to $75, that's all money for the charity. Um, I'll happily sign more of those and ship them out to you so you can send them to the people who are making the world a better place. I will say these are some beautiful 10th anniversary editions, which I actually have some on the shelf back there. And if I were wearing pants, I'd get up and uh, you know and show you one on the camera, but I'm sorry, I'm kind of trapped here. Um, um, so Monica's on that, folks. When she'll let me know when that perk goes live. And I mean, Books for Charity is what I do. Hi, my name's Pat Rothfuss, and Books for Charity is what I do. Um, See, everybody is just nuts for a poll here. Um, favorite snake. Um, pants versus no pants poll. Actually, you know what? I can support Eva. Good idea. What I want is not a poll, not whether or not you're pro or con pants, but whether or not you are actually currently at the moment wearing pants. That's a poll I would like. I'm genuinely curious. Also, by the way, hey everyone, happy Valentine's Day. Um, know that you are loved. Um, and I hope you have a good one, whether or not you are inclined towards romantic things, whether or not you have a sweetie currently. I hope you have a good Valentine's Day. Am I normally up this late? Uh, I mean, I had to set my alarm. This is early for me. I had to wake up just to do this stream. I'm so much of a nocturne. It's not even an issue. Um, will I be your Valentine? I can't contractually agree to that. Oh, everybody's saying happy Valentine's Day. So, um, can I verbally agree though? See, that's not a whole sentence. Oh, wow. Everybody, I'd like a big round of applause for Monica, who, like, just faster than honestly is believable, has put up a whole new perk with 20 more books. Also, I have to now make sure I send a message to my team, so we don't leave y'all out in the cold here. Um, doop doop doop. Um, give me a second here. General business. No, I should put this in to do. E O alert for awesome under 20 books. Okay. Need a perk of Pat reading. Oh, hold on. You know, I could read something, couldn't I? I mean, the thing is, like, what am I going to read? Um, what do I even got here? Read to you out of my bullet journal. Oh boy, knock over everything in my crap pile here. What's this? Oh, got a copy of Slow Regard of Silent Things here. For those of you that never took the cover off yours, did you know it has this beautiful blue foil underneath? Um, um, well, here's a good question. Why do you risk exposing yourself to the hate of the internet about Doors of Stone? Well, what are you going to do? You know, people, you can either stay inside your house for fear that people are going to be lousy to you, or you can go outside. Except these days, you can't go outside because you die of COVID. So instead, I do charity on the internet. And if people want to kind of get lousy at me in a chat room, uh, anyone can make their own choices. Um, read something when we reach a certain goal. Ooh, I like that. Um, um, we have an Alex J here in the chat who says that they're a little confused by Tiltify. Where do I find the perks? Could somebody drop a link to the perks here in the chat? I'm assuming not everyone can drop a link in, but we have some excellent mods from the work that I've seen them doing here. The book's sold out again? I think you might be looking at the previous perk. Oh, the books are sold out again. Um, um, How many people are watching this stream? I mean, that's not a rhetorical question. I'm genuinely curious. Refresh over here. Wow. For you folks to go in and buy 40 books, if there's only 900 of you, that's impressive. That's the very definition of a conversion rate. Well, again, I was I mean, you might, the thing is, if you like my books, I assume you already have a copy, so why would you buy another? Um, so here's the thing, folks. Would I throw more books into the charity? Yes, but the people I just messaged are literally the people are literally the people who sort of run the online store for my charity. And if they show up on Monday and I'm like, hey, I you know, there's 80 books that I've promised to ship out today. I have not received. I mean, let's just be honest here. They don't give me the passwords to check our online inventory because I shouldn't have that sort of power. So if I overcommit, that means I won't be able to ship these books out on Monday, and then I'm the asshole. Also, if I do have enough books to ship those out, but then my store doesn't have any more books to sell, and then we have to reorder and go without for a couple of weeks, then I'm still being rude to my people. So, um, um, a digital story reading perk. A story reading perk. So like, what, so I wonder, like, and see the amount of power that I have now, Monica saying, oh, I can put up a new perk and just kapow, it happens. Now I'm like, could we put up a perk? And I'm imagining the possibilities. Can we put up, like, what I could do though is I could just say, hey, when we hit this amount of money for the charity that we're raising money for, then, and so the perk money immediately goes into this total here, right? So what if, D&D one shot with the Green Brothers. I mean, would I play D&D with Hank and John? Absolutely. That would be a hoot. Um, I'd bring in somebody way better than me to run that game, but it would be very rude for me to commit them to a perk that I haven't asked them about. Not cool. Um, um, Yeah, while they're sleeping. Hey, Monica, should I just call Hank on the phone right now and wake him up from a dead sleep, disturb his children? See, this is the horrible thing. No, here's the thing. Would I play D with Hank for charity in the future? Absolutely. Hank and John, yeah, but let's do that gracefully. Let's do that gently and kindly. Everyone, the moral of the story is consent is important. Um, 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 Hank is suffering from his bean sludge right now. Um, um, why don't you read to us from The Last Unicorn? Well, I mean, I could read a little bit. Do I have a copy of The Last Unicorn here is the question. I've got one downstairs, but again, it would be kind of bad form for me to just. Okay, how about this? When we hit, right now we're at 2,029,800 something dollars. When we hit 2,030,000, which is just $150. When we hit that, we'll do a poll, and you all get to vote on whether or not I read a story to you or sing a song. How about that? I mean, yeah, I'm saying I know that will be soon. So make it happen, people. I don't got all night. I mean, it's been 30 seconds and I'm not seeing it jump up. I wonder if I actually have to refresh the page. It'd be funny if we were already there. Nah, there we go. Yeah, I have so many tabs open. So how about this? While we're waiting for people to hurriedly mash that button and send money out into the world like a handful of magical glitter, uh, then I'll answer a few more little questions. Now, I will say I prefer popcornish questions because I can answer a bunch of those. If you ask me something kind of that's more steak and potatoes, then I might like tell some long rambly story that honestly probably won't even answer your question. You know, favorite D&D monster, owlbear. Um, will the poll also require for you to donate money? That would be a shame if this weren't for charity. Um, do I play Magic the Gathering? Yeah, I'm OG there. I had the Power 8 back in the day. I had a beta Black Lotus that I just learned if I hadn't sold it to stay in college, it would be right now worth $75,000, which is stunning. Um, um, favorite flavor of popcorn? Taupe. What does my happy dance look like? It looks like this. I do not dance. Favorite musician? Um, I mean, that's a big one. How about, oh, I like that. Name a song you like. I mean, I know it's kind of basic. I like Dave Matthews' The Christmas Song. I just like singing it. Um, um, oh, hold on. Oh, yep, there we go. We have rocketed past 30,000. Y'all did good work there. So now let's do a poll. How long do polls go for, Monica? As long as we want. So how about this? It's going to be either I will I'll read a story or I'll sing a song, and that poll will last until we hit $31,000. Okay, that seem fair? Here's a good question. Have you read any of Hank or John's books? Yeah, I was one of Hank's. I don't know if he refers to his readers as beta readers, but I read an early version of Hank's first book, and we chatted about it a little bit. I've read most of John's books as well, but he didn't need my opinion. I love talking about stories. Make it a higher number. Oh, we'll do many polls here. I'm just saying, like, once we hit 31, then we'll do a song or a story, and then we'll move on to the next thing. I'll get my money here. I know how to charity, folks. Favorite podcast is a hard one now. I'm such a fan of the One Shot Podcast Network. I really love the Adventure Zone. I play a bunch of games, but right now, honestly, my favorite podcast is one I listen to with my kids. It's Skyjack's Courier's Call, and it's a spinoff of Campaign Skyjacks. It's an actual play podcast. The main one is sort of a grown-up one, and the Skyjack's Courier's Call is kid appropriate, and we listen to that every Wednesday is Skyjack's Day, and so we listen to that, and I love it. I just love it. And I found out like how few people listen to Skyjack's Courier's Call, and it's a crime. It just makes me so sad. Am I happy with my name? Yeah. Oh, here we go. Do I have any book recommendations or anything that I've read and liked lately? I've actually a bunch of books. My go-to book recommendation lately has been the Murderbot Diaries by Martha Wells. They're amazing. They're amazing. And but also Harrow the Ninth, I very much enjoyed. And I'm sorry, not it's Gideon the Ninth, and then Harrow was the second book. And yeah, I have never empathized with a character as much as Murderbot. They're so good. I don't read nonfiction. I suck at it. It's hard for me to get into. Oh, there we go. 31,000. Where did the poll end up? with story in the lead. Okay. Hey, Monica, can we maintain the illusion that I'm not wearing pants by you hiding my camera for a moment while I stand up and get a book? This is all part of my mystique, you see. Actually, I could just put a piece of paper over the camera too. Actually, that's way better. Da, 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 da. So no. Apparently, hey, I'm not. Uh, I'm not as technically proficient as I thought I was. Oh, we should watch a video. Hey, uh, Monica, is it inappropriate for me to suggest a charity video to watch? Because I went looking around and I saw there was a charity video for Heifer International. Is that not cool to watch now because we're doing a different charity now? Oh, you do have one for Heifer ready. Thank you. That's very sweet. Um uh no, like what? Let's watch that Heifer video. That sounds great. Well, hello everyone out there in TV land. Um so um I found a book that we can read. Um cuz the poll was for story or song, which I realize is the devil's choice there, and it's cruel of me to make you choose. But look at this. Here we have Ferdinand. Are you ready? My mom used to read me this story. Once upon a time in Spain, there was a little bull, and his name was Ferdinand. All the other little bulls he lived with would run and jump and butt their heads together. But not Ferdinand. He liked to sit just quietly and smell the flowers. Oh, there he is. He had a favorite spot out in the pasture under a cork tree. It was his favorite tree, and he would sit in its shade all day and smell the flowers. Sometimes his mother, who was a cow, would worry about him. She was afraid he would be lonesome all by himself. Why don't you run and play with the other little bulls and skip and butt your head, she would say. But Ferdinand would shake his head. I like it better here, where I can sit just quietly and smell the flowers. His mother saw that he was not lonesome, and because she was an understanding mother, even though she was a cow, she let him just sit there and be happy. Interesting side note, when I was a kid, my mom called me her little Ferdinand because I didn't like to roughhouse like the other boys. I didn't like to play with the other boys. Um, I liked to read books, and what friends I had were girls. And that was back when that wasn't quite as cool. I got in trouble for playing with the girls. As the years went by, Ferdinand grew and grew until he was very big and strong. All the other bulls who had grown up with him in the same pasture would fight each other all day. They would butt each other and stick each other with their horns. What they wanted most of all was to be picked to fight at the bullfights in Madrid. But not Ferdinand. He still liked to sit just quietly under the cork tree and smell the flowers. Um, um, the somebody said, "Is this book in the public domain, or will this be lost to time?" This book is written in. Let's see, copyright 36. Um, so I do believe it is safe. And if not, um, and if someone from the publisher really doesn't have anything better to do about this, then like be upset about this, you can message me. My name's Pat Rothfuss. You can contact me through Penguin Random House. I'll make it right with you. Um, But otherwise, for those of you that haven't read this book before out there, you could consider this a promotional reading. You could consider when you have kids, or if you want to read to anyone's kids, pick up a copy of this book for yourself. It's a lovely book. Yeah. Okay. So Monroe Leaf, was it in 76? So it is still under copyright. Also, I'm not showing all of the pictures, which, I mean, I would say no publisher's gonna be a donk about this, in my experience. It's not like I'm reading the entirety of The Lord of the Rings online. All the other bulls ran around snorting and butting, leaping and jumping. Oh, hold on. Did I skip? I did. I skipped a page. One day, sorry. Yeah, Ferdinand. One day, 5 men came in very funny hats to pick the biggest, fastest, roughest bull to fight in the bullfights in Madrid. All the other bulls ran around snorting and butting, leaping and jumping, so the men would think that they were very, very strong and fierce and pick them. Ferdinand knew that they would not pick him, and he didn't care. So he went out to his favorite cork tree to sit down. He didn't look where he was sitting, and instead of sitting on the nice, cool grass in the shade, he sat on a bumblebee. Well, if you were a bumblebee and a bull sat on you, what would you do? You would sting him, and that is just what this bee did to Ferdinand. Wow, did it hurt. Ferdinand jumped up with a snort. He ran around puffing and snorting, butting and pawing the ground as if he were crazy. The 5 men saw him, and they all shouted with joy. Here was the largest and fiercest bull of all, just the one for the bullfights in Madrid. So they took him away for the bullfight day in a cart. What a day it was! Flags were flying, bands were playing. Sorry, I got a little caught up there. I was looking at the picture myself. All the lovely ladies had flowers in their hair. They had a parade into the bull ring. First came the bandoleros with long, sharp pins with ribbons on them to stick in the bull and make him mad. Next came the picadors, who rode skinny horses, and they had long spears to stick in the bull and make him madder. Then came the matador, the proudest of all. He thought that he was very handsome. and he bowed to the ladies. He had a red cape and a sword, and was supposed to stick the bull last of all. Then came the bull, and you know who that was, don't you? Ferdinand. They called him Ferdinand the Fierce, and all the bandoleros were afraid of him, and the picadors were afraid of him, and the matador was scared stiff. Ferdinand ran to the middle of the ring, and everyone shouted and clapped because they thought he was going to fight fiercely and butt and snort and stick his horns around. But not Ferdinand. When he got to the middle of the ring, he saw the flowers in all of the lovely lady's hair, and he just sat down quietly and smelled. He wouldn't fight and be fierce no matter what they did. He just sat and smelled. And the bandoleros were mad, and the picadors were madder, and the matador was so mad that he cried because he couldn't show off with his cape and sword. So they had to take Ferdinand home. And for all I know, he is sitting there still under his favorite cork tree, smelling the flowers, just quietly. He is very happy. The end. So here's the thing. I will admit, I have dark impulses, everyone. And it occurred to me that I could stop before the end of the story, and those of you who did not grow up reading it would not know how it ended. And then I could say, how about we just wait to finish the end of the book until we maybe hit, I don't know, maybe $34,000? And then I'm guessing a lot of you would maybe have gone out over there and done it to hear me read the end. And then I thought, you know, that would work. And we are here for charity after all, right? And then I thought, I could, but I wouldn't feel good about that. I said, instead, I bet if I just finish it, if I just read this story as it should be read, and I don't disrupt the pacing for crass reasons, I bet once we get to the end of it, I'd say, hey, I could have done this and it would have worked. But what if instead I get to the end and I say, hey, if you enjoyed that story and you want to help make the world a better place, how about head on over there and donate? And when we hit $34,000, you know what? You know what I'll offer you if we hit $34,000? You get to know that you're making the world a better place and that we're all in this together and that we did it together. How does that sound? Yeah, I could throw in something silly, but if you have ever participated in Project for Awesome before, or any of my charity stuff, because I have done charity for a long time, I I guarantee what you're actually getting here is you get to feel good about yourself, and you get to feel good about being a part of this, and you get to feel like you've made a difference in the world. So, um, I'm just going to let y'all go over there and do that. Um, while I do my job, which is to thank some of the matching donors that are helping out Project for Awesome this year. Um, it looks like, and I hope I'm getting this last name right, I just read the pronunciation guidelines. Stephanie Fawaz, Skylar, Stephen Cashmere, Ruthie, and Anonymous. Should I read everything in the parentheses here, Monica? I mean, obviously not the pronunciations, but some of the others. We have been okay. So how about this? I'm going to start over. And here's the thing, like, you don't have to just shovel money in here, although I see some of you doing that and I really appreciate it. There's a bunch of perks. You can go look at perks and like pick up something nice for yourself, pick up a present for a friend, pick up a perk from a creator who you appreciate and you just want to show your support. And so then you get a little treat there for yourself. You do a little early shopping and you make the world a better place. Okay, so let me read these names here. Stephanie Fawaz, Skylar, Stephen Cashmere, that's supposed to be Washington, I'm assuming, Ruthie, Baltimore MD, and Anonymous, Alice Benham, Rachel from Virginia, Julia and Peter, Catherine Adcox, Alameda, California, and also Anonymous. Anonymous donated matching money twice, which I think is amazingly generous of them. Okay. Good job, Anonymous. Yeah, they're killing it. So, Monica, we watched that video about Heifer. Is it gauche for me to kind of, I know that people vote for the charities that they want to support. Is it gauche for me to kind of stump for Heifer because like that's kind of my jam? Not at all? Okay. So everybody, Heifer International, that video that we watched just a little while ago, they are the charity that I support, with most of my charity fundraising that I do through World Builders. And the reason we've chosen Heifer International is because, in my opinion, it's the real A+ charity. I do a bunch of different charitable things, and some of them I do for personal reasons. Some of them I almost think of them as like recreational charity, that I do just to feel good or just to help someone that I want to help. But when it comes to doing good in the world, doing the most good overall in the world, I pick Heifer. Now, there's actually a lot of science and a lot of research and a lot of theory that goes into like what is sort of the utilitarian best charity, what is the most efficient charity. And there are different places that rank and sort and sift these charities. And And according to a lot of metrics, like the best bang for your charity buck is a lot of the charities that support effectively just giving malaria nets to people around the world, because you can, save a life for $1, because if you put up mosquito netting, people don't get malaria and then they don't die. It's super efficient. However, Heifer International um, does, Untapped. Thank you so much for all your lovely work. Um, and Yuval, I hope I've pronounced your name right, but Yuval, thank you so much for donating. Um, so Heifer, though, what they do is they provide tools, materials, and education for people, so that they can have a sustainable improvement to their life. One of the classic ways they do this is they give people a bunch of baby chicks and some education and some training. And then the baby chicks grow up to be chickens. And spoiler alert, chickens produce eggs. And then eggs produce more chickens. And so those eggs are a really great source of protein and nutrition for the family, for the children growing up. And the extra eggs can be sold or turned into more chickens through the traditional way. And Heifer International does that by, um, you know, they can give a family a flock of chickens and all of the training necessary to know how to use a flock of chickens and how to take care of them, and also coaching in terms of like how to sell the eggs and how to do things like that. It costs about $20, and that family's life is changed forever, because it's like um it's effectively like giving a family a small business that also produces food and also makes other small businesses. Sometimes they do this with a goat, because a goat will produce about a gallon of milk a day, bunch of calcium and protein in a diet. Extra milk is sold, which provides fresh food for the local community and a source of income for the family again. Um, so um, Also, Heifer International produces, like, helps people get clean water. They help teach better agricultural techniques, water conservation, everything like that. But what really makes Heifer the A plus charity in my book is they practice something called passing on the gift. And that means that they go in and they teach people. They don't just say like, "Hey, here's a roll of wire to make like a fence for your chickens, and here's the chickens, and here's a bag of feed. Go to it." Because if that's what you do, then like when that fencing breaks, what does the person do? This was not produced locally. Like when they run out of corn, what do? They go in and they say, "Here's how you build your own fence. Here's how you take care of the chickens." Um, this is especially important for larger animals like goats or heifers. They'll give them to several people, and they make sure that there's a local person who gets training as a vet. And then that person has a job, and everyone else has support for their animals. They teach them how to communicate and cooperate, in terms of like breeding the animals. Then they'll do this in several towns and villages. And then in the fifth village, they'll help start a dairy. So then all those people have a place to sell their milk. And then the milk creates industry and jobs. And then the distribution of milk means more food for everyone in the local area. This is what Heifer International does. They've been doing it for more than 70 years. They are an avalanche of good moving endlessly into the future. And if you don't believe me, then let me share with you what of the 1,000 stories that I know can I say? Back after the Korean War, when all of Korea was like a smoking crater, Heifer went in to help because they've been around doing this for that long. They went to Korea and they looked around and they're like, boy, these folks have really taken it in the teeth. What could we do to help? And they investigate the local culture, the local ecosystem, the local economy. And so they brought in chickens because chickens can survive lots of places. And again, it's good protein and they reproduce quickly and they're easy to manage. And right now, it's estimated that 80% of the chickens in Korea are descended from Heifer International chickens. So if you want to make the world a better place, please consider throwing a vote towards Heifer. And and then throwing some money here into Project for Awesome. Right? Yeah. Again, I wouldn't. I have worked with Heifer for literally 10 years. My charity, World Builders, has raised over $11 million for them over the years. I mean, it's not Project for Awesome money, but we do pretty well over there. Marcus says, having lived in Korea and eaten a not insignificant percentage of those chickens, I will be voting for Heifer International. It seems only fair. Oh, right. And I'm sorry. I started talking about passing on the gift. And I think I got distracted by something in chat. What happens is they go in, they teach you how to take care of the animals. They supply you with animals, or sometimes it's fruit trees, or sometimes it's biogas stoves, or whatever, or better agricultural techniques, or better water conservation. But then it's your responsibility when you're doing better in your life that you go to one of your neighbors and say, hey, you know how like my children are healthier and I have money ever since a goat magically showed up in my life? And now I have, 11 goats and everything's really good over at my place. How would you like to get in on some of this sweet goat action? And then they go to that person and they teach them how to build a fence, how to care for a goat, who to talk to, how to sell the milk. And then they give that person a goat. And then with the understanding that it's like, hey, I'm going to give you a goat and your life is going to be better. And when it's good enough that you have a little extra to spare, you need to find someone else and you need to teach them how to manage a goat. And there are places around the world where this has happened for generations. There's places in Nepal where there are villages of women who get together and go to the next village over like every year. And it's a party. It's a party. And they've been working with these other women over in the new village for months and months. And it's hey, it's Happy Goat Day. We're bringing you your baby goats because those other women are ready for it. And that village is the beneficiary of another village that's the beneficiary of another village that's happened like 13, 14 times. It's amazing. This is what Heifer does. So again, if you want to vote for Heifer, they would make good use of some of this Project for Awesome money. So yeah. And how about this? When we hit $34,000, I will answer more questions. Until then, I'm just going to stare at you in a meaningful way. I'm going to give you hopeful but stern dad eyes with the understanding that we could have hit $34,000 already if I'd put the squeeze on you. But you want to make the world a better place. You want to give people baby chicks. You want them to have clean water. You want those children to go to school and be happy. You want kids to wake up knowing that they get to eat food in the morning, and you want parents to go to bed knowing that they don't have to be scared about being able to feed their children, right? So, like, that's what you want, right? So you know what to do, right? Oh, here we go. Randy Thompson brings up another thing that Heifer does. Uh, they provide people with honeybees because Heifer works with people who come to them and they're like, hey, we hear you're the goat people. Give us those goats. We're hungry. I want to eat a goat. And then Heifer's like, whoa, 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 whoa. Talk to me. Talk to me about like what's it like here in your village. And then they investigate the ecosystem. They investigate the local economy and climate. Um, they look into like local food sources and everyone's health. And then sometimes they're like, we know you asked for goats, but goats aren't right here. The hoofs of goats would like be bad for the soil, but everyone has gardens they eat out of. And you're dealing with a lot of soil erosion. How about we give you fruit trees? And then that'll be a cash crop. Also, like fruit and nuts. We'll give you some nut trees as well. Those are very nutritionally dense. Those are cash crops. Also, the trees help bind the soil so you won't have as much soil erosion. Also, the shade means that you won't have to water your crops as much. Also, how about honeybees? And so suddenly, all of these people have more food and wax and honey and fruit and nuts. And all of their gardens are producing at like 200, 300% the efficiency they were before, you know? Um, so yeah, again, Heifer does it all. Heifer's amazing. and I know that Project for Awesome has supported Heifer in the past. Oh, there we are. There we are at 34. Thank you so much. Um, ding ding. So I said World Builder's elevator pitch. We do what Project for Awesome does, except we do focus on Heifer International, not exclusively. We also work with some literacy charities, some racial equity charities, um, stuff like that. We have an online store. Again, honestly, I'm sort of like the, a cheaper, less effective version of Hank Green, who publishes less books. Oh God, it just made myself sad. Um, like we have an online store, we produce merchandise and books and whatever for creators. Um, yeah. Um, do I have any animals aside from my children? No. Beard care tips. Just don't cut it, and then it will eventually do this. That's my advice. Any cool RPGs that you haven't played yet but want to? I mean, I don't get to play a lot of RPGs in general. I just don't have a crew, and even if I did, it's COVID, so I can't sit around the table like I used to. Um, 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 Literally everyone is less effective than Hank Green. I'm glad I'm not the only one who feels that way. I've already done book recommendations. Who are my role models? Boy, I don't know if I have a role model. I have people that I wish I were as effective as. Um, Favorite board game? Right now, I'm very fond of Quacks of Quedlinburg. Um, are you a fan of video games? And if so, what do you like to play? Right now, I'm in the middle of a playthrough of a game. It's sort of a I was going to say it's like a classic isometric RPG sort of game, but it's not. It's actually better than that. Um, it's called Torment Tides of Numenera, and it's got like really, really good story and world building and character development. A lot of RPG games are just like it's like the new Fallout games. I mean, there's really great combat in them, and then you run around, and the most recent one just didn't have any characters or story or anything. But this one, the story is amazing, and I'm not just saying that because I helped write part of it. I wrote a companion character for the game, but the writing is just so good. It got kickstarted a couple years ago, and I'm live streaming my playthrough, and I'm just constantly surprised at what I find in the game because I'm discovering things on this playthrough that I haven't seen before. Um, yeah, it's that's a video game that I'm currently playing and really enjoying. I can't recommend it highly enough. Favorite comic series? Um, favorite. Um, favorite. Boy, can't say favorite. I mean, Sandman's amazing. Um, I used to like Saga, but it's had so many hard emotional down notes in a row that I haven't read it in like a year. Um, um, oh, you still haven't gotten around to playing? That's sad. Like play it, man. It's so good. Oh, parenting tips. um, parenting. No, I'm sorry. I've got 20 minutes left here. I don't have time to do parenting tips. Oh, did they pause Saga? I mean, so maybe I'm not behind. But honestly, like there's only so many big emotional down notes a story can have before I start considering it emotional abuse. Um, it was just rough towards the end. Oh, hold on. Um, 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 sorry, I missed a couple of messages from Monica coming up here because I was really intent on the chat. Um, Monica has asked me about my kids. Oh man, I'll talk about my kids, but there's only 20 minutes left here. My boys are sweet, beautiful, kind-hearted. Um, they are my heart's delight. Oh, Monica, we should hang. Like, we should have a video call. I've been kind of meaning to ping you for various reasons for ages. It has been so long since we chatted. I mean, but I know you're terribly busy. Um, but you know what we probably should do? Monica here has mentioned that we have a fresh featured video. It is farm fresh. It is fresh out of the oven. It is fresh faced, sweet, and full of the joy of youth. Yeah, let's go take a peek at this featured video. Let's take a little pause here. Let's get the link here in the chat. Let's all take a look at this education themed charity. That is super sweet. I love that video. Um, I it's actually kind of dangerous for me um uh to start checking out other charities. I do not need more projects in my life. Um Actually, Elizabeth, that's a slight misquote there. Um um I didn't say that it has so many emotional downturns that I consider it borderline emotional abuse. I said that if a story has too many, then it does get, and Saga is pretty. I just felt really beat down by it at a certain point. Also, to be fair, like my emotional resiliency is not what it used to be. Um, so, um, so yeah. What do we got here? We got like about 15 minutes left. No, Elizabeth, I do appreciate you answering that question. And it was pretty close. I just didn't want to. I don't want to wake up to a Newsweek story tomorrow saying Pat Rothfuss, says, um, oh heck, who did Saga? That's Vaughn, right? Um, Vaughn's Saga is emotional abuse. Um, it's just it was just a lot. A couple of the story notes, yeah. Um, so, yeah, what are we going to talk about for this last little bit here? Favorite sandwich. Favorite sandwich. 15 minutes, $15,000. Here's the thing. I know a lot of the people here on the stream have already donated, and they're here for fun. Um, as much as I would love, and I will admit, there's a certain amount of pride involved here. Like, part of me wants to, like, for John and Hank to wake up and be like, oh man, what happened overnight? Oh, Pat Rothfuss really came through for us and like rang that bell and got people to donate. Um, but I also don't want to put the squeeze on y'all here in the middle of the night. Um, but how about this? I will answer. We are here for charity after all. I'm just trying to think, how can I do this in a way that doesn't feel gross? Um, hmm. Yeah, I will say these 2 hours rocketed by. Also, happy Valentine's Day to everyone. Um, it's odd to know that for a lot of you, the first part of your Valentine's Day was spent with me. I'm flattered. Thank you so much. Um, how about this? We get to 36,000 and I'll sing a song. Can we do it in the next 5 minutes? Because it'll take me a couple minutes to sing the song too. Because earlier we did the poll: story or song, which do you want? And um and and so I read the story, read Ferdinand. It's a good time there. If you have kids, this is a great book, especially if you have someone who's like me growing up, which is kind of a gentle kid who doesn't want to do a lot of sports and instead just likes sitting and thinking and reading books. Um, so, oh, Dear Theodosia. Dear Theodosia is a fun one to sing. Although right now it's late at night. See, I don't think I don't know all the words. I'm not confident in my ability to go all the way through Dear Theodosia. Dear Theodosia, what to say to you? You have my eyes. You have your mother's name. When you came into the world, you smiled, and it broke my heart. I'm dedicating every day to you. Domestic life was never quite my style. When you smile, it knocks me out, I fall apart. And I thought I was so smart. You will come of age. I'm not seeing these donations go up. You know, if my dulcet tones have enthralled you, I will stop so that you can to have the strength of will to go and donate. Because I technically said I was only going to do this if we got to 36. Just saying. I mean, you can sing along, but you got to click to go donate too. I'm just saying. I know you were too enraptured. I've been steadily watching the donations tick up, and then I start to sing and they stop, and I'm like, oh no, are they scared? Oh no, did everyone just leave? And then I went, oh wait, no, it's that it's that my golden tones. It's my sweet silver bell of a voice has enthralled you. You're just you're stupefied by my sorry. Yeah, I couldn't do all that with just a straight face. um uh I'm wondering though, it'd be a fun. I actually have a song that I guarantee none of you have ever heard before that I will sing for you. If we hit 36. But again, we got 10 minutes left and then I'm out of here. So you effectively have like 4 minutes to close this gap, get us to 36. So somebody here says Torment Tides of Numenera is on sale on GOG and Stream right now. You can buy it a bunch of places. And again, not to be weird and stump for my own thing here, because I'm doing charity here. But if you want Torment Tides of Numenera, you can buy it in the World Builders store as well. The folks who made the game give us some codes. And there's like a fancy version of it in our store. That you can get cheaper than you can normally get the fancy version. Do you think you got more viewers from singing? See, that's not how the internet works. It's not like I start to sing and then suddenly it's like in the Matrix, people all over the world are like running into the next room and say Morpheus is fighting Neo, and they all run in to watch the screen. That doesn't happen. Random thought. I once, as I'm reading here from Tassified, I once basically rolled a nat 20 on animal handling in real life. I caught a sparrow with nothing but my hands and wits when it got into the door where I work. into the store where you work. Um, um, just this summer, I was walking somewhere with my boys, and there was a little bird who like hopped around next to me, and it seemed distressed. And so I kind of slowly approached it, and I picked it up, and we took it home, and we kind of read up on what it was, and we fed it some raspberries that we picked, and gave it some water, and we thought that it was maybe just kind of freaked out. But my boys are like, how can you just pick up a bird? And I'm like, well, yeah, you just try to be gentle. And then like 2 weeks later, there was a little baby bunny that I saw, and there was somebody walking their dog nearby. So I kind of stepped over to it, and I reached down, and I picked up the bunny, and it just let me pick it up. So what I'm getting at is that I'm a Disney princess. Um, that's the moral of the story here. No, see, I'm not Snow White. It's like not like this baby bunny, um, um, made me a dress or anything. But if it did, like, I would wear it. Oh, hold on, look at this. Everyone liked my little baby rabbit stories. Dear Patrick Rothfuss, what to say to you? You have that beard. You have that awesome voice. This is funny. Somebody wrote this in the chat. It's not like I ran down the bunny. It was freaked out. It was a tiny baby bunny. It didn't know what to do. So I just picked it up. See, everyone here is saying like, hey, we did it. Not on my screen yet. We didn't. I don't know what future world you're messaging me from, but we're not there yet. I'm looking. Okay, at the risk of screwing up Chrome here. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Okay. You guys did it. We're great. Okay. This should be just enough time for me. I'm going to do a terrible thing. I'm going to step away. Hold on. Actually, here, I'll move this screen over here, desperately hoping that it's okay if I move the screen where I'm streaming. And I'm going to, okay, I'm still there. So you ready? Here's the song that I am virtually certain that none of you have ever heard before because none of you are old enough. Ready? Here we go. One hippopotami. I gotta back up this microphone. Cannot get on a bus because one hippopotami is too hippopotamus. And if you have two goose, that makes one geese. A pair of mouse is mice, a pair of moose is meese. A paranoia is a bunch of mental blocks. And when Ben Casey meets Kildare, that's called a paradox. When two minks fall in love with all their heart and soul. I feel like I should drop an octave here. You'll find the plural of two minks is one mink stole. Singulars and plurals are so different, bless my soul. Has it ever occurred to you that the plural of half is whole? A bunch of tooth is teeth, a group of foot is feet, and two canaries make a pair. They call it a parakeet. A paramecium is not a pair. A parallelogram is just a crazy square. Nobody knows just what a paraphernalia is. And what's half a pair of scissors but a single sizz with someone you adore? If you should find romance, you'll pant and pant once more, and that's a pair of pants. So yeah, there you go. That song is called One Hippopotami, and it's by Alan Sherman, who I am virtually certain that none of you have ever heard of, except you might have heard one of his other songs. It's Hello Mudda, Hello Fada, or Hello from Camp Granada. Yeah. Alan Sherman was Weird Al before Weird Al was a Weird Al. Weird Al listened to Alan Sherman when he was a kid. I mean, if anyone was to know who Alan Sherman was, it would be either people in my Twitch chat or the folks here for Project and for Awesome. You know, I know there's a reason I'm here. Y'all are my people. So, okay, hold on. I should recenter my video here. So right now I need to sort of clear the stage for the next person who will be hold on, let me move. Ugh, I rearranged my windows. Now everything's a nightmare. Everyone, thank you so much for tolerating my nonsense and for donating. And for buying the books like so fast. That's so surprising. If you didn't manage to get a signed book and you're really sad about that, I'm sorry. I did not anticipate that demand. So yeah, I'm sorry, Tom Lehrer. You know, it's Tom Lehrer. Alan Sherman came before Tom Lehrer, just to be clear. Sorry, I'm starting a different conversation when I should be saying goodbye, everyone. Thank you so much. And bye.
Hello, good morning. Hello, everybody. My name's Lena Norms. I'll give you some context for who I am while you're trying to settle into the new background. Let's just check this is working. Perfect. So hello, everybody. My name's Lena. I'm here with my very cozy fire, live streaming from the Midlands in England. Brilliant. Yeah, that's working. Okay, cool. Yes, I'm here in England, cozy in my little cottage by the fire, and I thought we could have a little kind of chill morning where we chat about books for a little bit, and we kind of think about love in all its different contexts. Hello, everyone. I can see everyone's chat now. That's good. Cool. I hope my country internet is good enough for this. That's my one problem. Is it a little bit shaky for everybody, or is it okay? Way! Oh, there's so many people from the Midlands. This is great. Such hugger. Is Alexandra? If you know correctly how to say it, am I saying it right? Hugger. But yeah, oh, there's so many people in the Midlands. This is lovely. So yes, for everybody joining, welcome. I am here as your rental bookseller. I want to recommend you lots of books, potentially about love, but I also think that the love of books is a very valid kind of love. And I don't think I have worked in publishing for a long time, and it was always really funny when it came around to Valentine's Day, because what makes a good story often makes a tragic love story. So it's actually quite hard, I think, outside of some genres, to find just purely a love story. We need some kind of friction and what's the word? Doom in there as well. So I'm going to be generally recommending you books this morning. But first, I wanted to hear how you guys are and how your reading lives are, because I think that our relationship with our books has kind of taken the foreground in these unprecedented times. So for me, I've been reading a lot more than I usually do. I read 115 books last year. Which is kind of like, if it had been a different time, I would have been really proud of myself. And I've been like, oh my God, I did it. But because it was this, I was like looking at my Goodreads, like, am I okay? Is this okay? Like, I was always a little bit worried about myself, but I think it is an achievement. And it was a really good kind of reading year for me, if nothing else. Kinga read 100 books last year and 6 this year so far. 6 rereads. So yeah, it sounds like, do people in the chat, did you read more books last year or less? Because I need to know if I'm an anomaly. And how do you feel about that? Do you think that we should be panicking about that? Or do you think it's ultimately a good thing and one of the scraps of nice that come out of this strange time? This chat is going so fast, I can't even. Okay. Trisha read 50 books, which is about on a par. Some people were saying the same. Some people were saying they read a lot less. I think my distraction levels were higher, so I can totally get that might transfer into your reading life. Audiobooks for me were a real saviour because they kept me reading. I shouldn't say reading. That's another controversial debate for another day. But they kept me reading because obviously somebody's reading it to you, so your mind can't stray as much. And I also did it while I was like sewing and doing some calligraphy and like going for walks. So I think occupying my mind with 2 things was probably the only way forward. I was going to make hot chocolate, but I realised what my heart needed was coffee. So this is coffee, but let me know what you're drinking. I have got the tabs for my past 3 Goodreads years up on my computer. So all of the hundreds of books that I've read in the past 3 years, plus I have this with me, my head, still kept my head despite lockdown. For those of you that are watching outside of the UK, perhaps you're not in lockdown, but in the UK, we are very much in top tier lockdown. So I have all that wealth, hopefully. I use wealth very strongly. Wealth of knowledge, about books and all the books that I've read, and I want to give that to you and try and find you guys today the best books ever, like the best. I'm actually going to I also have my Storygraph open, so for those of you who don't know, Storygraph is an amazing website that just officially launched in January. That is this is a subjective view, but perhaps not, ethical alternative to Goodreads. So it's not like 1% owned. It's not owned by a tax dodging strange man. For those of you who don't know, Goodreads is owned by Amazon. But the Storygraph is an incredible website. So if you want to be recording your reading this year, not Spawn, just love, I would really recommend Storygraph. If you go to I have a channel called Lena Norms. If you search my channel for Storygraph or Goodreads, you'll see a whole video on it, and I interview the founder, who is an incredible woman. It's also Black owned, and it's really cool. So I will be using my Goodreads as a historical reference for what I've been reading, but going forward, I've only been using Storygraph to catalogue my adventures through my bookshelves. Lots of people having support for the Storygraph there. It's also like Fireword. Sorry, I didn't get the rest of your username. Fireword Sparkler. It's really easy to transfer your Goodreads data to Storygraph. I actually do it live. In my video, you can transfer your data with me. It's like, get ready with me. Transfer your reading data with me. And it is really, really super easy. So I would encourage you, if you want to, transfer your data to the Storygraph, and it's very pleasing. It's also nice because it's right at the beginning of its life, so you can be part of like helping it work and adding new features and adding new books. Hi, some people are just joining now. My name's Lena. I'm here to haunt you for the next 53 minutes. Yeah, Goodreads is owned by Amazon. I know, Kim. I know. And nothing is real. All my heroes are dead, etc. But it's okay because we have alternatives. My YouTube channel is called Lena Norms. People are asking. LEENANORMS. So we're going to get into the books, I think. We're about 10 minutes in. But I'm going to chat to you while you're thinking of what books you'd like to read. So a prescription request could be like, I want something fun, set in the past, and I want it to be under 200 pages. Or I want something that is like a really long book that I can sink my teeth into, that's going to be discussing climate change. I want to, etc., etc. I will prescribe you the book, and I want to matchmake you with a book, your perfect book ever. Yeah, so while you're thinking about that and meditating on what your request might be, I'm going to chat you through 4 books that have unusual love stories in them. No, not unusual. I don't want to say unusual. I want to say they're not boy meets girl, boy and girl flirt. A hilarious misunderstanding happens and then they get married. That is not what these books are, but they are about love. So I wanted to recommend 4 of them while you're having a little think. Hi! People are saying hi to me in the comments. Book prescriptions. Yes, okay. So, perfect. So have a little think about what those are. I'm seeing some people put them in the chat already. I'll try and remember them as I go. I need a team. But I'm going to chat you through these 4 ones that I've got in front of me first. It's very surreal because I'm watching the live stream, but I'm delayed. So it's like watching the ghost of my past self. There she goes, sipping her mug, having the best of times. Lena, soon you're going to be 4 seconds in the future and you're going to be holding up some books. It's going to be great. Anyway, what shall I go with first? Johanna Adojan wrote a book called An Exclusive Love, which I read about 7 or 8 years ago and have read a couple of times since because it's so good. It's very short, so I already saw a few people in the comments saying about their attention spans and stuff. This book is precisely 85 pages long, and it is a translated book. Again, I know a lot of people have resolutions to read more translated fiction. So this is a kind of fiction memoir. What did they publish? They did actually publish it as memoir or biography, but this is Johanna's real experience of something fictional she is making up. Oh yeah, Amy says, do you want me to try and keep track of the requests? Yes, please, Amy, if you could, that would be incredible. The GC. The GC is the Gumption Club. It's my Patreon. Thank you, Amy. If you can keep a little tab on them, I would love that. And then just like copy and paste them all into the chat. What a hero. So yeah, it's a really beautiful book cover. And I want to just read the blurb to you and then I'll explain a bit more about the book. On Sunday morning in October, Istvan and Vera start their day as usual. They tidy their house. Vera makes a festive cake to put in the freezer and cuts fresh roses for a vase in the living room. That evening, after nearly 50 years of marriage, they lie down in their beds and take their own lives. After surviving the tumult. Do we say tumult? Tumult, like tumultuous, tumult. Neither sound right. Of 20th century Europe, and after raising a family together, they would not accept the words "till death do us part." While sifting through the fragments of family history in an attempt to understand this glamorous and enigmatic, it's very early in the morning for me, couple, their granddaughter, Johanna, imagines their final day. Amid the family stories and portraits by friends, she dares to give a voice to their never-mentioned experiences in the Holocaust and their escape from Hungary during the uprising of 1956. So it's kind of about the love of your relatives and your ancestors and their untold stories. It's about this great love between this beautiful couple who survived the Holocaust and never spoke of it again, didn't really speak of it. So she uses research and history to imagine what their experiences might have been, and also interviews a lot of people that had been in their lives to try and piece together what could have been their love story. And she also writes this fictional account of their last day together before they die, and it is just so interesting. It discusses like what real love is, what can and can't be defeated in the human heart, and sorry, I'm just reading the comments, and it's just really sensitively done and incredible. And I want to see more stuff that sits between fiction and non-fiction, because there is so much. I don't think just because a historical artifact or historical information is missing that we should just stop thinking about people whose history hasn't been recorded. Thank you, people saying in the comments who I am. Thank you. Okay, so the next one. Where should we go? Maya Angelou, Celebrations. Those of you who watch my channel are bored of me going on about this, but I actually reread it again this year. I read it for the first time last year, and it's really short. Again, like I was thinking about people who don't have bandwidth at the moment. So this one is 98 pages long, and it's Rituals of Peace and Prayer. So I guess in some ways this is like a religious text, but as somebody who isn't currently religious, have been persuaded before, maybe persuaded again, this was like still really beautiful and accessible and uplifting. And it is lots of poems and little prayers about the human heart and forgiving people. I've underlined some stuff in it, like this line: history, despite its retching pain, cannot be unlived. If faced with courage, need not be lived again. And this kind of Continue poem, is that what it's called? I think it's called Continue. It's quite long. Oh yeah, she wrote it for the for Oprah Winfrey's 50th birthday, and there's this line in it that says, "Dare to love deeply and risk everything for the good thing." And just like that line, risk everything for the good thing, really just hit me in the gut. So it's lots of different things she's written for public and private kind of occasions, and it often harks back to the love of God. That's something they were interested in, but also the love of each other and the love of words, really. So yeah, I'll repeat the name: Celebrations by Maya Angelou. If I can, I'll like link them all in the chat at the end of the live stream, but I'm just holding it up so you can see. Maya Angelou, Celebrations. The last one was An Exclusive Love, a memoir by Johanna Adojan. And if you want to, they're also on my Goodreads, so if you just go and find me on my Goodreads. Right, next one. Take a slurp of coffee. Oh yeah, Valkyrie, I think that's how I say her name. It was recommending Audre Lorde. Yes, incredible. Sally Rooney, somebody's recommended. If you're asking me personally, on a completely subjective and taste-based level, I would say Normal People is the way to go. Leave conversations with friends, but that's just me. And she has a third one coming out soon, which means that I now have a deciding book that helps me identify whether I am actually a Sally Rooney fan or not, because well, I know she only has two, and I hated one and loved one, so I need a third one. I don't know if anyone else has been in that position. Anyway, the third one I wanted to recommend was When Breath Becomes Air by Paul. I haven't said this name out loud in a while. Calanthe? I'm really sorry if I've got that wrong. I used to know it and I practiced it, and then I haven't picked up this book in a while, so apologies. But When Breath Becomes Air is a memoir. Ugh, just even looking at it makes me sad. It's heartbreaking, I will give you that. But I think if you're going through loss, or you're going through a period of like, what is the point of life? Like, why are we living? What's going on? Thank you, Fireword Sparkler, for putting the title in the chat. This is about a man who is on the brink of divorce, and it's real, and I think he's just qualified, or he's qualified for the next level of like being a surgeon, and he spent his whole life dedicated to the medical profession, and him and his wife have both been working overtime to be good at this thing that saves people's lives. And his life is kind of falling apart a little bit, and they're falling out because they don't have any time for each other. And he discovers that he is terminally ill, like really like end of the road, terminally ill. And it's about him reconciling with the idea of life and death after pursuing a life that was so much about preserving other people's lives. And it's about the medical profession. It's also just about, in general, like how can we make sense out of death? So I think sometimes I imagine Valentine's Day is quite hard for a lot of people, because I mean, a lot of people have lost people this year and not been able to see them. And I know that that's really hard. That's definitely touched my family's life. So I understand that Valentine's Day isn't always great, but this is such a hopeful book and really honest. So if you're willing to open yourself up to it, it's absolutely incredible, and you will sob your freaking eyes out. And then finally, the last one before I take your requests. Let me have another slurp. You can tell that I'm one of those people that's just terrified of silence, because I even need to like narrate when I'm slurping. Let me just check it's all working. I'm like terrified of closing the window that actually live streams me. So we're going to take a quick break in a second, but I'm just going to recommend you the last book, and then I will cue a break if that is. Okay. I can't type and talk at the same time. Okay, so the last one that I want to recommend before we go to a little break, and then I'm going to recommend you some books, is Love Letters by Virginia Woolf and Vita Sackville-West. Oh my God, I'm doing an event on this tonight, so if anybody wants to come, I'm going to be talking to Alison Bechdel, inventor of the Bechdel test, about these two incredible historical women. But for those of you who don't know, Virginia Woolf, you've probably heard of more, but Vita Sackville-West is also a very notable female author who was actually way more famous than Virginia in her time, and like the canon has kind of flipped their fame, I guess. But they were in love. They're a beautiful couple. They were in love for a long time. They were both part of this Bohemian Bloomsbury group movement where marriages were more open. And this is a collection that just came out of their love letters. And it floored me. Guys, can I tell you a secret? I really like, I don't even know if I want to tell you this. Come closer. I really like Virginia Woolf's non-fiction, but I've tried her fiction and I don't get on with it. So even if you don't like Virginia Woolf's writing, this is bloody incredible. And it's their love letters to each other, like them falling in love. The first letter is actually also a combination of their diaries. So actually, hilariously, the first time Virginia meets Vita at a dinner party, she writes in her diary, not much. She was not much to my severer taste, florid, moustached, parakeet-coloured, all the supple ease of aristocracy, but not the wit of the artist. Yet after dinner, I rapped out opinions. She is grandeur, hard, handsome, manly, inclined to double chin. So at the first thing, they don't really like each other, and she kind of like side-eyes her for being aristocracy, and they have a really kind of pithy, funny relationship at the beginning, but they slowly fall in love, and it's lovely to see, even though there's so many bits missing and you kind of have to guess at that. And I don't know if that's also nice because they have some privacy still, but you do get fragments of their relationship in their letters. And it's also really nice to see because it goes right up from, where are we going? 1924 to a couple of weeks before Virginia dies. And it's actually really nice to see how happy Virginia was before she had this famous death that I feel like kind of overrides a lot of the rest of her life, and that's what she's known for, is how she dies. But she's really happy in 1930. She's saying, "I dare say few women are happier. Not that I am consistently anything, but I feel I have had a good draught of human life and find much champagne in it." So it's just also just hearing her be content. Well, actually, to be fair, that's 1930, so that is about 10 years before she dies. But the whole way through, you can see that she has so many moments of glee and human connection and stuff. So yeah, I'd really recommend it. It has been published before, but this new edition has just come out, and it has like pictures of them in the front and the back, and it's so funny because it's so polite and Victorian, but then also occasionally surprise explicit, and you're just like, where did that even come from? I won't read out some of those parts on this live stream because it's 10 a.m. and it's a family show and it's not my channel, but it is it's a corker. So yeah, I think we're going to go to a little break. We are about to watch a little video about a charity focused on literacy connected to books in Afghanistan. So I think we're going to cue that now. I might sing. we're back. Thanks for watching in the break. I am really excited about this whole project. So if you guys are watching on YouTube and you haven't been to a Project for Awesome kind of stream before, if you go to projectforawesome.com, you'll find out lots more about it. We're taking donations from lots of different charities. That one is one of them. And I also have a little list of matching donors to thank before we get on with it. So thank you, Fred from Paris, France. Very exciting. James and Karen Verhamelt. That sounds potentially German. Spencer in Knoxville, Becky, and also our favourite donor, Anonymous. They are everywhere. This Anonymous character writes books, they write plays, they publish poetry. So thank you so much, Anonymous, for everything you're doing. So yeah, definitely keep following the Project for Awesome live stream. And if you want to donate, you can find out at projectforawesome.com on where to spend them pennies. Because I know it's hard. It's been a bit of a weird year, but for me, I've had a little bit of extra money because I haven't been using the tube. One, because I moved out of London, controversial. But there were lots of like little expenses in my day that I've been trying to reroute to good causes, because I know that they're things that I'd factored into my financial year that turns out didn't need. Okay, so where are we? Hi, Bella. Lots of familiar people in the chat. This is great. Yeah, I know. Billy says, like, I just woke up and the money raised has jumped up so much. I know, it's incredible. Like, people are really getting stuck in. Yeah. How Anonymous has all this money to give, I don't know. They're just everywhere, aren't they? So if you missed the first bit, I was talking about some books. If you did see the first bit, but you want me to recap what the ones I was talking about, I talked about An Exclusive Love by Johanna Adorjan. I talked about Love Letters from Virginia Woolf and Vita Sackville-West with an introduction by Alison Bechdel. I talked about When Breath Becomes Air, and I talked about Celebrations by Maya Angelou. They're the 4 books I talked about. But in this second half, or half, as we say in the Midlands up here, I'm going to be taking your requests. So hopefully you've had a little think, a little thought bubble in the break about books you'd like me to prescribe to you, because I am ready. Actually, I can see one right here, Frozen Whisperer. I actually have this book on my bookshelf, so Frozen Whisperer asks, I'd really like recommendations about books from Indigenous Northern American individuals about them. Okay, 1 second. I'm going to get it. This is a book that watchers of my channel are probably bored of me talking about, but this is There by Tommy Orange. It came out a couple of years ago. This is the hardback, and it is a really clever, I'm just going to say how many pages it is because I know that matters right now, 287 pages long. It's been blurbed by Marlon James and Margaret Atwood, and it is a literary book that follows 7 or 8 characters, I think, all like kind of spiraling, trying to get to this powwow in Oakland. And it is incredible. It's very, it also kind of spans different, it kind of reminds me of Middlesex or The Overstory, in that it spans all these different times in the characters' lives, and it does all transpire. And, you know, at the beginning of the book it says that they do all kind of get to this powwow, and all the characters do come together and meet, and that's not a spoiler, I think that's in the blurb. But it spans all these like generations of Indigenous experiences and the kind of shadows that casts on the community. Yeah, it's really, really incredible. So yes, that one is for you, person who asked me that. Sorry, I've just forgotten your name because the world is moving past so fast, and this chat is the fastest chat I've ever seen. Rosianna asks, Lena, I've never read a book. Will you recommend me my very first book? Yes, Rosianna, I will. The first book I'm going to recommend to you is a book called Twilight. It's little known, but I think there is a kind of niche audience for it. Most people don't get it. But it's really immersive, and it's actually the first book ever about vampires. So you should definitely get stuck in. I would like a fiction book about climate change that doesn't feel dystopian, says Eileen. I'm sorry if I'm Ilya. So anyway, I'd love to recommend you a climate change book that doesn't feel dystopian. If you want a fact book, again, I've got something on my bookshelf. Hold on. This isn't a serious recommendation because I actually haven't read it yet, but it sounds amazing. This is called The Joyful Environmentalist: How to Practice Without Preaching by Isabel Lozander. And I've dipped into this, and it's really jokingly written. It's got some recipes in it. It's got some other stuff in it, and it looks really good. So that's one of them. But if you're looking for fiction, a hopeful book about climate change has to be The Overstory by Richard Powers. To my shame, I don't have it on hand, but it is one of the longest books I've ever read, and I can't believe I did. And I put it off for years because I didn't want to read it because it was long. And actually, what happened was I realised that this is actually 7 books, all very entertaining and gripping, that you read simultaneously in one book. And it follows all these different characters and their shifting relationships with the environment, and especially emphasis on trees. It follows one woman who's a scientist that's finding out a lot about trees, but because she's a woman, people don't believe her about the interconnected intricacies of science and trees and how that affects her. It follows like a man who is in the RAF, I think, or something, and he falls from a plane and a tree catches him. And because of that, his whole perspective on trees changes. I'm talking about The Overstory by Richard Powers. And it's just incredible. It's very, actually, I'm making it sound quite slow paced, but it's very fast paced. It's very, very dynamic, and you're never bored because you're constantly switching between these different characters. One of them is a computer games specialist who is designing a virtual world because he's given up on the real world, and how trees informs his design. But it gets kind of messy, and he realizes that actually maybe trees are important and he can't reinvent the world. So yeah, really, really cool. Any other requests? Oh no, that's fine. Orween, hi. Can you recommend a coming of age book like Catcher in the Rye? Sorry for my basic taste. That is not basic at all. I can recommend loads of books like that. I mean, let me just get over my Goodreads. A coming of age story, I think, is really interesting as a topic because I feel like we all come of age at different times, which sounds very, we all come of age at different times, man. But I feel like I'm still coming of age. So I'd love for that category to span outside of teenagehood, I guess, is what I'm saying. But let me just pull up some. I read a really good, like, kind of just fun one recently called Wonderland by Juno Dawson, and it's a YA book about a girl who is trans and goes to this very posh school and falls into the wonderland of private school secret dangerous parties, and it's really surrealist. It's really like silly if you like references to Alice in Wonderland and like tips to Alice in Wonderland. For example, what are they called in us? How have I forgotten that? Tweedledum and Tweedledee in this world are 2 kind of frat boys, like posh boys, who are twins at the school who are vloggers. And they like vlog everything, and you know, there's lots of stuff like that. There's a girl who is dressed up as a cat the whole time that is supposed to be like the Cheshire Cat, and yeah, it's really good. The coming of age has come and gone. Suddenly the summer is clear. Agreed. more coming of age stories. God, this, I mean, obviously, I don't want to, the Hunger Games, coming of age in a dystopia, a different twist on it, I suppose. I really liked Three Daughters of Eve by Elif Shafak. So this is, and again, like coming of age, I think can expand into uni years. So this is about a girl who is from Iran, and she goes to university in Oxford and meets all these different kinds of people, and like has her world opened up a bit. And it's kind of about her. I always call it like a rom-com, a will they, won't they, between a Muslim woman and her faith. And it's about all like the other two women that she meets, the daughters of Eve, who practice Islam in different ways to her, and how she feels defensive of both of them, but somewhere caught in the middle. And it's really good, and it's like, it is still like a uni story. You meet lecturers, and she kind of struggles with her relationship with her family, as everybody does when they leave home, but they're still kind of connected to home. Yeah, that's amazing. Saving Savannah is set just after the Spanish flu, and it's, so I love like a historical coming of age one as well. Oh yeah, so the blurb for this one is, yes, it's by Tonya Bolden, and it's the story of an African-American girl becoming a woman on her own terms against the backdrop of widespread social change in the early 1900s America. As a daughter of an upper-class African-American family in Washington, D.C., Savannah is lucky, but she feels suffocated by the structure of society, and she meets a working-class girl called Nell who introduces her to suffragettes, etc. So yeah, that I read that last year in audiobook, and I absolutely loved it. It was incredible and really funny in parts, and also, still has like a romance and a dishy lead who I still fancy. So yeah. Oh no, I think my chat has frozen. Where has it gone? It's just completely blank. Oh, there we go. Cool. Let me see what. Oh, people are recommending stuff in the chat as well. Tricia was recommending Peter Paul, youth books, and they're fabulous. It's by a Swedish writer. Sounds cool. This chat is going to be a resource for me as well. Oh, Mickey asks, a fictional book with romance for people who don't like romance novels. If that makes sense. Mickey, that makes complete sense to me. Let's see if we can find you something. Ooh. What could I pick? There's so much there. God, okay, maybe you'd like Dangerous Remedy by Kat Dunn. It is, let's see if I can post a link to it in the chat, to the Goodreads at least. It's about 4 characters, most of them queer, who are in revolutionary France, and they are part of a battalion who are trying to help people on both sides. So the revolution and the royalists, is that, I don't know if that's the correct term, but they're a kind of band, an independent band of tricksters and kind of Robin Hood-esque, kind of robbing the rich to give to the poor, trying to save people from the guillotine. There is romance in it, and you can get invested in the romance, but there's also a lot of like guns being pulled, magical realism, like things happening, like heists. So if you're, I'm just going to link, I've got the Goodreads link here. That is Dangerous Remedy by Kat Dunn. Because it's incredible. And I think that if you like want to read some romance, but you don't want it to be all about the romance, and that's what the stakes are. Like, we also have guillotines, people's heads rolling, blood, secret hideouts, etc. Okay, Amy from GC has collated a few requests for me. Thank you so much. Something that might feel like the first time I read Prayer by Owen, meaning satisfying, absorbing, epic, modern fiction. Okay, but also, historical fiction, funny, historical. Okay, right. Okay, I'm going to take the first four words there because I don't know if that's quite a few different people's requests. Satisfying, absorbing, epic, modern fiction. Now, epic is how epic do you want? Because we could have something that's like really out there and like, whoa, or I could pick something for you that is like, to me, epic in its execution. Does that make sense? So one that I can't believe somebody achieved, like I'm like, how did you do this? I don't understand, is The Elegance of the Hedgehog, which is a French translated book. I'm just going to find the link for you now, by Muriel Barbery, and it follows a 14-year-old girl who lives in this beautiful block of a very expensive flats in Paris, and is completely disillusioned with her right-wing family who don't get her and don't care about the meaning of life, and she believes as selfish and ignorant, and she's decided that she's going to take her own life. And the concierge, the kind of caretaker of the building, who is the hedgehog. She loves Japanese films and fiction. She loves like Russian novels, but she doesn't want to be bothered by anybody and she doesn't want any friends. So she pretends that she just likes like TV dramas, and she doesn't talk very much to anyone, and she keeps herself to herself and keeps her intellectual life a secret. And it's about how the two worlds collide, and it's really clever and subtle, and some of the other words I think you were looking for in that things. And yeah, I think that's something that if you want to be like, how did somebody pull that off? I don't understand. And it's also about platonic love, but it also does have a bit of romance in it if you are looking for that. But I'd say the main overarching plot is about platonic love and belonging. Then it's for you. Perfect. Okay. I've got 2 minutes till break. Let's see if I can give you one more recommendation. Then we're going to have a little break. Okay, another one. Thanks for doing these, Amy. Uni is stressing me out, so I would love to read something that can really take my mind off all the academic pressure. Mate, I have been reading, this is relatable, A Series of Unfortunate Events, because it's both high stakes and low stakes, because you know they're going to be okay in the end, but it's not this fantasy world where everything goes well for everybody. And that's quite comforting. Like, I didn't want to read something where everything went really well, but I also didn't want something too heavy and like devastating. So The Series of Unfortunate Events perfectly aligns with that, and they're so good to read as an adult. I had never read them as a child. It was my first time reading them in 2020, and they are so well written, so engaging, and they also have some like funny overtones of like social change and like politics and stuff that if you look for it, you're like, oh, that was a clever commentary on the left eating itself and like stuff like, I can't believe those books exist. They're so good. I would defend them with my life. I actually think they're way better than a lot of the books that I read as a child that I have like a nostalgic connection to, which is perhaps silly. But anyway, we're going to go to another break, I believe. So the next video we're going to watch is the Australian Literacy and Numeracy Foundation, which is all about teaching kids to read and to write. So we're going to watch a little video on that, and then we'll be back very soon. So think about Okay, we're back. Hello, I hope you enjoyed that little video break. A reminder that if you want to go to projectforawesome.com, you can find out how to donate, find out all about the charities, rewatch that video if you want, and share it around. Thank you so much for tuning in so far. We've got 10 minutes on the clock before I have to leave you. But I have some other recommendations. I've just been copying and pasting some of them from the chat as I've been watching back. And thank you, Amy, for collating some of them. They're really good. So yes, sorry, my brain froze for a second. And we might also be welcoming Rosianna onto the live stream if it works for the last couple of minutes, because she's going to be doing the next hour, I believe. So yes, very quickly, because we don't have much time and there's so many requests and I have so much to say about them. So somebody asked for a book to introduce someone to poetry. We actually said pottery, but I'm assuming poetry, although I don't have any recommendations about pottery, so you're getting poetry. Set Me on Fire, A Poem for Every Feeling, which is an anthology by Ella Rishbriger. Showing you it there. It's really, really beautiful, and it is the kind of working title for this collection was Poetry for People Who Hate Poetry, and it's arranged by ailment. So they've got a section on rage and trauma. This is probably over, is one of the categories. Overthinking, life after death, the end of the world, fathers, mothers, last words, but it's also got stuff like on being totally done, stuff about hoping and waiting, about being hungry. There's like so many poems about being hungry, which actually is an emotion that I didn't know I needed represented in my poetry. But yeah, it's really clever and it's really eclectic, and it's one of the best kind of starter poetry collections I've ever read. I hate poetry twice. So anyway, that's the book. Set Me on Fire. So good. And then another request is from, let's pull up these requests. A book about racism in Europe instead of the US. Yes, and I totally feel this request, because I think a lot of the ones that are recommended are about US history of racism, which is different, linked, but different to ones in Europe. So one book that I'm actually reading at the moment is, where's it gone? Let me see if I can do the link for you. I really want to link this one so that I can show you, I can get you to buy it and read it along with me. It's called Black and British. Where's my little tabs gone? Let's see if I can find it. Here we go. I'm going to put this story graph link in the chat, but it's really long. I'm listening to the audiobook and taking notes as I go, and it covers like everything from like, you know, AD, like BC, history of Black people in Britain to today. Where I've lost the chat. What's going on? I'm going to have to go youtube.com. Oh, brothers. I'm here. So yeah, it's really clever. I'm going to put the link in the chat. I'm determined to put the link in the chat because I really want you guys to read this one. I'm about a third of the way through at the moment, and my mind is absolutely blown. There's so much information that's been missing from, this is specifically British history, but it does cover generally the European slave trade, and it does come into more European history as well, towards the middle of it.
This is specifically British history.
I have to mute myself quick. Okay, I'll link that in a second when my chat's loaded. But in the interests of keeping and talking while I do that, here it goes. Okay, let's see if we can paste it. There we go. Please read it, it's great. And there's also, you know, why I'm no longer talking to white people about race, which is all about the history of British racism, particularly towards Black people as well. But it's something that I'm still learning about, and I'd love your recommendations as well. Even if you can't take on too much, even just hitting up the Horrible Histories book on the British Empire will give you some clues and some kind of way into that. So yeah, cool. People are talking about it in the chat as well, so you've already got that link. So, I'm going to put this story graph link in the chat. what was the next one that I was going to do before we've got 6 minutes to go. What book have you read most and never tired of? Something like Jane Eyre or Rebecca, please. I don't know if they're the same request. I think they are. But one that made me think of this is a book that's written more contemporarily. It's by a man that is still very much alive, Remains of the Day, by Kazuo Ishiguro, and it's kind of set in like the end of the the beginning of the World Wars, and it's about a man who's a butler in an old stately house and his struggle with his identity as a butler and his proximity to power in a kind of like post-aristocracy. Well, we're never going to be in a post-aristocracy society, but in a kind of as the tradition of a butler dies, what's his place in the world? And it's very like kind of a meta discussion on upstairs, downstairs life and what it means to serve, but also be a bit of a snob because you're like the best of the servants. And it's really beautiful, really kind of like has this really historical feel to it, like Rebecca or Jane Eyre. And I've read that a lot of times in my life. I think it's incredibly and sensitively written, and it will stab you in the heart. Cool. And then I'm just going to recommend. Do I have time? I've got time for one more. Okay. Medieval history. Do you know what? That's something that I haven't read that much of. But there is a book called Godiva that is a kind of like rompy rom-com version of the like Lady Godiva, who is the woman. Do people know about Lady Godiva? She's actually from the city that I was born in, and she's the naked woman on horseback who like took all her clothes off in protest for taxes in medieval times. And it's like, I'm going to tweet this. If you want to like follow me on Twitter or Instagram, I will share. It's called like Godiva, a novel. Like literally, that's what it's called. But where is it? Here it is, by Nerys Jones, and it is a really fun, like kind of light-hearted, almost rom-com in tone, medieval book, and it's really, really fun. Let's see if I can link that in the chat as well. Here we go. Oh no, I can only find the Amazon link. I don't want to link it. It's by Nerys Jones, and it's called Godiva, and it's really good. Maybe on my Instagram, I might just put a lot of these links. So if you want to follow me at Lena Norms on Instagram, I will link them later. So the next host is Rosianna, and she's going to be coming on in a minute.
Hello.
Godiva, yeah, Lady Godiva, but one D. Lady Godiva.
Oh no, I think I'm on mute.
Oh, I'm on the list. Incredible, even better.
Lena, you've got to turn the volume up.
Cool. Nerys is Nerys.
I love the focus.
I think it's a Welsh name. Oh, here she is. Oh no, I can't hear you. Wait, hold on. I won't be able to hear you. Where's my headphone? How do I do this? Can you hear me?
You can pop
out. I forgot that I can't play you loud, can I? Oh wait, no, if I do this, it's fine, I'm here. Okay. I can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Hello.
Hi.
I miss you.
I miss you too. I was just kind of watching you like, we're hanging out.
I know. How are you?
I'm all right. I'm excited. I was so excited to wake up and find that it's crossed $2 million, and it's way past $2 million now. It's so exciting. Thank you very much for your book recommendation. I'm very excited to read my first book.
Oh yeah, well, please enjoy. It has some racy bits in it, but I think you can handle it.
I don't know about that. How's life, in the cottage?
It's great. Do you like my fire? I'm sorry. In front of you.
It looks so great.
What's the theme of your hour going to be?
It's 3 hours. So I'm hosting until we hand over to Hank and John hand over to John and then Hank and John for the end of it. So we're going to do some art. I have created some new art of some little monster things that at some point we'll put up. We're going to do some books. We've got some Life's Library books that are going to go up as a perk soon. We're going to watch some videos, do some voting. It's going to be great. I also have these craft kits for bracelets. I don't know how terrible they are, but we might make some. It's fun. It's nice to just
Oh my
do
God,
something different. Please do.
Definitely. And I've just joined Life's Library as well, so I'm really excited. I'm reading How to Write an Autobiographical Novel at the moment, so that's all thanks to you.
It's so great because I was trying to get all my friends to read it for, I think, as you know, for a while. And then what I had to do, it turns out, is like lure them into the book club and then set it as a book club book.
You got me in. It's fine. I'm here now. I think you've been telling me to read that for about 18 months or something, so I'm finally being obedient. It takes me a while to come around to a submission, but I do. But yeah, anyway.
I heard you talking about the Overstory, which is on my list for when I get through all my books that I've borrowed from the library and at least half of my TBR, then I'll read the Overstory.
That's good enough for me. One of the unusual sells I'd say about the Overstory is that you can put it down and pick it up again. Like, you don't have to read it all in one because it's so, all the characters are so distinct. You just remember what's that going on. It's quite a good like side book to have, like your side bitch.
I like having books. I have so many books I'm reading right now, so
relatable. Anyway, I think it's time, so I should probably leave you to it.
Well, thank you so much for hosting so wonderfully. It's such a joy to have you.
It's a joy to be here. I'll be in the chat anyway as well because I want to watch you do all your antics. But yeah, I miss you lots. I'll see you soon, hopefully. Bye.
Bye. Now Lena's just a sad black square. That's devastating. Hello everybody, good morning. I need to get all of my right tabs up. So the last bit Lena was talking about was the Overstory, maybe, and then the one that she was reading because I sat it for Life's Library is How to Write an Autobiographical Novel by Alexander Chee. Which is going to be the next Life's Library book. We've slightly extended the reading period for that because of shipping. I don't know if you know, but there have been some challenges to shipping in the world. I am wearing... Okay, so I got a knock on my door this morning from the Royal Mail. I didn't even know that the Royal Mail special delivery delivered on Sunday. And it was a box. And inside the box was a gift... Well, it was a gift wrap box. And inside the box was my Taylor Swift cardigan that I ordered. When did I order? I don't know. Speaking of shipping, I think I must have ordered it whenever Evermore came out or something. Anyway, I just wanted to say that Taylor Swift is my Valentine, and I don't know. You can't argue against that. Yeah, no post on Sunday except today. Apparently, maybe it's because of Valentine's Day. Maybe they got romantic. Maybe they just felt bad that it took me a long time. Okay, so what tabs do I need to say? I've got the chat. Hello to the chat. I'm going to get Tiltify. Chat, Tiltify. I can see the total raised on the screen, but I'm also going to put that up just because. Taylor is everyone's Valentine. Yes. I just finished watching Long Pond Sessions. Lovely. Lovely. Oh, Lex's sister bought them chocolates. It's very romantic. That reminds me that I bought extra vegan chocolates. Lex was over at mine yesterday, and I bought extra vegan chocolates specifically for them. And now I'm just going to have to eat them. So, oh my God, we've raised over $1 million on Tiltify alone. That's wild. 1.161584 on Tiltify. That is bananas. I've had the Gwen Stefani song in my head, you know. I've got an express post on Sundays. I think that's what it was. So if you're like, what is Tiltify? Tiltify is the website that we're using for donations that has all the perks, or as they're called on Tiltify, the rewards. We're also approaching, at projectforautism.com, we are approaching 90,000 votes. I would love to get us as soon as possible to 100,000 votes. We're going to watch a bunch of videos soon. We've got another one queued up ready to watch soon. I'm just going to chat a little bit before we do that. And voting is really, really important because voting closes when the live stream ends. So it is super important. And I know John is going to say the exact same thing. So it's super important to take a few minutes away from the live stream, or like half an hour away from the live stream, or however much you can bear to be away from the live stream. And watch some videos and vote, because that is a way that you can have an impact on who receives money from this, the second half of the Project for Awesome. And as we can see, it's going to be a bunch of money. It's going to be a bunch of money. So how you vote, you go to projectawesome.com, you watch videos on there, and for any that you'd like to vote for, you go to on the right-hand side of watching a video at projectawesome.com, you will see a little captcha bot that says, I'm not a robot. And then you go into an interaction with a little captcha bot. And then underneath, once you've proved or tricked that you're not a robot, you click the vote button. And that's what happens. That's what happens. So I'd love to get to 100,000 votes ASAP. We've got just under 6 hours left in the live stream. I think we can set some pretty lofty goals personally, especially as we're going to add new perks over the course of time. But I just want to check out what we've got before we go into a video soon. So what weird perks have been added overnight? I just wanted to shout out the letter template that was designed by Alice, which is going to be printable. I know a lot of you have gotten really into, sorry, my brain is catching up with my math. A lot of you have gotten into writing during the project, not during the Project for Awesome, during the Panettone. A lot of you have really got into writing letters. I definitely write a lot more letters than I used to because it's just so nice to send and receive something. So yes, that's a wonderful letter template. That's $7 and it's also included in the digital download bundle. Also included in both the digital download bundle and available for an $8 purchase is the Emmy. We'll send you an Emmy. No, it's the Emma movie commentary that Lex and I are doing about the Autumn to Wild Emma that came out last year. That is absolutely wonderful with Anya Taylor-Joy. We love that film and we will chat and laugh, and I'll probably make infinite Clueless references because there are many. And I know, and that's not because Clueless is an adaptation of Emma. It's also because they are very specifically referencing Clueless in several moments, and I will comment on that. I love it. There's the last batch of Nerdfighter art for $45. You can get wonderful art created and donated by Nerdfighters all around the world in all sorts of different mediums. You don't know what you're going to get, and that's part of the fun. Sabrina draws you a frog friend. There are still a few Alaska for Lookings available. There are 14 available of the physical signed paperback version of Alaska for Looking, which is Looking for Alaska, arranged in alphabetical order as part of an art project by Ryland. That's going to be really cool. I'm just like mentally noting the ones that I want to get before everything closed. That's $100. Oh, Jim and sold. Amazing. And the last of Sarah's original collages as well. There are 6 of those available. Let me get this. This was effective yesterday, so I'm going to get this off the wall. I'm in my, what the kids call my comfies today, because it's day 2. So this is a collage that Sarah made me for my birthday, and she uses vintage magazines, and they're really, really amazing. And if you frame them up like this, they just look beautiful. And she signs them because she's a professional artist. This one says, whatever it is, this is what happened. The way it was is the way it is. And it's been so nice to have it in my home. So I will hang that back up now. Great, lovely, lovely. All right, let's get ready to watch a video. So we're all going to watch this video together at projectforawesome.com/featured, and then we're going to talk about it in the chat, and you can vote for it if you want to give it that extra support, because your vote really matters. But yes, let's all go to projectforawesome.com/featured and watch the featured video. So I loved that. Firstly, I loved the OK Bye. I loved how much information was in that 1 minute 20 video. And I love UNHCR. I'm a big fan of the UN Refugee Agency. So I am going to tick the I'm not a robot to the right of that video and vote for it. I saw, just as we were going over to a featured video, I saw that we've crossed 90,000 votes at projectforawesome.com. So thank you to everyone who's voted, who's taken the time to vote. It's so important. We've also crossed this number that is so big. It's very beautifully symmetrical, actually. I'm going to screenshot it because it's lovely. We've crossed 2.040240 million. So 2 million, hang on, let me try and say this number. $2,040,240.69. Nice. So very exciting. Hello to the chat, everybody. Good balance of chocolate and milk. Oh, I want a chocolate milk. That sounds great. This is reminding me to switch my Lives Library sub to audiobook because I'm very much out of shelf space. I've been listening to loads of audiobooks this year, actually, which has been so nice because I sometimes just get very tired. I don't know about you. I don't know if you felt tired over these past 12 months or ever, but I've been feeling very tired, and I've been listening to a lot of audiobooks. I've been listening to the George Smiley audiobooks. I've been listening to a bunch of Nancy Mitford ones, which like don't age very well. there's a lot of, I mean, like at least with the George Smiley ones, there's a lot of stuff in there that you feel at least John le Carré is critiquing. With Nancy Mitford, I'm not so sure that Nancy Mitford is critiquing a lot of it. Anyway, can you say that number in an American accent? Like probably not, but I'll try. Like numbers are really hard. This is what we found out when I handed over to John yesterday. Okay, I just need to not think about it. I just need to be calm. That was also the thing. I was putting a lot of pressure on myself. $2,040,240.69. 2 million for one more time. $2,040,240.69. You don't say you don't do the and, do you? Okay. 2,040,240. How do they do? It's like 240, which is very hard. 240. I don't know. My mouth doesn't do it. I'm so I can't. It's just I'm very British. I'm thoroughly British. Well, I'm a half Mexican. I'm half British. Thank you for your encouragement. We have 5 hours and 45 minutes left in the Project for Awesome. So do take your time to vote for videos. It's really important. I know I'm going to keep saying this and you're going to be going bananas and being like, Rosianna, I voted. And I'm like, but you got to vote more. We have added a new perk. Very exciting news. There is a new, oh my God, someone bought my Self-Care Bunny from yesterday. That's so exciting. Hang on, let me scroll. Okay. At $200, there is a new perk where you can get 3 of the books from John and my book club, Life's Library, a book plate that are all designed by wonderful, wonderful designers. I was like hoping I'd have an example around here of one. I think there is one somewhere. I'll find one soon. 3 Life Library books, a book plate, and an exclusive random Life's Library perk. So those are at $200. If you'd like one of those, you can grab one. But there are all sorts of perks available. And also, as I say, don't worry if you can't afford to donate. Because you have your vote, and your vote matters, guys. Rock the vote. I can just hear CJ Craig saying that in my head. Yes, wonderful, magical, stunning. Oh, thank you for liking my hair clip. I made it last night. It says "Love Mars." So I got a bunch of these kits that you can like make your own hair clips, and I was really excited because I thought like, oh, that would be a really cool Project for Awesome perk because I could make some custom hair clips. But then all of this, like, they're not. It's going to show. Oh, I thought it was froze for a sec. It's going to shock you. It is not a very well-produced kit, and so everything falls off and the things don't line up properly. Because then for a bit I thought, well, maybe I can just super glue some of the stuff together to make it last its international travels. But no. So my goal for this time next year, one of my many goals, is to figure out a way to do custom hair clips and transport them and super glue them. Yes, Lex made one that said lice on it, which was a good one. It did freeze. All right, well, you know, stage 10 is also on the final day of the Project for Awesome. Should I be worried if my confirmation email still hasn't come for a purchase on Friday? You shouldn't be worried, but you can also email info@projectforawesome.com and someone will check that out for you. But when we've had this so far, I think pretty much everyone who's emailed has found that their perk actually did go through. I think we have slightly overwhelmed Tiltify, which is understandable because there are so many. Okay, we've got interest in the custom hair clips. Okay, wonderful. Great. So that will be for next year. That's not for this year. I just need to figure out how to transport them. Hank Green is not here in my home. No. Hank Green is in Montana and I'm in London. Also, by the way, I am Rosianna. I didn't say that. I'm Rosianna. I am John's producing partner. I produce the Fault in Our Stars. No, I produced Dear Hank and John and the Anthropocene Reviewed. And I also co-founded Life's Library, the book club, and what else do? I just do a lot of stuff. We worked together for a long time. It's been 8 years now that I worked with John, and I'm also a writer. We are not doing a make out with him, which is Lexon, my former podcast. We're not doing a make out with him for a pack. Sorry. We have retired the podcast. We loved it while it lasted. But it was from a time. What does a producer actually do? That's a really good question. So producers make things happen, is how I'd put it. We do a lot of well, it's a very broad term because it definitely covers a big, what's the word? A broad tent, is that what they call it? So for example, for producing Dear Hank and John, I go in and I pull questions from the inbox and make a little document with 30 questions every single week for Hank and John to pull from when they're recording the podcast. And then I sort through all the questions, and some of them might not be right for this week, but they might be great for the future. So I mark them for later, things like that. And then I coordinate with the different teams who are, well, normally there's a different team doing recording, but John and Hank are recording from home right now. And then it's a lot of coordination between recording, editing, uploading, that sort of thing. There's a lot of different people involved as well who make things possible. Like Julia, our communications coordinator, I think is her title, manages the Dear Hank and John Patreon and is super involved in other parts of it. Yeah, 30 questions is high because you don't know, sometimes you might pick a question, it might not quite work for that week, or you jump around a bit, or in between the time of recording and editing, there might be a reason that question isn't important anymore, or I don't know. And then on the film side, producing is Rosianna needs a many hats hair clip. Yes, I do. On the film side of it, it can be very different things because there are so many different roles for producing. I'm on the more creative producer side, so I get to have input on scripts, some input not final input, some input on scripts and just on projects in general, and develop projects and pitch them and all of that. So yeah, lots of, I don't know, I just do a bunch of things. I do a bunch of different things. I want to remember to thank a bunch of people because throughout the Project for Awesome, we've had matching donors, and that has made it possible for us to raise $2,041,213 dollars, not pounds, dollars and 69 cents. And the matching donors I want to thank this hour are Ian Udaly from Richmond, Virginia, an anonymous Wisconsinite, Kim, Mark and Simon, Gareth Morgan from Boston, and another Anonymous. Anonymous has been our most dedicated matching donor, not for quantity, but just for persistence. So thank you very much to everyone who's donated to the Project for Awesome, whether you're a matching donor or not, but I really wanted to shout them out because they have been absolutely fantastic. I also want to thank the Project for Awesome core team, Zuleha, who's helping me manage everything behind the scenes right now, but there's so many people involved. I'm gonna, if I name them I'll forget people and then I'll feel awful, but like Marianne, Nikki, Monica, Mark, instantly forget people. See, my brain just stops working. Paola, who's been doing like the perk wrangling, which is such a huge task, all the volunteers and the mods, Stage 10, Tilda Fike, you know, small time author John Green, big time TikTok sensation Hank Green, all of that. So yes, thank you everybody. Happy Valentine's Day. I love you all and I love Project for Awesome, and what a lovely way to spend it. It feels extremely appropriate. I bought myself roses in the style of Cher Horowitz, speaking of her. Mia says, remember to open the curtains if it's light outside, and that is good advice. I have a massive window in front of me, which is why I'm slightly like particularly whitewashed today. Did I do anything for Valentine's Day? Well, Valentine's Day has just begun here. It is 11 a.m, but Taylor Swift sent me a cardigan. Or it's just a very well-timed cardigan. I bought myself some roses. And then also I have a bottle of fizzy things, something fizzy in the fridge for when we wrap up Project for Awesome in 5 hours and 37 minutes. So yeah, thank you everyone. It's a very nice place to be here together and spend it together. And yeah, it honestly, like when I went to sleep last night, I was like, gosh, I feel so connected to everyone. It feels like such a connecting moment, and that's really nice. Rosianna, when you have to describe your job to people, what do you say? Well, I bumble about it a lot. I'm trying to get better at it, but I say I'm a producer, and that I work with John Green, but that I'm also a writer. Can I do more self-care bunnies? Probably can. I also, at some point soon, I'm going to put up my little monsters. So I did these yesterday. This is one, and I really love them. This is, I call them little monsters because that's sort of what they look like to me. I do a lot of like abstract art is sort of the art that I make. So I was thinking maybe I'd make like 10 of these or something like that. But yeah, just keep an eye out for that. It does look like it's going to come and munch people. I don't know. I don't think these things do. What pencils did I use? I use the Giotto. The Giotto pencils are my favourite. I love them because they've got all the good pastel colours. So it's just plain old colouring pencils. I was going to use pastels, but they won't travel very well. And like even if I spray it, so yeah, so it's all just basic colouring pencils, man. I'm going to pour some water, and you should too. Oh, hi, Shog. I do remember. It's nice to see you too. Yes, well, I have a very like singular art style. Someone said that they remind me of your "Be kind to yourself" poster. You can see my talking is so behind. They remind me of your "Be kind to yourself" poster. I have a very singular art style, and it is like waves and like triangles and little patterns, and then just all curves and colours put together, and that's always how I've drawn. And then recently I got into doing more watercolours as well, which is quite fun. And it's very good to sort of lose myself in that for a day or something and just, yeah, go all in. Okay, sorry, I'm just going to answer a perk question. Typey. Have I done any digital art? No, I haven't. I was talking to someone about how fun drawing on iPads looks with a stylus. I know that Steve Jobs was against the stylus, but yeah, it looks fun. I do sometimes do art and then sort of scan it in and play with it there, but yeah, it's great. Shout out to Miss Johnson's class for submitting so many videos. Yeah, I think that's awesome. I love it when people incorporate Project Awesome in their sounds good to you, Leha. Incorporate it into their classroom, and of course, like everyone has. Oh, there's a little fly. Of course, everyone has increased love for teachers this year. But yeah, it's really, really cool. I am the originator of the self-care bunny. That is correct, and I will later draw a self-care bunny again yesterday because I feel like I will later draw a self-care bunny that will go up later. Yeah. I find drawing on an iPad so fun, but I cannot draw. Well, drawing is the thing I love about drawing is that it really is something where when you put your things together over time, your work together over time that you've made, you can see such a progression. I'm not great at drawing like people and figures and things like that. But I've gotten better at drawing the self-care bunny. That's for one thing. So yeah. I don't know. It's weird to hear taps on glass as opposed to how pencils sound. Yeah, I mean, I think this is another thing of why I've used like really practical materials so far, is that I usually draw and paint and things like that because I am on screens all the time. I like work on screens, and even prior to this year, like I use the medium of screens at all time. So yeah, that's why I like making art away from screens as well. What's the story behind the self-care bunny? So John asked me to thank you, Zuleyha. John asked me to draw something. It was maybe after Nathan Zed made a video, something about a burrito, like your precious burrito or something like that, because he wanted to include it in his end screen, and then I drew a little bunny, and that's the whole story. Then he just kept asking for more and more, and I drew more and more bunnies, and then self-care bunny sort of. Oh, you're a good burrito. That's right. That's what it was. Thank you. It was from the Good Enough video. Yes. So that's sort of how it began. And then John kept asking for bunnies, and then I just started drawing them in my free time. The thing that I find hard sometimes is just coming up with something that doesn't feel like really contrived as something to say, but that's also a little bit specific. So I think we had one that said something like, remember to hydrate above the water cooler. Is that what they call it? Yeah, it was great. 2 million was reached, I think like, I want to say like 9 a.m., 8 a.m. Okay, my little monsters are live. You can get an original, one-of-a-kind little monster drawing. There'll only be 10 available at $300 for these. I might do some more self-care bunny prints later, but for now, little monsters. They have a lot of colors. You can frame them. I like framing things because it just makes everything look fancier. I wonder if I've got a frame that fits. Hang on. Let me show you what I mean. Let me frame my own work for you so you can see how fancy it looks. My muscles are weary. It was around 11 p.m. MST while Hank was on the stream, so that's like 7 a.m. GMT. All right. Fancy framing. Oh, I mean, this is very wonky frame. You fell out of the frame. Oh dear. Here we go. Hopefully it doesn't fall out of the frame this time. See? Art. Anyway. So that's one for, I know it's a high price point, so don't spend money you don't have. I just also wanted to do something a little special. If you're looking to spend a little extra money, there's also the Life's Library book perk, where you get 3 Life's Library books and BookPlate, and it's one of the exclusive Life's Library perks. It is signed. It's signed on the bottom left because there wasn't space on the bottom right. You just can't really see it. There we go. With yesterday's date. Very exciting. Oh, gonna just keep cracking my neck. Oh, 2 people have bought Little Monsters already. Thank you. It's so much fun. Yes, Chopper, if you frame it, it's fancy. Art, art, art. I think in about 10 minutes we should watch another video. Remember that a very important part of the next 5.5 hours is to vote, because if you go to projectwalton.com and watch videos, then you click on the video, you watch the video, and then if you were like, I want to vote for that charity, you go to the right, you do the capture code, and then you click a vote. And sometimes it remembers that you're not a robot. So that's very nice. How lovely. Thank you. I drew it with pencil, specifically colouring pencils. I had a big rest after we reached 2 million, and I gotta say, snoozing while listening to Patrick Rothfuss was a delight. Yes, indeed. He's great. I'm gonna watch back some of the P4A, I think later tonight, probably. Could I please read to you at some point? Yes, I can read to you when we get to $2,044,000. Yeah, I'm gonna write that down. As we saw yesterday, I forget things. Oh look, here's a book plate. Here's one of the book plates for Life's Library. This was designed by Maddie. This was our very first book plate, in fact. How convenient that it was just here. Oh, and if you also want to see, so as I said, that Alice designed some wonderful letter paper. She also designed some great Life's Library stickers, and I have them by my computer to remind me how much I love Life's Library. Not that I need reminding, because I love it very much. I need to write this down. Okay, maybe on the back of this receipt. Read people my writing. My writing's very sad, but I'll read you a bit of that at some point maybe. All right, so what was it? 2.04 milli. I will read to you. And in 7 minutes, we're going to watch the new featured video. And that's the only note that I had to make for myself. What exactly is a book plate, asked Jen? Well, book plates, or ex libris, they're also called, say who the book belongs to. And you can put them in your book as part of like cataloguing your library. And also if you lend a book to someone and then they try and steal it, you can open it and be like, that's my book. It's mainly a great excuse to like have wonderful art in a book, and just we love working with all these different artists, and they interpret the brief so differently, and there are some really abstract ones and some really like old school literary ones, and it's just an absolute delight. Go do your Swedish homework. It's okay. It's fine. I'll still be here. I'll be here until 2 p.m. I'm here for another 2.5 hours. I'm around, and the live stream ends in 5.5 hours. So, yeah. Natalia says, I use that exact ex libris as a laptop decal. Yes, so you can use book plates. Like, I use them as bookmarks. I stick them on things. I always give them when I gift books to people now, because it's just really nice. So, yeah, there's great stuff. I'm still very excited for Hank doing the Space Girl dance, frankly. And the April May short story, and John's cookbook. I was talking to John a bit about his cookbook yesterday. Actually, he taught me through some of the recipes that are inside his cookbook, and I'm very excited for them. Yeah, so the new packs that we've just added, if you're just joining us, Life's Library books, you can get a set of 3 random books from the Life's Library Book Club, a book plate, and an exclusive random Life's Library pack. Reminder that all physical packs include shipping internationally. You can donate a little bit extra if you want to contribute to the shipping, but yes, that's what that is. I also just added some Little Monster art. There are 8 still available, and they are going to be 10 different drawings in the style of these little kind of monsters made by me. Amber says this is the best way to spend a Valentine's Day. Brits asks, who is for underlining and writing in books? I am for it. I am for like just giving the book every indication that you've read it. I dog ear my books, I crack the spines, I underline, I write little notes. I borrowed a book from Lex recently, and it was really fun to see the little exclamation points in certain parts. Yeah, just great. Highlighting rather than underlining. Yeah, a lot of my older books have highlighting. The only thing that I guess makes me not highlight as much now is that the colours don't hold. Oh, I forgot Kitty Time! Oh, that's so sad. I'll make up for it. I'm sorry. The only thing is that the colours don't quite hold. And I used to use a lot of those like neon yellow highlighters, and they just don't. And some of the books, like, they get absorbed by the page. Anyway, I have a lot of feelings about it, apparently. I do notes in a separate notebook because it's too intimate to write notes in the book and loan it out. Yeah, that's very smart. I love a book that's been loved. I feel far too anxious about people seeing marginalia to actually write in books. My copy of Looking for Alaska is filled with all my teen angst. You and me both. In fact, I have my copy of Looking for Alaska right here. This was the one that I... This was my introduction to John. Was buying this in the bookshop when I was 14, and it's like fallen out. It has a book plate in it, very wonkily put, from that age, a Jane Austen book plate. You can also put them on this page. Oh yeah, this book is so loved. Very lovely. All right. Stretching. My weary bones. My weary bones. It was really fun to go to the Looking for Alaska set, and I brought the book with me because I was just like, it feels like a good mission. I love writing notes in my book and getting to reread my thoughts and maybe argue with myself when I revisit the book. I find it hard to notate a book when it's just for pleasure and not uni. I feel like I need the pressure of a good essay to do it thoroughly. All very good points. We have reached I've got numbers, man. $2,042,949.99. So we are cruising towards that 2.044 million when I will read to you. So yes, but we are going to get ready to watch a new video. So if you head to projectforawesome.com/featured, we'll watch a new video. Remember to vote for videos at projectforawesome.com. Voting ends when the stream ends, and that's in 5 hours and 20 minutes. So let's go to projectforawesome.com/featured and watch a new video. So I am back. If you just joined while you're watching a video, please head to projectforawesome.com/featured to watch Anson's video for the Social Diversity for Children Foundation. Another great one. I just love watching people's videos. That's such a big part of Project for Awesome. That's why I talk about it all the time on streams. And we've just crossed 91,000 votes on projectforawesome.com. So if you'd like to vote for that foundation, you can just go to the right, prove you're not a robot, and vote. Crucial part of the Project for Awesome. You can, if you go to projectawesome.com, just got a little hiccup caught in my throat. That's not ideal. Okay, so if you go to projectawesome.com, you can go to category if that's a particular thing you're interested. So for instance, human rights, and it will show you all of the videos created for human rights related organizations. So for instance, we watched Habibi Works video yesterday. Or you can go by charity and you can search for a charity as well and it will pop up. So do take some time today. There are some fantastic videos made, some by students, especially from Miss Johnson's classroom who all made videos. There are some from your favorite YouTubers as well, like Taylor, my favorite YouTuber, created a video, or like small time YouTuber Hank Green, massive on TikTok. So yes, anyway, that's what you've got to take some time to do that at projectawesome.com, and we'll continue to feature videos throughout my live stream. But yes, please vote. It's important. Voting's very important. Voting ends when the stream ends, and that is in 5 hours and 14 minutes and 6 seconds. And I didn't calculate that myself. There is a timer on the projectawesome.com website, which is also why it's useful. Yeah, Taylor is amazing. I'm a massive It's Radish Time fan. So I know only Honk, TikToker Billy Honk. This is what happens when you come on Sunday morning, because I have clearly missed a lot that has gone on. And some of you have been up the whole time. And I used to stay up for the whole Project for Awesome. And now I get 8 hours sleep. And yeah, someone asked, did anyone get a confirmation email after they got a perk? I got a receipt from PayPal, but nothing from Tiltify or the P4A. Okay, so if you donate through PayPal, as I understand it, which is the perk of using Tiltify now, because a lot of you haven't been able to contribute to the Project for Awesome because of the lack of PayPal integration. If you donate and get a perk through PayPal, you won't get a receipt from Tiltify, you will just get one from PayPal. And that's something that we've known. So if you got one from PayPal, you're sorted. Butt is legs. Butt is legs. Yeah. Can confirm that butt is legs. I mean, is there anyone who doesn't think that butt is legs at this point? Like, it's just science. It's just what the science is. There are some Beanie Sandfabs coasters still going. You probably have feelings about Hank's beloved Beanie Sandfabs, says the first line of the introduction. But I have coasters that were made for Life's Library that are just so high quality. So yes, I can't add more postcards because I don't literally have any more postcards. So postcards were a limited perk, but maybe we can do some other things later. Oh wow, some people think butt is not legs. And I just, no, butt is legs. Sheridan says butt is butt, and like, no. Sheridan, by the way, if you listen to Dear Hank and John, and you asked, and you had the question where someone wrote in and asked, what does it mean that the podcast is shared in Gibson? I always hear Hank say at the end of the podcast, shared in Gibson. Now I can't hear anything at the end of the podcast when Hank is thanking Sheridan Gibson, who is in the chat, other than shared in Gibson. So that has switched. Listen, Aaron Carroll, great doctor, but butt is legs. So yeah, feet is legs. Just saying. Feet is legs. I want to get, okay, so here's what's on my wish list. The enamel pin. Alice's Project for Awesome 2021 poster, which has like Nedfyteria as an actual place, and it's kind of takes me back to Habbo Hotel in a way, and just the joy of like fictional place. Zule has just taught me a hack. Thank you. Hang on. It's a Tiltify hack. Recent donors to thank. First and foremost, Anonymous. Grayson, thank you for donating. Kelly, thank you for donating. Rebecca, Rihanna, A Nice Guardian, Grayson again, Deepan, Snowy, Ben, Nicole, Meldarian, Spud. Thank you, Spud. I love. Wow. People are really angry about Fita's legs. Thank you to Rebecca, to Sam, to Laura Ann, to Sabine, to Farkrog. Anonymous says happy birthday. Happy birthday to whomever Anonymous is wishing a happy birthday. Jess says thank you to all the volunteers that make P4A happen. And Anonymous says pelicans scare me and I don't know if I should tell Hank. That's really funny. Sarah, Gina Grinstead, Dalmain, Anonymous, Brendan, Nick 42 Dent, Mike, Elka, Marlena. Thank you everybody who's donated so far. People are, there's a lot of anatomy. Long time Nerdfighter Adam the Alien asks if feet are legs is head neck. No, head is not neck. Head is head, but feet are legs. So Emma asks, feet is butt? We're all so silly. I love it. We have. Oh no! I just refreshed, but instead of refreshing, pressed home. Anyway, this craziness. We are approaching 2.044 milli on projectfoursome.com, which includes the matching funds. Thank you to everyone who has donated to projectfoursome.com/donate. Rosianna is so wrong and I hate it so much. I won't challenge that nearly because you have been a long time community member and a great supporter of my work. However, me stoking controversy? No, never. What should I read from? I don't know if I'm ready to read from my thing. Let me see if there's anything that's not that sad to read from my NaNoWriMo. Everything's quite sad. Or I could read from one of my short stories, actually. Maybe I'll read from that space short story that's really sad. Where is that? Where did I put that sad space short story? What's it called? Shared with me. I have so people share a lot of Word documents with me. My drive. All right. Short story group. Rex says I love the space story, and they're the only person who's really read it other than my short story group. My computer, which normally holds up really well with activity, is screaming. Where is the story? That's a different sad story. That's a different sad story. Oh, that's a really sad story. Where's the space story? What did I call the space? That's not even my story, that's someone else's story. Short story group. This is really, I'm sorry that this isn't particularly interesting. Oh yeah, I found it. Oh no, I'm going to be really embarrassed. Lex says, Rosianna only writes tragedies and I only write comedies. The only thing I don't like about Tiltify is that the perks are quite small and it's hard to tell if I'd like a sticker pack or poster when I can't really see it. It's good to know. Controversy. right? There is a controversy on how to pronounce controversy. And even like I feel like people like Stephen Fry says like controversy. I don't know, he doesn't even make many he says it in a very particular public school way that I don't have access to. But click into the pack before selecting for a larger image. Okay, controversy is very British. So like I am saying it true to my people. I haven't read this story in a long time, but I as we are approaching, I will read it when we get to 2,044,922.69. So in the American accent, I'm waiting to get to $2,044,000. There is a controversy. Okay, so hang on. Let me read the controversy about controversy. Controversy is very British. I've had it go both ways. Controversy. Rosianna, you were wrong again. Rosianna's just saying it the English way, that's fine. Controversy. It's Leviosa. Not Leviosa. In Scotland, we say controversy. Well, Scotland's pretty cool. Oh my God, there is a controversy. Oof, accent controversy. 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 Controversy, but controversial. Yeah, controversial for sure. That one I know. My friend found an arm in the pathology. That's not about controversy. That's about something else. That's about halves. Controversy. Oh, we've crossed 2,044. 2,044. I am practicing my numbers. Yeah. I don't have any sense of what I say. Oh yeah, the Americans don't say it right. That's the only thing that I know. That's the only thing that I know. All right, so you have raised you make me say numbers again. $2,044,000. If you'd like to donate, go to Project for Awesome. It's like arson. It's a hard word. projectforawesome.com/donate to donate for Project for Awesome and Tiltify. And as a reward, I'm reading from my Space short story that I wrote for a group and last edit was made on February the 1st, 2018. What time does the Project for Awesome end? It ends in 5 hours. I'm here until 2 p.m. All right, this is a short story called Lansley, and I can't remember what the prompt was. I think it might be Countdown. Oh, God. We were working through the data drop this morning when he came back to me, sleepy in his dressing gown, stepping out of his room to say goodbye. His blurry eyes, his quiet sadness, both of us holding on to each other as though trying to hold on to time itself. How about the samples from Wednesday? Lansley's voice broke through the haze. She looked at me impatiently, a look that said it wasn't the first time she'd asked. The data drop was the most laborious part of the week, and we both wanted to get it over with so we could get back to other administrative tasks that didn't require babysitting computers. Wednesday's samples aren't going through properly, I said, trying to keep the annoyance out of my voice, because I knew it wasn't really her fault. My 3 hours of sleep hadn't done the trick, and he so rarely came to me these days as he had done just then, real in front of me. What error are you getting? Looks like 84? She tapped through her guide string as it slugged to 84 and called out the combinations for me to plug in. Any luck now? As if in response to Lansley's question, the data drop monitor purred, the sweet, sweet sound of an overexerted fan trying to send sample data to Earth. Success, I said triumphantly, bite by bite, making its way home to Inverness, where it would be catalogued, probably by 2 women who found the data drop as much of a pain as we did. Lansley pulled her long black hair over her shoulder and checked off the week's soil deposits on her clipboard. They like us to have 2 copies of our records on the ship, one in the computer, one manual, and both through a bit of a nightmare. We worked slowly and methodically through the remainder of the week's samples. The jar's worth we'd collected in Plot B on Umbriel, the little rocks from Plot 1 on Puck, and the weird grey-blue soil we had collected yesterday, which was a bit like sulphur. About 4 hours later, Lansley whacked down her clipboard on the bridge and clocked us out of the drop. Most of our days on the ship were like this, the 2 of us finding our pattern, weaving in and out of each other and getting the job done. She described it to me once, in a moment of characteristic frankness, as a relationship between assigned roommates in university halls. I was fond of her, though. fond of her efficiency and focus and way with numbers, of the way she laughed at recordings of stand-up comedy from 20 or 30 years ago, full of jokes I couldn't begin to understand, and even of that impatient look that told me she expected more of me. It was easy to forget in this university dorm room and space that we were doing serious work. In any event, I was glad to be doing it with Lansley. After the drop, we tried to fix the social speakers using a patch Control had sent through. Control wouldn't let us play anything through the main comms, understandably, I suppose, so we had a separate set for Lansley's comedy recordings and my aughts playlists, but they stopped working a few days ago. Broken speakers made everything a smidge more tense, which I knew they were picking up on in our readings because I kept receiving positive check-in texts from Geoffrey, our allocated mood monitor in Scotland, who, had we not met him before departure, I would have been convinced was a robot. No dice, try it again. I pressed play on my screen. Nothing. The ship is having a right stop today. Can you hold this bit for me? Lansley passed me a thick grey cord and then, holding wires in her teeth in a manner that was definitely not Control endorsed, pointed at a flick panel to our right. I crouched down, plugged it in as she collected a third wire and coiled them together. Now? I tried once more. Nothing. But wait. Lucky I have strong legs like my mother to run for cover when I need it, blared out the speakers. Sorry, I said bashfully. Forgot to turn the volume up. Part of me was waiting to be admonished, but Lansley pulled me up off the floor, and soon we were laughing hysterically, trying to do our best shaky dances, and filled with relief that the silence was over. For a moment as we danced, I thought of him again, held tight, face into neck, his morning stubble on my cheek. He goes to release, but I don't, and so again, and so again. As it fell away, I saw that Lansley, too, was somewhere else. She danced alone, but as though she were leading someone, like she was in the middle of a conversation I couldn't hear. For two 24-year-olds who had spent hundreds of hours in the great big vacuum of space together, we didn't share much about before. It was just easier to get on with the job that way. I watched her dance until 5 pips, sharp and high, let us know that it was time for the X-check. Nothing is unscheduled on the ship, and even dance break had to end. Lansley helped me into my suit and hooked me in before stepping back through the airlock door. With my big Mickey Mouse gloves, I held onto the belt and the exterior monitor as I waited for her to cycle the airlock. In the films about space I used to watch growing up, the pressurization and depressurization took a minute or two. In reality, our ship usually took about half an hour to cycle through. Half an hour standing there in my uncomfortable suit and thinking about him and whether he was waiting and knowing he wasn't, and knowing that even if he were, our timelines no longer sat alongside one another. Ready, Ace? Lansley only ever called me Ace before the X-check. She never said, but I knew anything exterior gave her anxiety. It gave us all anxiety on the ship, outside the ship, and off the ship, but I was used to it now. Ready, I said. I held onto the belt with one hand and hopped outside the ship, weightless in the vastness of it all. The exterior monitor in my hand began to scan the ship for issues. Before, we had hooked our X monitors on our suits, but one of the other teams had lost theirs that way, and they weren't exactly cheap. Now we had to enforce a division of labour with each hand. How's it going out there, Ace? Lansley's voice came through my headset. I could tell she was nervous, but she hid it well. All checking out so far, Al. I'm getting a readout of rust particles on lens K3. Can you check that for me? Rust from what? I headed over that way all the same, the monitor scanning away as we walked. And I'm getting an error again, Ace. With the lens? I inched closer, lens K3 being in a particularly tricky spot, which was saying something considering I was bobbing around a small vessel, which was itself floating in a massive vacuum of lifelessness, the universe, and everything. No, not with the lens, I don't think. Nothing for a moment, and I could see Lansley scrolling through the monitor on the bridge, frustrated with herself for not knowing the answer. I wanted to say something to reassure her that she was doing well, but I didn't know how to say it. I've always found it so hard to be sincere like that when people most need it. Not with the lens. It's just flashing up as an error. 84, I think. I racked my brains and then remembered the morning's data drop, which at this point felt like years ago. Pre-speakers working again. That's the data error, Elle. The one with the soil samples. Maybe it's a problem with the data drop from earlier. No, she said simply. Leaving her to troubleshoot with the side monitor, I looked down at the X monitor again to try to fix lens K3. Elle? I'm trying to fix it. No, it's not that. It's just that the X monitor is showing error 84 too. I let the silence encase us again. Lansley tried various patches after having no luck with the guide and left word with control. They were focused on a big corporate launch the following day and slow to respond. Why didn't they turn their fucking out of office on? I heard her spit to herself. If they're not going to respond, why not send it to voicemail? It's okay, Elle. I could hear her panic growing in the venom and it scared me. If I can't see what the problem is out here with the monitor down, I'll come back in and we can work it out together. You can't come back in, she said miserably, until we've fixed this. I can't cycle the airlock with the monitor down. Tapping in the background as she apparently tried to persuade the error away with her fingertip. No, it's fine. There's a manual override. I remember how to do it. Hold on. I stepped back towards the airlock, feeling a strange dread or a kind of urgency, but not understanding it other than Lansley was nervous and Control wasn't responding. There are times when you feel like a human alone in space, and times when you feel like you're a silly piece of rice someone's forgotten about, of no importance or care to anyone else, fate decided entirely by your environment. Get it together, I thought. Not for you, for Lansley. She's scared. Get it together. I moved with more purpose towards the airlock, one hand still holding the belt, the other the X monitor. The roaring warped through my headset, hearing the outside through what Lansley was hearing inside. What was that? Her question pushed out all around me as I moved my head and heavy helmet in every direction looking for the answer. I couldn't see all of the ship from here. Had something fallen off? Alice, what was that? Are you still there? Sorry, I was trying to see what it was, but I can't see anything different. I held onto the belt tighter and checked the X monitor again. Still error 84. Just get back in here, please, okay? Get back inside and we will work. This time I felt it before I heard it. The ship dropped under my boots a meter or so, tugging me along with it, tethered to the outside. The same roar warped through again. Deciding now was not the time to put a monitor's safety ahead of my own, I hooked the X monitor to my suit and held onto the belt with both hands, moving my heavy boots back to the airlock, willing them to make it there. Finally, my boots drove into the little shaft next to the door, as we'd been taught in training. I moved a hand from the belt and felt all around the shaft for the manual override. Relief washed over me as I heard the airlock click, and its strange eye opened, letting me climb through. I had to cycle the pressurization before I could get back into the ship, but I was at least inside, almost there. And then, Ace, I think we're running out of fuel. The crack in Lansley's voice terrified me. How's that possible? How can we possibly be running out of fuel? I don't know, I just ran the scenarios and more tapping in the background, and maybe even a kick. It's not coming up on here, but I remember that sound from flight training for a smaller ship, and I think, her fist slamming on the bridge, I really think that's what it is. The fear slid down my insides like bleach, rapid, burning. I checked the airlock cycle. Still 29 minutes to go. The fuel didn't just get the ship between sites, but also powered all of the ship's renewing systems, including the airlock pressurization system. We could probably float for a while, but eventually, it didn't bear thinking about. Okay, Al, listen, you keep trying to work on a fix or a workaround or something short term that will just buy us a bit more time. I'll keep on at control from here until someone picks up. Okay, came a small reply. I took a deep breath and tried to get through to control on the airlock monitor, forgetting that, of course, error 84 would be showing on here too. Lot of help that is, I thought angrily. Error 84, you're probably going to die, but we won't let you use any other commands on the ship that would actually help you. I looked around for a comms point like the one on the bridge which went directly to control and didn't need a systems monitor. Nothing. Fuck! I checked the airlock cycle again. 22 minutes to go. Alice? I'm here. Alice, I can't fix it. It won't let me do anything. It won't let me override it. It won't let me reset it. It won't even let me manipulate it a bit. That's okay, Lansley. We'll find another way. Can you try control from there again? I can't get through from here. No one's picking up still. I just tried. I have 19 minutes left on the airlock cycle. Neither of us said it, but we both knew it. I rammed my helmet into the airlock wall, willing it to cooperate, knowing it wouldn't. Alice? Yeah, Lansley? I expected her to say I'm scared, or I'm finding it harder to breathe because I knew the centralized oxygen supply would be slowing down, or even, I wish you'd taken this more seriously. What I didn't expect was, would you mind if I put some comedy on? As long as it lasts, I mean? I smiled. Please do. The tiredness swept over me in a huge wave. Lansley had stopped speaking around when the 50-year-old laughter did, but the audience's mirth rang around my suit, the strange coffin slowly interring me as my supply ran out. And then he came back, as vivid as he had that morning. Had it just been that morning? Sleepy in a dressing gown, stepping out of his room to say goodbye. His blurry eyes, his quiet sadness, both of us holding on to each other as though trying to hold on to time itself. And I heard it again, what he had said into my shoulder, so quiet I almost missed it. I am safe. In reply, 2 billion kilometers away and many years too late, me whispering, you are safe. The end. I told you I write sad stories. Oh, thank you for listening to that. So I was reading a short story that I wrote in 2018 because you raised $2,044,000 and now you've raised $2,045,000. Thank you for listening to my sad space story. Thank you for your kind words about it. It's kind of a good sad. I'm glad. Is Dodie here? Hi, Dodie. I just saw an oh no. I'm sorry for making you cry. Oh, it works as a metaphor for lockdown. Oh God, it really does, doesn't it? So yeah, that's my story. What's it called? Where's it published? It's currently called Lansley, and it is only published in my Google Drive, and I've shared it with a few friends. I don't know. Maybe I should try and put it in something. Wait, did they die? I've got bad news. How is everyone doing at this morning? I love the part they put some comedy on. Yeah. Yeah, you get friend privileges. I'll send it to you. Okay, so we've got an exciting perk coming up to add sometime soon. But it's not ready yet. I'm just hyping it. Thank you for the kind words about my hair clip. It is very space themed. It says "Love Mars." I'm not ready to put it in the digital download bundle, but maybe at some point I will put it somewhere. So I don't know. Thank you very much for the kind words about it, though. It really means a lot. This is such a wonderful creative community, I want to say, on top of everything else. I just love that we're always just working on our own projects and sharing them, and it's fabulous. It's just really fabulous. So thank you. I'm really I feel so nostalgic at the moment. Also probably something to do with the isolation and stuff. Oh, I might get Alexa on actually then. Hang on. I need to find the link for that. Lex, I'm going to email you the link to join. Jodie says, don't forget to donate to be a greaty matey. What was I going to say? Did anyone remember what I was? Create community followed by butt discourse. Yes, that's exactly what we are. Oh yeah, no, I've been feeling really nostalgic about this community because I just crossed my 15 years on YouTube, which is wild. And so much of that time, from my second year on YouTube, so much of that time is wrapped up in this community in some way, shape or form. And we've had some weird years, life has happened. But it's, yeah, I don't know. It's just really special, and I feel really lucky. I'm gonna just tell Lex over email them a link. Link in your email to join. They might also have heard this. We are the second highest total ever. Yes, it's incredible. Let's talk about money. I love talking about money. We're at $2,045,746.69. I love the people who keep adding 69 to the end of it. We were at 99 for a moment. Oh no. What did I do? Did something weird. So yes, it's absolutely wonderful. And if you want to donate, go to projectforawesome.com/donate, and you can see all sorts of perks. If this is your first time using Tiltify, at projectforawesome.com, it might not be immediately apparent where to donate. So you go to the little blue star that says rewards. It's under the green bar that shows all the money we've raised, which is wild. So yes, and then you click rewards, and then you scroll down. You can either like search for rewards, so you can search like Rosianna. Rosianna's a little monster art, for instance. There are 7 available. Look how cute they are. You could have your own little monster, or you could search Life's Library. Oh, Lex is joining. Thrilling. I like how whenever I use Slack, it says, Zuleha, who's directing the stream right now, it says, it's 7:30 a.m. for Zuleha. Like, why are you disturbing Zuleha at this time? Life's Library. We've got some Life's Library books available. We're a set of 3 random Life's Library books. And we're just getting ready to add Lex into the group. There's always a fight between the people who want it to end in 00 versus the people who want 69. We broke the fundraising site record this year. Yeah, I mean, it's a toss-up. Like, Indiegogo, you couldn't use PayPal, but the interface people are very used to. But PayPal means that a lot more people can take part. It's hard because, like, a lot of people don't have debit cards or credit cards. So yes, thrilling. I haven't seen any of Oren's hosting yet, so I want to go back and do that ASAP. A friend.
Do I need to turn my audio off?
No, it
Is there a
cancels
horrible
out.
echo?
Not as far as I'm aware. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Lex. I'm Rosianna's friend. That's my claim to fame, is that I am a friend of Rosianna.
That's
It's my main claim to fame. And I make videos on the internet sometimes, very sporadically, and I write books. That's what I do now.
It's perfect. And
That's all I've got.
Is there like big book news? Is there like maybe you got a book coming out? Maybe.
My debut novel is coming out July 8th this year, and it's a Regency era rom-com. And I'm line editing it right now on my other screen. And I've just been using you as like lovely background noise and a good distraction so that I don't have to pay attention to what I'm actually doing. Which is why my line edit tracker, these are like squares for
it's so cute.
today. Well, that's why it's meant to, you know, there's 230 pages and I've reached page 24 of my line edits. So yeah.
But because I'm very special, I've read the book already and it's fantastic, and I'm very excited for everyone else to read it on the 8th of July. It's coming out in lots of different countries, including the US, and it's thrilling. It's thrilling. And Lex writes much funnier books than I do. I write things that are all about death.
My approach to writing in general is to make myself laugh. And I think that's just like, it's the only reason why I write books. Or I say write books. I've written a few on the slide. I've got 1 book coming out. That's why I write book, singular.
The book is
just while I've got the stage, I would like to say that butt is hinge. Butt's hinge. Butt's not legs, butt is hinge. So and also, when you said the words feet is legs, I felt like my soul left my body because I was just so furious, I think is the word. Like I knew you just did it. What?
We've got a really exciting new perk that's got to just go out.
Are you allowed to say what it is?
I am. I'm just making sure that I can load it before I. Yeah. Okay. So, you know those really cool coasters that I have from Life's Library where they have all the books on it. They're like wood laser cut. Well, Jim, who makes them and who also has made the like somewhat horrifying but much loved Beanie Sanfurbs coaster, has donated 100 self-care bunny coasters. at $15. They are made out of 3mm thick birch plywood. They're laser engraved. They are finished with 2 coats of polyurethane. Polyurethane?
Polyurethane.
I just feel like I'm talking about urine. But they're not urine varnish. They are very beautifully. Actually, while you host, and I'll get my coasters to show them off. Go on.
Hi, everybody. I can't see the chat because I closed it. So you could all be saying horrible things about me and I would have absolutely no idea. So really, now is your time to just like really go in, say very mean things about me while I try and get the chat open again without a horrifying moment of echo. We'll see how it goes. Oh, no. See, it didn't go well.
If you just pop it out and then you can pause the video. Anyway, this is the Life's Library coaster.
Beautiful.
So to give you an example, polyurethane. Everyone's arguing how to pronounce it. Everyone says we are being nice to you. Don't worry. Please don't say horrible things about Lex, says Mia, who's a mod and is just working so hard to keep things happy.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, don't say horrible things about me. Someone pointed out that I lied, and it's beautiful. It's beautiful. I love it.
Right?
How can people get these amazing perks?
Well, so the Self-Care Bunny coaster is a Project for Awesome exclusive. It is a Self-Care Bunny laser engraved poster, and if you go to projectforawesome.com/donate, you'll be redirected to Tiltify. And on Tiltify, if you click on underneath the green bar, there's a little blue star that says rewards. And if you click it, then you go, $15, Self-Care Bunny poster. Coaster, not poster. Coaster, not poster. Select this reward. Your details. My email address. I am just going to buy one right now.
I love this tactic. You're actually getting one right now.
Yeah, Self-Care Bunny. Next. And then you go and, it requires a shipping address. Okay, this is where I live. Hogwarts in Narnia.
Beautiful.
It's always hard to find what London is called. Like sometimes London is like Greater London. Sometimes it's very specific. The Self-Care Bunny poster has not existed yet, so we cannot see it.
Ooh.
But we're all getting them. This is great. What did you just say?
I said it cannot yet. I said it cannot yet be perceived.
It cannot yet be perceived. Why is it putting that as my payment?
No.
That card doesn't exist yet. Oh no!
Does it exist yet?
No, it's expired.
I was going to say you're using a credit card that has not yet been created, which is some kind of like very advanced technology that I've not heard of.
These are incorrect tenets of time travel.
So the reason I said I lied was because somebody pointed out to me that I actually do have a book out already, and I said it was my first book. I do have a book out already. It's non-fiction for young adults called You're Crushing It. Sorry that I lied. I'm sorry about my hideous dishonesty.
At your fish.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Here's a fun fact about polyurethanes, whatever it's called. It really is related to urine because urea, which is one of urine components, is used for producing it. Fun fact.
Is that like when people used to say that the erasable pens that you could use at school? They said that in the eraser side it had urine in it. Do you remember that? No,
did
just me.
No, in my school.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, it certainly smelled like urine. I don't know if it had urine.
Those things were so cool. You could really use them. Lex is a debut novelist, but not a debut author. That's a really good way of putting it.
Yeah.
You are a debut novelist.
Very true. I didn't brush my hair before I crashed into this stream. And also I did promise I would read some stuff.
Yes, read some things.
To counteract the sadness. I immediately had a massive panic in which I realized that I'm not allowed to read stuff. But I'm sure I can read things completely out of context, and therefore
do that all the time.
Yeah,
and then you
I'll
just penguin much later.
Yeah, because I am gonna do some reading of the book like when it's closer to coming out. But I'll just read you some like completely out of context sentences that hopefully will counteract some of the sadness from Rosianna's brilliant space story, which I love so very much. I actually was wanting to read it again the other day, so I'm glad I just got the audiobook experience. Perfect.
Maybe I should do an audiobook recording of it.
Yeah, because your voice is so good for. I want you to read my audiobook. They won't tell me who is reading my audiobook yet, but
me. Like,
hi, Rosianna. Rosianna for audiobook 2021. That would be great.
I didn't give you your napkin.
Oh yeah, I need my napkin. Rosianna made me a Bartlett for America style napkin when I got my US publishing deal that said Lex for America, and I cried when I saw it because I'm very easily pleased by people drawing on napkins. It was emotional. It was an emotional time, you know, your first napkin.
Read us from your book and keep donating, people.
I'm just skimming through random lines here, so I'll just pull out some random lines. Oh, thank you, Mrs. Gadforth, and might I say I did admire the vaguely pornographic topiaries you've commissioned on the back lawn. There's a line for you. Well, come along then, said Mrs. Burton, eyeing her with utmost suspicion. Your uncle ate a funny grape and isn't feeling at all himself. We're going home. I think these just mean absolutely nothing out of context. I hope that someone's getting like vague enjoyment out of them.
Bunny cases have sold out.
They've sold out. How many were there?
Sold out. 100. We're finding out. We're finding out more information behind the scene, but it seems like 100 have sold out.
Oh my goodness! Is it kitty time? When's kitty time?
Not yet. 12:36. Harvey, Dick, Sabrina.
What about Harvey and Sabrina?
Harvey, Dick, Sabrina. 12:36.
I don't know what you're saying.
You don't
know what these words
mean. The original?
I did watch the Witch, but I don't remember. I don't have a memory.
12:36, and then he makes her a bracelet that says 12:36. Harvey, Dick, Sabrina. Do you not remember?
I don't remember anything.
Anyway, 12:36 will be the next kitty time, is what I'm saying.
Because I was going to say that's the real thing that I can bring to this occasion is these out of context lines probably aren't really anybody except me, but I can bring a cat to the proceedings. I'll just give you one more out of context line. Georgiana thought a little nudity might lighten up the sort of card party held by any friends of Mrs. Flanagan, but merely smiled tightly in response. There you go. Exciting times.
It's so sassy.
Shall I just bring over the cat and
bring over the animal?
Fulfill my. She's going to be absolutely furious.
That's okay.
She's taken to jumping into the bath and screaming to get our attention because she's realised that the bath amplifies the screaming.
That's also
that's kind of that's her kind of vibe right now. So she's bringing that kind of just screaming energy. So yeah, we'll see how furious she is, and the answer will be very.
Oh, bunny coasters are being restocked in a moment, so stay tuned. I will announce when they're live again. Rosianna is wearing the Taylor Swift cardigan. Hi, Fliss. Oh, she does look fuming.
She's pretty angry. She was in the middle of washing, licking herself.
Oh my gosh, the glare.
Yeah, pretty furious, right? Like, not happy.
This
She's an old lady. She's an old lady. She doesn't like to be disturbed. She's turning 14. When is she turning 14? April 26th. So I don't know what star sign that's.
April 26th?
Yeah. Does anyone know what her...
It's whatever's after Aries.
She's Taurus?
Is Taurus? I like Taurus is my impulse, but maybe not. I think Taurus. Hang on. I have to know. Yeah, it's Taurus.
This has my birthday. Okay, it is Taurus apparently. That feel like it. What's a Taurus? A Taurus is kind of stubborn because that would make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're very bullish, aren't you?
And like People used to worship bulls, so it makes sense.
Makes perfect sense. And I worship her.
Coasters are back. 100 more self-care bunny coasters have been made available. Thank you so much, Jim, for doing those. That's absolutely wonderful of you. So do head on down to projectforautism.com/donate. Fliss is glaring at you until you do that. And they're at $15. So can I show the coasters again? So these aren't what yours will look like. These are the Life's Library exclusive ones that we got as perks, but these give you an idea of what the coasters look like. They're so beautiful. They're made of wood, and you get these little thingies you pop on. This one at the back says, "See you in the shelves," and it has the Life's Library writing on it. So cute.
So cute.
How much of the 48-hour live stream is left? 4.5 hours. So we are actually approaching 2.05 million. So we should come up with a good thing for me to do for that. Maybe I'll draw another self-care bunny at 2.05. That's something to do. I have other sad stories, but they're genuinely all so sad, and people always die.
Yeah, that's your thing. That's your vibe. Someone asked earlier, when are we going to write a co-written, like a co-authored book? And I was like, well, it would just cancel itself out, because one half of it would just be like my absolute nonsensical comedy, and the other side would be your like beautifully written tragedy, and it would just be, yeah. I don't know.
It would be like this, the sad Time War book. It's how you lose the Time War, but like half of it's like really funny, and then half of it's just devastating.
Half of it would just be very absurd and confusing, and half of it would be beautifully crafted commentary about sadness. Okay, are you done? I think you're done. Okay, all right. I've given you all I can give you now. I've given you the cat.
You give me the cat. Thank you. Rosanna, tell more sad stories. I would die for Fliss. It's such a cute kitty. I love that even if she's furious, Fliss is staying in Lex's arms. My cat stays in our arms for a maximum of 12 seconds and then struggles to jump down.
She was sleeping, so she was tricked into staying still.
You got to get them while they're sleeping. In that 1 week that I had a dog, I had to give him ear drops, poor little thing, and it was when he was sleepy. Oh yeah, Freya, I didn't have a dog anymore. It was a trial week, and the end of the trial was I cannot have a dog right now. But he was a lovely dog, and Lex met him.
Yeah. I don't know why I said that. So like, yep, I met him.
Yeah.
He bit me many times.
Lots of people nabbing coasters. There are still 87 of the 200 bunnies for sale going past. Comedy makes the tragedy hit so much harder, though. Comedy and tragedy is a great combo. MASH does this very well. Lots of bunny coaster. Someone I think is very behind on the chat because they just wrote horrible things about Lex, which makes me think that their chat is not.
I'm now looking at the chat, I'm afraid. So if you want to say horrible things about me, you're welcome to do it. I mean, you're not welcome. Sorry, the moderators are working very hard to keep this friendly and positive space. And I should not be encouraging such terrible behavior.
Okay. Thank you to Marlena and Donna for donating. Donations continue to come in fast, which is amazing considering we are well over 2 million right now. Thank you to everyone who's buying coasters, who is voting. Remember that you have 4.5 hours left to vote for Project for Awesome videos. Stream ends, voting ends. Same thing. So you have to take out some time and watch some videos at projectforawesome.com. Click on them. We'll watch a new Project for Awesome video soon at 12:40. That is the time that I've set for Project Awesome videos at 12:40. So yes, Make Out With Him is not going to be a thing again, but we do have a perk that we're doing together, which is the Emma film commentary, and that's at that's at $8, and it's also included in the digital download bundle, which is the gift that keeps on giving over the years. Why did we pick Emma? What are your feelings about Emma as a film? Are you a fan? Do you like
it? Well, Emma, to me, like really brings out the comedy elements of Jane Austen, because Jane Austen's obviously like absolutely hilarious, and I think people who don't read Austen or were forced to read Austen in like a horrible school situation where it was like, you know, very regimented and like not fun when they were younger, might not know that Austen's absolutely hilarious. And I feel like the Emma film really brought out the fact that like it's obviously a comedy, and made them feel very like human and real, and kind of strip back some of the really formal elements of like the period like costume drama that we normally get. So I love it, but also I mostly love it because for some reason it just makes me cry hysterically at like random moments. Everyone always laughs because I cry at the end at like a really not emotional moment. There's a particular song that plays, and I'm just really happy for Harriet. And I
But there's
just
that
cry.
the bit that I love, which I don't want to, obviously like spoil the best bits of the commentary. But the bit that I love is, I also always get ill at Christmas.
Yeah, so yeah, Harriet's like,
Every time they say
Christmas. Yeah, and I too get ill every Christmas. So I really, me and Harriet, we are one and the same.
a lot of people have said, why Emma and not Little Women? Little Women, I just sob. I sob for the entire film, and I have a lot of grief, and it's just it's not sustainable.
No,
but yeah, I don't know. Sometimes when I'm like in my phase of like dreaming up perks, before actually thinking about the work involved, I'm like, oh, I could do a Little Woman zine, and I'm like, yeah, but not right now. So yeah, I read Pride and Prejudice for the first time alongside watching Little Bennett Diaries. I was confusing Little Black Dress and Lizzie Bennet Diaries. Very good. No wonder Rosanna gets along with John, because I cry all through Little Women. Yeah. Love listening to you guys tell stories. Maybe when we are all old, you can do a podcast again. Exactly. Perhaps.
Yeah, when we've got time, when we've got loads of free time and energy, like that's a promise I'll make to you. If we ever have loads of free time and energy, we will make a podcast.
We're coming up so close to $2,050,000, right?
In an American accent. In an American accent, please.
$2,050,000. Kiwi.
2,050,000. No, that was awful. $2,050,000. $2,050,000. $2 million. This is really good.
$2,050,000.
$2,050,000.
$2,050,000. It's almost kitty time.
Oh God,
it is the
where is she?
cardigan.
She's. Do you want me to get her again? She's right there. What time's kitty time? Is it
36? 12:36. Harvey Diggs Sabrina. Just $725 left to $2,050,000. I mean, it's less than that. The moment I announce how much money there is left, it's words. It moves. Money it moves.
The money it moves.
Money it moves.
Yeah. So true. Oh my God,
it's kitty time. It's kitty time. It's
Okay,
kitty time. It's kitty time. Harvey Diggs Sabrina.
Okay.
Thank you for your positive feedback about my accent. I appreciate it. Yes, live it again. Zuleha, who's directing our stream, says, hi, Fliss.
She's so mad.
This is so great. My kitty time contribution is that my old lady cat brought me a mouse tonight at 4 a.m, and I had to deal with that as the only human awake in the house. What a gift!
Oh, you never bring me anything, do you? You just eat plastic and throw up all my belongings.
That's so sweet. Piano, our family cat, used to bring in mice, and then he'd be scared of them. So he'd like deposit the mouse, and then he'd be terrified of it. And I'm like, great, well now I have this like bird or mouse that you have half impaled that I now have to take to the RSPCA. But thank you for this gift.
It's a real bummer. My parents' cat once brought in a jay and just let it loose in the house.
Oh.
I think the jay was actually okay.
It was
but
okay.
Yeah, not experience, because I think most cats, like, their eyes are bigger than their stomach or whatever, like they'll just grab things and be like, I'll have this, and then you're like, wait, no, I don't know what to do with this.
They're like, oh my gosh, we crossed it, $2,050,000. Thank you so much to the most recent donors. Thank you to everyone who's donated at any point during the Project for Awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Lots of people getting the Project for Awesome, the Self-Care Bunny coasters. More bunny, more self-care, more happy. Maya says, can't believe I missed out on the other Self-Care Bunny perks, but love this. So thank you to the most recent donors. That's Lou1090, Anonymous, Jacob, Jenna Matrix, Barbara, Mayan, Jana, Eva, Sarah, Marcus, Rebecca, Jemima, Anonymous, Maida, Barbara, Fetus Legs, Anonymous, Sophie, Shannon, Rowan, Elmira, who says, I love the South Care Bunny, so I just had to get this coaster as a reminder. Heather, who said, Louisiana is my first favourite Project for Awesome host. Thank you very much. Paul, Thomas Slater, 96, Jenna Bian, Anna Maria, who says, love from Estonia for Project for Awesome and Friends Day, as Valentine's Day is known here. And in Mexico, actually, Dia de Amor y Amistad, which is love and friendship, which is also the name of the Jane Austen book. Ruth says, I'm having a lovely Project for Awesome weekend. Another donation for you. Rachel, Veronica, Sophie, thank you to everyone who's donated at projectforawesome.com/donate. There's loads of wonderful rewards available at all price points, basically. And you can now donate by PayPal, which is why we are on Tiltify this year. I know that lots of you haven't been able to get perks and stuff in previous years because you need a PayPal because you don't have a debit card or a credit card. And now that's an option. And also remember that at the moment, we are in the last 4.5 hours of the Project for Awesome, which means we are in the last 4.5 hours of voting. Go to projectforawesome.com, watch videos, vote. That is so important, regardless of your ability to donate. Voting is a huge, huge, huge part. We are going to go and watch a new video at projectforawesome.com/featured. Lex, I think I'm gonna hand you back to your line of it because you gotta do your work. But thank you very much for.
I gotta go.
Thank you.
Remember to take a drink of water, Rosianna. Drink some water.
All right, let's watch a video at projectforawesome.com/featured. Hello. Thank you to Megan the Nerdy Girlie for making such a lovely, calming video about the Nature Conservancy. I have also been getting out in nature a lot more in the past 12 months than I usually would. Such a lovely video and such a great introduction to what the value of the work that an organisation like the Nature Conservancy does. Please remember that you have 4 hours and 15 minutes left to vote for videos. When the Project for Awesome closes, so does voting. Stopped. I'm handing over to John in an hour and 15 minutes, and there are 92,662 votes on the projectforawesome.com website. I would love to see that number at 100,000 by the time I hand over. Maybe a little bit ambitious, but I feel like we can do it. Katie says, oh no, I watched the wrong video somehow. That's okay. There are other, and says, luckily it was a good one I saw for First Tech, so that's really great. So yes, do remember to vote. You can vote at projectforawesome.com, and to the right of the videos that you watch, you will see a little option to capture code to prove you're not a robot, and then a red button to vote. And you can also, if you're interested in a particular cause, go to projectforawesome.com, and if you scroll down to where it says all videos, you can sort by category. You can pick videos about animals, arts, education, environment, health, human rights, hunger, other, poverty, and water. Thank you to everyone who's been reminding me to take a sip of water. So for instance, if I were to type in Nature Conservancy and into the search, then all the videos that were made for Nature Conservancy would show up, and that in this case is Megan's video. So yes, there we go. Introduction. Where am I? In the chat. Okay. So we have crossed $2,050,000. I'd like to get to 100,000 by the time I hand over to John in an hour and 15 minutes on voting at projectforawesome.com. And the live stream is ending in 4 hours and 13 minutes. I'm handing over to John at my words have gone again. I'm handing over to John at 2 p.m. And then John and later Hank will take us right to the end of the Project for Awesome. It has been remarkable to see just the amount of support, in not just in money, which has certainly been remarkable, but just the love for it. So yes, thank you very much for that. Heather says Emma Thompson's Sense and Sensibility is a superior Austen forever. Sense and Sensibility is one of my favourite films of all the time. I think Emma Thompson captures the humour of Austen perfectly, and you can even see that in all of her awards acceptance speeches, and I just absolutely love it. And I was going to watch Sense and Sensibility last night, but I was too sleepy, so I might watch that this evening. I also might watch Booksmart this evening. I'm in a very film mood. I'm moving this over here because I said that if we got to whatever that huge number is, 2,050,000, I would draw another self-care bunny. So I'm going to do that now. I wish I had white paper. Oh no, I got water on this one. What colours do I have? I guess if it's just water, this will dry. Yeah. We do it on green. Why not? Can I do it in American again? It was very amusing. Yeah, sure. I'll do it every time I read the big number. I'll do it in American. Why not? 2,050,925.69. So, I'm your French study buddy. Lovely. Très bien. What other French do I have? Où est la bibliothèque? Dans le poste. The water jug being so close to the edge gives me anxiety. Well, I've put it out of frame for you, but it also, if it falls, it will just fall into the wall because this desk isn't very far from the wall here. Look, it's like a hand. It's big. Our vote's taking a while to be counted. I'm not seeing the count on the website update as I'm voting for videos. Yeah, it just takes a second. There's a lot of people on the website, but it does take a second. Hang on. Let me. Chopper, do you have Zuleha on the Slack? Because Zuleha is running it all right now. I will I flagged it to Zileha, but hopefully you guys can find a way to talk to each other. Oh yeah, Sunstripe says, friendly reminder for voting. If possible, not a bad idea to check something like Charity Navigator to see what its score is as an organisation. Yeah, not all charities are on Charity Navigator, but for the ones that are, it's a great resource. Yeah. Someone said, baked cake beanie postcards. Okay. Chopper, we'll figure it out. I didn't make the folklore art. This is Spilt Milk Press on Etsy, who I love, Beth. How many more videos will we feature? I'll try and do a few more at least in my next hour and a bit. My phone keeps overheating when I vote and watch the stream at the same time, and it isn't ideal. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you can hear the fan on my computer now, but it's overwhelmed. It's overwhelmed. This isn't. I need like a brighter yellow than this. So as promised, I'm doing another self-care bunny because you've crossed $2,051,017.69. Dollars is hard. Dollars. I have to make my voice so flat to do my American accent. Dollars. I remember when I lived in America for a few years, I would come back and my granny was always like, Rosanna, you've got an American accent. I was just like, I really don't, Granny, but she didn't like where I put my intonations. She wasn't pleased about it. To her, it was a betrayal of my British ways. I was always very concerned about that, as grannies are. Miss her a lot. I don't know about if any of you got really into what's it called? Genealogy during the panoramic, but I got really. I've been getting in Lockie D number 3. I've been getting really into genealogy, and I've been looking up like all of the documents you can find, and it's amazing like how much stuff you can find about your family. And luckily, my sister has long had an account on Ancestry.com, so has compiled a lot of the names, and then I'm using something different. It's like find my background or something. I don't know what it's called. Find my tree, build my tree. I don't know. But yes, it's great. Katie says something like, Rosanna says dollars, and I'm like, that sounds so wrong, but then I say dollars out loud and it sounds identical. I see, it's funny that like Americans are always like, we don't talk like that, and then they find out that they do. Rosanna and I gain very interesting accents when we're in LA together. We do, Lex, although we haven't been in LA together for such a long time. And yeah, it's been a very long time for that. Yeah, more people getting involved in genealogy. The volunteers do go through all the charities at the end as well to check up on them. Yes, thank you very much to the volunteers and the mods and just everyone involved, everyone on the Foundation to Decrease World Suck advisory board. And specific thank you to the matching donors for this hour, Danny and Dory, who've been involved with matching funds for the Project Awesome for several years now. So thank you very much to them. Kush Neal from Atlanta, Georgia, Jacob, Sean Dudgeridge in Calgary, Alberta, and of course, Anonymous. So thank you very much to them. They're a huge part of how we are now at 2,051,284. Four is hard. $2,051,284.69. Thank you to Desiree, who just donated 10. The money just went up. The votes are at 93,267 on the website. Please do keep voting at projectawesome.com. You've got 4 hours left. Can someone fill me in on the origin of Panoramic? It's everywhere. It's Panoramic, it's Panna Cotta, it's Ponder Replay, it's Panettone. It's all of it. It's all of it. Turns out there are a lot of people with my surname, which make ancestry hard. There are quite a lot of people with Hulse, but they all come from the same part of the UK, which is extremely useful. it's just very useful because you're like, oh, you're from there. And then I got to go to Hulse when I went on my massive cycling trip in October, and that was really fun to cycle through Hulse. Although, of course, like, you know, I wanted to go to the Hulse pub, but of course the Hulse pub was closed. So I've got to go back and meet all the Hulse locals. I told a couple of passers-by that I'm a Hulse and that's why I'm visiting Hulse, and they did not get that excited. But still. Brits asks, can we crack 100,000 votes? And I think we can. We've got 1 hour and 7 minutes until I hand over to John. And I know you don't need me to re-emphasize that voting is very important, but voting is very important. So, yes. Love it. I love it. Pangea is a good one. I'm drawing Self-Care Bunny. He's quite I drew him a bit shorter than I usually would. Maybe I'll make him a little bit taller. But, you know, I was really happy that I caught some of Lena's stream earlier. I don't know if some of you were here to watch Lena Norms give book recommendations. It was so nice to see her and her lovely fireplace and her new spot. She's deserted London. But yeah, it was really fun. It was great having Lex on, having them read lines from their book, and just great catching bits of everyone else's live streams as well. So it's just so much fun. Feels like a bit more populated. And it's wild to remember that we didn't have a Project for Awesome in 2020, but do remember that there's a Project for Awesome commemorative coin. And if you've been collecting them all the years, you might have thought like, oh, this is going to wreck my coin collection. So you can also get a Project for Awesome 2020 coin, souvenir coin. Sabrina says, if everyone watching currently votes 6 times in the next hour, we would break 100,000 votes before John comes on. It's pretty good. It's a pretty good a little bit of math. So do remember to watch videos at projectforawesome.com and vote for them. You can vote through the website. Christine, someone's donated $30 for Christine, $15 for Kirsten. They just keep coming in. What did I think of Lena's Twilight recommendation? Yeah, so I wrote into Lena and I said, Lena, please recommend me my first book. I've never read a book. And Lena recommended Twilight for me. And it's not my favourite book, but I can understand. Because it's a lot of people's favourite book. So, you know. Claire says, I have commemorative coins since 2014. Patrick Rothfuss, reading and singing made me cry so badly. Nick donated $45. Pia says, I wanted to go on a biking trip last year along the German coast of the North Sea, but then COVID happened. But then that's in your future. That's so exciting. What's that coast like? I'm curious. What's the terrain? Tell me about the terrain. I'm hoping to do a couple more cycling trips this year. We'll see how that happens, but it's nice to plan them. I did, Zuleha. Thank you for checking. The movies are hilarious. The movies of what? What have I missed? Which movies? Twilight. What are we? Oh, yes. Yeah, if you'd like any reading recommendations, I've read a couple of books in my time. There's also a perk where you can get 3 of the books we've read so far on Life's Library, and it's like we have all of the books available. But you get 3 of the books we've read before for Life's Library, and a book plate, and a Life's Library perk. So we have perks that are great, including like perks like the coaster that I showed off, that I created exclusively for Life's Library. And we often have extras just in case like someone's package doesn't arrive for whatever reason, so we can send them a new one as quickly as possible. So yeah, that perk's available at $200. There's loads of great perks. There's as I keep saying, the Emma movie commentary. But yeah, let me know if you have any book recommendations. Lots of flat land and harsh wind on the North German coast. I mean, that sounds great. I think Cornwall gave me a really good education in like making sure I check the gradient, which like I did, but I didn't really take into account. I think the other thing that I didn't take into account was headwind. Like I really noticed that right now because we had quite high winds and cold weather in the UK, and I really noticed that how much the headwind affects my ability to cycle and how tired I get if I'm having to brace the wind versus otherwise. So I have to factor that in, and I'm not great at that level of planning yet. But that sounds lovely. Britt's got 3 more votes in, so you're all cruising towards being able to hand over to John at 100,000. So thank you. I'm loving chill stream time right now, but I'm also sleepy, and chill's not a way to keep me awake. Yeah. I this morning woke up at 8 and was like, wow, I've woken up so early. And then I woke up again at 10 or something, and I was like, oh, I suppose that was a temporary thing. $45 donated just now. Thank you to you just did that. Your name disappeared too quickly. Lex was very stressed during my bike ride, especially because I kept sending them pictures of myself alongside the A road. Someone said something about my Brighton cycle I missed. Oh my gosh, so Streaky cycled to Brighton, part of that route the same day that I did. That day was very hot. It's a very hot day. How's the bunny looking? Okay, the bunny so far has just got a little bit of a bunny bod, and some shading. I quite like the yellow and the green, actually. It's quite a nice combo. It's getting there. Oh, US people don't know what an A road is. A road is like, it's not quite a freeway. It can be quite a quiet, normal main road, but sometimes it is functionally a freeway, but bicycles are allowed on them. But what we call motorways, which is our like the fastest roads, you're not allowed to cycle on, but you are allowed to cycle on A roads. And so some routes have A roads through them, and they're like by far the most direct way, but they're not the most pleasant cycle, because the best cycle is those like lovely small country roads where you have to dodge tractors all the time, because it's just like gentle and quiet and beautiful, and you can hear the birds and sometimes bunnies dash along the path, and it's just gorgeous. But like for Bodmin Moor, for instance, when I was cycling across from southwest, from Cornwall, from Land's End all the way across, and I was trying to get to Dartmoor, Bodmin Moor has this A road that goes directly through it, and it doesn't have that many like country roads around it. Like if I did it again, I'd probably, depending on the weather, I'd probably go on a longer route and do a stop along the way somewhere, and like maybe stay somewhere even like on the moor. But it's really difficult to navigate, so I just instead went through it, which was fine. But then also it was like raining, and I was soaked, and there were lorries that just kept beeping even though you were allowed to cycle on the road, and I was very clearly marked, and I was wearing high vis and all that stuff. So yeah, it was, I don't know, it was a lot. Can we still view videos on the P4A site after voting is over? I believe so. I think we just deactivate the voting button. You can't vote. There's no voting on the P4A website after voting time is over. Yeah, you can still watch videos. We are at 94,000 votes at projectforawesome.com. So thank you to everyone who's voted. You have 4 hours left, and we have 59 minutes left until I hand over to John. Voting is so important, really great way to be part of the Project for Awesome, and also a great way to find new creators. Streaky, who cycled London to, or part of my London to Brighton route the same day, said, yes, it was so hot, Ditchling Beacon and I are still at war. I am also still a little bit at war with Ditchling Beacon, which is like, I made a video about this, but the London to Brighton route is like actually like it's hard, but it's like relatively okay. Like it's a full day cycle, but it's or like half a day cycle, but it's fine. And then at the very end, they have this beacon on the South Downs, this really steep hill that you just has no lay-by, like no place to rest. Like if you want to rest halfway up, you can like, you have to like stand on the storm drains and pull your bike in, and otherwise cars will just like follow you very slowly, and they're often very kind, but it's very stressful to cycle up like this massive gradient hill during a heat wave with all these cars behind you. It's very, very scary. So yes, yeah. Hi to Margaret at Vassar. Oh my gosh, give Vassar my love. I miss Vassar. I miss that campus all the time. I did my year abroad at Vassar, and it was just, it was amazing. Like Cushing and Deanna says, I drive Ditchling Beacon every day and I would never cycle it. It's cruel. I agree, it's cruel. It is cruel. There were some really sweet teenage boys who were cycling up as I was like, I think I must have been like halfway up or something. And these teenage boys, clearly they had the look of boys who like cycled it like every week or something. And they kept being like, come on, girl, you can do it. And it was just really sweet. Like they said it in such like a loving, encouraging way. And it actually did help me get up. And then when I got to the top, I was like, this is fantastic. It's thin and the cars always go so fast too. There's a corner that has a new bumper added to it every week where they crash. Oh God, that's scary. I need to get my bike tuned up so I can get back into it. I need to wash my bike. I've been putting it off for a while just because it's been cold. But my poor bike needs a little bit more love. It probably needs a service soon as well. But I just don't want to be without my bike even for like a day. And I don't live that near. I mean, I live relatively near a city bike, but like I rely on my bike so much at the moment. Jimin got sold, yeah. Jimin got sold. I quite often shout encouragements when I'm overtaking cyclists on a hill. That's very good of you, and cyclists appreciate it. I also appreciate the nod. My bike got stolen last year, so I need to get a new one. I'm sorry your bike got stolen. Every time I'm like always a little bit surprised. I lock my bike up really well, but like I'm always a little bit surprised to find my bike still where it is when I lock it up. Okay, so I need to give this poor little bunny some eyes. I have no idea where I put my pencil sharpener. Miss cycling. I treated myself to an electric bike last year and it's so good. Someone asked, what did you all last eat? I ate a fairy cake that I made, I decorated some fairy cakes yesterday in celebration of my 15 years of YouTube. So I had those for breakfast. I had all of the remaining ones for breakfast and it was so good. But I'm getting excited about Pancake Day. Pancake Day is coming up on Tuesday. My friend Philly gave me the idea because she's doing all sorts of different shapes and toppings and all of this stuff. So I'm going to try and do the same. And Anna Jones, who, as some of you know, is my favourite chef, posted a Guardian article from a few years ago when she did all of these different types of savoury and sweet pancakes. So look those up. I'm going to move this further in. I always lose my pencil sharpener when I draw. Tell me about it. Leftover curry. I'm always so surprised to find my bike where I locked it up. Yeah. Give the bunny at least 6 slides. No, I shan't. Apple pie and some chocolate for dessert. Cake for breakfast. Banana bread with chocolate chips and walnuts. Yes. Oh, I hope Sana kindly, after much whining from me, will come round because she doesn't live with me anymore. She'll come round and drop off baked goods, and I do the same with her. And she made these little banana bread in muffin trays, and they're just so good. I still like immediately eat them. A U-lock with a cord for the back wheel. Yeah, I'm a big fan of that. Vegan ice cream, banana bread and coffee. We're all going to be hungry. You should make fairy cakes today. They're just so easy. Except I did buy some pre-made ones. We're talking about food and cycling. My two main interests. Fairy cakes are like cupcakes, but they're, I was going to say I'll show you one, but then I remembered I ate them. Yeah, fairy cakes are like cupcakes, but they've got like, they're like flatter, and then they have icing, like what's it called? Icing sugar on them. We are approaching 95,000 votes, if I'm not mistaken. We've got 94,727 votes in. We'll watch another video soon because we've got 3 hours, 51 minutes left of Project for Awesome. You've raised $2,052,963,000.69 at Project for Awesome. Awesome? My instinct is to say awesome with all the R's. Awesome. But you have to just make it so flat. Project for Awesome. projectforawesome.com/donate. And so we will watch a new video in 2 minutes. 2 minutes. And Zuleha, thank you so much for getting that ready. It's just so bad. People, stop asking for Goth Bunny. I can't do a Goth Bunny. I'm sorry. People think my accent is improving. Black or white pepper. Oh, thank you for the compliments on my accent. It's not too bad, actually. That's Project for Arson. I'll give it fangs, like Bunnicula. Yeah. Did anyone else read Bunnicula? Bunnicula was great. We are coming up on, so I'm talking about voting because today is the last day you can vote, and in fact we are in the last 3 hours and 50 minutes you can vote, and I would really like to get to 100,000 votes at projectforawesome.com by the time I hand over to Mr. John Green at 2 p.m. my time and 9 a.m. his time, and I'm not sure what time, your time, because I don't know where you are, all of you at once. So please do go to projectforawesome.com, watch videos, vote for them, and we're going to watch a new video now. Welcome back. We just watched a video by Gustavo about Scholarship America. Thank you very much to Gustavo for making that, and also for shouting out the all-important message that voting is important. We have crossed 95,000 votes at projectforawesome.com and 95,244 votes. You've got 3 hours and 45 minutes to watch videos and vote for them. John comes on in 45 minutes. I think we can get to 100,000 votes by then. That's no problem. We can do that. If you go to projectforawesome.com and watch videos, on there you will see a vote button to the right that will activate itself once you have tricked it that you're not a robot. So please do make your votes, cast your votes, do cast your votes. I have also, by the way, found a pencil sharpener, which was exactly where it should be. But, you know, I was surprised. Money raised so far, $2,053,337.69. Just want to thank some recent donors. Let me refresh. I'm going to have a little face massage later. Face massage for myself. Krupa says, just voted for 6 videos. Lex says, votes. Keep voting, everyone. Row faster. Katie's voting furiously. Hi, Jinx. Everyone vote. Who is current host? University's too expensive in the US? Yes. Okay. I'm also surprised when I find I've put things away. Yeah, it's funny because I put things away all the time and yet I'm always completely surprised. Vote with passion. All right, thank you to Anonymous. Thank you to Nick. Thank you to Maya, who says, butt is legs, but feet is feet. P.S. Thanks for celebrating great causes, bringing us together and making us feel less alone during this terrible panini. Panini is a great one, and also that's what I'm going to want after this. I inhaled a whole pizza in about 5 seconds after yesterday's Project Awesome, and I kind of think I want the exact same thing again, because that sounds like mwah, mwah. Secret Altruism says, DFTBA. Thank you to Sunny and Combi and Kayla, who says happy birthday to everyone. Happy Valentine's Day to everyone, but also, you know, happy birthday to everyone. Rihanna, who I'm going to assume is Rihanna, donated $45. Thank you very much for that. Colleen says DFTBA. Thank you to Dimitri. Thank you to Anonymous, Shiny Chickens, Adele, who says DFTBA. Gustav, I'm not sure if it's the same Gustav who was just featured, but maybe. 3 Muppets in a Tree says Rapping Kick Club. Anonymous, Lauren, Shipping Pump, and then it cuts off, but says this just makes me happy, and Sunny. So thank you very much to everyone who is donating to the Project for Awesome. If you're just joining us, I'm in the studio with myself, Fraziana Hosrojas, and I am taking you through the next 45 minutes of the Project for Awesome until I hand over to Little Time author John Green, who's really up and coming, and he will be taking you through the last few hours of the Project for Awesome, and joined by his brother TikTok sensation Hank Green for the last hour of the Project for Awesome. We have raised $2,053,427.69. You have voted at projectforawesome.com, which is very important to do, a total of 95,617 times. Voting ends in 3 hours and 42 minutes and 15 seconds. So please do keep voting, keep watching videos, take time away from the live stream, and also remember to drink some water. All right. I also want to say a massive thank you to the donors for this hour. The matching donations have really helped drive this phenomenal amount of money. The donors for this hour are Martha Stroud, Tiffany from Seattle, Sponge from Phoenix, Arizona, Anna Swanson, and Anonymous. Thank you very much to our matching donors. Massively appreciated. It's so encouraging. I definitely find it encouraging when I'm donating to know that my donation is being matched. And the donations in the second half of the Project for Awesome all go to charities voted on by you. So thank you. Janky says, oh wow, they've got a TikToker. Really moving up in the world. All right. Can we make feet is legs, not legs? Oh. I also want to say thank you to Sheridan, who alongside Zuleha is helping me run this period of the Project for Awesome live stream. So thank you, Sheridan, who's been getting all the videos ready. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So yes, the famous Sheridan Gibson. Thank you. I always thought your name was Rosianna Las Rojas from listening to the podcast. No, it's Holst. Holst is the British bit, and then Rojas is the Mexican bit. Although I think Holst is originally like German in origin, or Germanic, as a lot of our languages. So nice for you to support a small creator like John at the end of the live stream. Well, I do my best. What's your favourite Killers song? Oh God, I can't. This question is so hard. I have such a special place in my heart for This River is Wild. I have such a special place in my heart for Mr. Brightside. I know it's a cliche. I have such a special place in my heart for all these things I've done that we pretended was a song that we wrote in year 8, and that was not. I love Read My Mind. I love Spaceman. I love Human. I love A Dustland Fairy Tale. I love The Way It Was from the new album. I love Blowback. I love Dying Breed. I love Lightning Fields. I love so many songs. So many songs of theirs. I love Wonderful Wonderful. I think it's an amazing album. I love Tyson versus Douglas. I love Rut. It's all good. It's all good. Holz's neck in German, yes, and there are a lot of very important metaphorical real life things related to that. All right. Oh, okay. Feet is legs, not legs. Poll is up. You go to Project for Awesome. If you go to projectforawesome.com/donate, where you would see normally the reward star, under the green progress banner for dollars, you can click rewards, or you can click polls. And under polls, you can click either heck no, feet is not legs, or feet is legs, duh. And then you can make a donation and cast your vote. So, my God, why did I not think of My God? My God is my absolute favourite song. I'm playing The Mirage, and it just flew out of my head. What's so special for you about the Killers? Why are they your face? What's so special about me? Oh, my fave. You totally meant fave. What's so special about it? I just love them. They just like connect with me. I love the languages. Yeah, I just love it all. It's fan art. This is fan art. This is by Spilt Milk Press on Etsy. How many hours in are we? Well, 48. Let's do some reverse maths. 48 minus 3 is 45. Minus 38 is 44. 22. Yeah, we are 22 hours. 44 hours and 22 minutes into the Project for Awesome. Dustland Fairy Tale is fantastic. When you were young, oh, the videos. That's my favourite video, for sure. You were asking her to choose between her babies. Every Aussie has a weird relationship with Mr. Brightside. I think every British person has a weird relationship with Mr. Brightside. I didn't live in the US till growing up, but I have lived in the US. I lived in the US for 3 years, 2015 to 2018. I lived in the US 1 year, 2010 to 2011, and then all the films and all the TV shows that we get are American a lot of the time. I'm glad I'm your workout body. The poll voting is happening. People are sharing their opinions on feet as legs or not. Sawdust is brilliant. It's all Run for Cover is brilliant. Yes, I was getting roasted for calling subtraction reverse maths. It wasn't intentional. It is just how I think of it. P4A, this is the thing with feathers, donated $2.22 because they're really hoping for $2,220,222.22. I join you in that hope. Anna, thank you for donating. Caro, Ruth, the Okos, Brits for feet. Oh, feet, not legs, is I'm guessing what it says, but cut it off at Brits for feet. Anonymous, Amanda Bob, self-care is key. This bunny has made such a difference to me, so I'm excited to have a coaster. Self-care bunny coasters are like an absolute hit. Legs is feet, rounding forbidden, Anonymous, Lauren Lemon, Alexa, Matt, Haley Reynolds. Alexandra Blitch, Chris Manta, Jamie, thank you very much to everyone who's donated. Anonymous donated for shipping costs. Anonymous is everyone and no one. Mia Koss said, I've loved modding the stream this year. You're all awesome. Thank you, Mia. I've seen you for so much of this. It's just fantastic. And thank you also to Nearly, Fireword, Sparkler, and Flying Kiwi, and just like all the other mods. Just all fantastic. Nick, Sarah B, Layla, Tilda, Kitchen Song, Anonymous, Nick, Maya, thank you very much for your donations. Poll donations are coming in fast. So, wow, you all have very strong opinions about how feet is not legs. So far, we've got $296 for feet is not legs, and feet is legs party, like it's $32.22. So clearly someone is... Clearly the feet is not legs lobby has been co-sponsoring this poll. How is this still happening? Listen, it's a very intense situation. I'm not sure who ended up getting Jimin, but I'm sure someone will tell me very soon. Elbows exist. There's a lot. So we are at, it is 24 minutes past 1 p.m. here in the studio. It is 96,250 votes, which means we are 3,750 votes away from 100,000 votes at projectforawesome.com. You should take time today, because we've got 3 hours and 34 minutes left of voting. You should take time today to watch videos at projectforawesome.com and vote for them. You can sort those videos by category or by charity, or search for creators and find videos related to your giving priorities. The end of that sentence just like flew away from me. But yes, I would love to get to 100,000 votes in the next 36 minutes. And I think we can do it, because I think we can all take some time to watch some... It was Bridget who got Jimin. We can take some time to watch some videos and vote. So I'll do another video in a little while. I'll do one at 1:40 after the next kitty time. I'm going to keep working at my self-care bunny. Let me know if you have any other questions, and we'll keep looking at this, the results from... Oh my gosh. People have a lot of opinion about feet and legs. Feet is not... like, what? Why? Oh, so sad. This explains why there was so much animosity to my cause. We've got a brand new perk up as well. So to the left of the, if you go to projectforawesome.com/donate, you'll see a lovely bar with a huge number on it. The money raised at Tiltify so far is $1,176,328.69. And there is a new perk, and that perk is at $5. And that perk has been very kindly donated by Cakes by Chopper. It's a Beanie Sandverbs postcard print featuring a cake made in his likeness by Cakes by Chopper. Thank you very much to Chopper for donating that. Get there, go to projectforawesome.com/donate right now if you would like to get yourself a slightly horrifying postcard. And Amelia said, "Oh no, the postcard," and that's correct. That is correct. Good morning, Taylor. Lovely to see you here. Thank you for joining us this morning. We are coming up to I refreshed. I'm back. I'm back. I am back. I'm back. Wait a few minis. Sorry. I refreshed the wrong page, which I saw John do yesterday, and I did exactly the same thing. But I just wanted to see how the poll was doing. I live, don't refresh stage 10. Thank you very much to everyone at stage 10 for creating such a robust stream that when I refresh it, it doesn't completely crash. So thank you, and thank you to everyone behind the scenes for running the project for Awesome. It's great. Oh, thank you very much. So the star won't go out. Is that Laurie? The underground author John made the same mistake. I know. It's wild, isn't it? Cardboard German left. Cardboard German belongs to Bridget now. Whoa! Feet is not legs has $771 and Feet is legs has $93. So apparently feet might not be legs. That's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing reports that feet might not be legs. Back to the studio. We have 96,444 votes at projectawesome.com. That's the website that I was trying to refresh. The live stream ends in 3.5 hours, so please take time to vote at projectawesome.com. I'm going to keep saying it because it's important. I am going to keep drawing the self-care bunny, though I keep forgetting that my job is to draw the self-care bunny. I love that a lot of people are why are we giving into this mob rule? It's true. It's true. I love that people are waking up and finding out that German's been sold. It's pretty great. It's like a wave of people waking up. It's fantastic. Vote. Yes, do vote. Helene just bought. I just bought the postcard. It's so cursed I needed it, and that's Chopper's postcard of the Bernie Sanders cake that you can have for $5 if you go to projectforawesome.com/donate. Then you can find that perk available. It's the first one on the list, so it's pretty exciting. We are also involved in a voting situation. We're approaching 2,055,000. I nearly said that in an English accent. Furious. $2,055,000. We're currently at $2,054,872.69. Someone just asked, can you show us what your monster drawings look like? Yes, I thought to talk about them. There are still some monster drawings available. This is a monster. This is one of my little monsters. I'm only creating 10. You will get the physical monster drawing, and they look like this. You might have seen I draw pretty abstract things. The medium is coloured pencil because it ships very well for one of them, and you can frame it. We did a framing example earlier. So yes, this is a very limited perk, and there will be 10 different little monsters. I think they are at $300. Let's have a look. Rosianna. Little monster art, $300. There are 7 available. So you can get yourself a little monster. The other monsters will be versions of this. They will be completely just for you. So those are $300. There are 25 self-care bunny coasters left. You can get your perks at projectforawesome.com/donate, which is also where you can vote in the cursed poll. Oh, Feet is Legs is coming through. It's coming through. The way she has to hold her mouth to do the American accent is reminiscent of how I have to hold my mouth as an American to do the Irish accent. I'll put my monster here. Oh. We will do another featured video at 1:40. That's when we're doing the next featured video. Just got back from voting on a bunch of videos. Yay! So Books Under Starlight, thank you very much for doing that. Our number of votes is 96,633. We need just a few more thousand votes to get to 100,000 by the time I hand over to John in half an hour. So please do that. We are approaching kitty time, but we're not quite there yet. Do you have any? Which US state am I from? Oh my God, I'm from. Where am I from? I guess I'm from California. Like Napa, California. My dad owns a vineyard. Nick Parker. My apologies to all Americans. Mia says, I can't believe the beanie postcards aren't going quicker. Guys, it's a physical perk for just $5. T minus 5 minutes until kitty time. It's T minus 4 minutes now. Get those cats ready. Do a Brooklyn accent, please. What's a Brooklyn accent? Yeah, I don't know. It's hard. It's hard. My word, Rosianna, that was an experience. Oh my God. Let me think. Oh gosh. I'm trying to think of more dialogue from that film. I'm just like running through dialogue in my head, but all of it right now is Annie's dialogue. Difference between you and me. That's an English accent though. I'm just running through it. You can give me more things to say. Chopper's Cake is a scarily accurate rendition, but Beanie Sandfabs is cursed. We're talking about the postcard pack that you can get at projectawesome.com/donations. We've crossed $2,055,285.69 in donations, and we are well on track to just keep soaring. So yes, we've got 96,749 votes. Projectawesome.com. Please do take time away from the live stream to vote. You only have 3 hours and 25 minutes to do so. You have huge numbers of power. You have huge numbers of power. You have a huge amount of power with your vote, because your vote is taken as a recommendation to the Foundation to Decrease Wild Duck. You can vote for several charities, so please do take time to do that. Go to projectawesome.com and sort by category. Howdy, y'all. She's from the same American state as Emma Watson is from in Little Women. I mean, that's true. Why do we need to travel when we have Rosianna to take us on a journey? I can do my Mexican more Mexican accent sometimes, but I don't feel ready for public display. It's usually very particular moments of mine. Is number power? Is that the next? So I'm getting better at saying numbers in an American accent. Thank you, I don't know anything. Well, great news, because we just crossed $2,056,120.69. You really just have to like not use your mouth. Feet as legs is catching up. Sorry, but news breaking. Some breaking news here. Heck no, feet is not legs is at $1,376.78, and feet as legs is at $813.21. So if you want to donate and weigh in, go to projectawesome.com/donate and you can click on the polls, which is right under the green bar. Or if you'd like rewards, go to the rewards and you can get things like postcards. You can get yourself a little monster illustration by me. It's just great. This is great. I'm very excited. You can get the Emma movie commentary. Lex is spamming the chat, so can someone put kick Lex out? It's almost kitty time, so get those cats ready, and then we'll watch another video after that as well. You can get Hank's April May short story, and please remember to vote. Only 15 self-care bunny coasters remain. You really just have to not use your mouth. You're not wrong. Yeah, I mean, it's difficult. Votes are approaching 97,000. Oh, we've got 97,029 votes. Thank you to everyone for voting. It's kitty time right now. Everyone who has a cat, get that cat. Everyone who doesn't have a cat, I'm sorry, I don't have one either. We used to have a cat called Piano. He was black and white. It's a very good cat. Actually, I have a picture. Hang on. Piano. Hang on. There's a lot of suspense for a picture I'm going to show you on my phone. But we had a family cat called Piano, which our family got when I was 3, and he was such a sweetheart. And he lived for a while. He lived until I was like 12, maybe. Where's it gone? I post too much. Why do I use the internet so much? Where's this cat picture gone? Maybe I don't have this cat picture. That's a lot of suspense. Okay, time's over, but I'm still going to find this cat picture and then we can watch a video together. Favorites? Pretty sure I favorited this great cat picture. Maybe I didn't. What was I doing? Anyway, so now we're going to watch a video together at projectawesome.com, and you can go to projectawesome.com/featured, and that will take you to the featured video. Please do remember to take time to watch videos and vote. You only have 3 hours and 21 minutes left to do so. Thank you very much to Needham for that great video for the Equal Justice Initiative. That's absolutely fantastic. Please do remember that you can vote for videos at projectforcewhom.com. After you've watched a video, to the right of that, you'll see a little capture, and then underneath that, there is a red voting button. We just have 19 minutes now until I hand over to John for the last stretch of the Project for Awesome, and you have voted 97,520 times. Thank you so much for casting your votes. Like, it's such a big difference. So please do keep casting that votes. As I've said, I'd love to hand it over to John with 100,000 votes in the tank. Money-wise, money keeps coming in. You've raised $2,057,058. Thank you to people who are very kindly donating and also giving me advice about pronunciation. Much appreciated. Let's see where the poll's at. We're nearly at 1,180,104.69 overall on Tiltify. Feet is not legs is still ahead with $1,998.78. And Feet is legs is coming up there. You know, it might be the underdog, but I still feel in favor of it. And it's $965.21. Rewards. There are still some Beanie Sandverbs postcard prints available at projectforawesome.com/donate for $5. You can also get my movie commentary with Lex of Emma, even though Lex is really challenging our friendship right now in the chat, you know. You can get things like the laptop decal for $10 or the Glennondale sticker pack, our good friends Glennondale. You can get the self-care bunny coaster. I think there are a few left. There are 5 available. Thank you so much to Jim for donating those. Get a self-care bunny coaster. It's really tongue-tangling. And there are all sorts, and there are some, I think, of my little monster art left. There are 6 available. I've decided to make this bunny a vote reminder bunny for Awesome. It's the recent Emma movie, yes. It's the one from 2020, Autumn de Wilde, Annie Taylor-Joy, Johnny Flynn, Miranda, Bill Nye. I love Bill Nye. I want to get to work with Bill Nye one day. It's my dream. The amazing thing is he looks exactly like one of the guys in the AFC Wimbledon history. Who is very opposed to the idea of us casting Bill Nye as him. I think it's not the first time he's heard it. All right, really going over this to make sure that you know to vote at projectforawesome.com in the next 3 hours and 15 minutes. People are still discussing body parts. I guess I enabled by encouraging a poll. I haven't watched Anne with an E. I have a weird relationship with Anne of Green Gables. In that I was told to read it over and over again, and then when I read it, I was just kind of like, this isn't for me. It's one of those things like when you're a kid and someone tells you to read something, and then you just do it, and it's just not working. We've crossed 98,000 votes at projectforawesome.com. We are so close to being at 100,000 votes. Please do take time in the next 15 minutes to watch videos and donate, and also to vote for videos at projectforawesome.com. It's a very important part of this whole process. It is the backbone, one might say, of the Project for Awesome. I was lucky enough to be there at the very first Project for Awesome, and it's been such an honour to see it grow and change all these years, and above all, to see it have the most incredible amount of support. So thank you very much to everyone who supported the Project for Awesome in any way, whether that's by donating or voting or sharing, telling people about it, making a video. Please, thank you very much. Very happy. Please, thank you very much. Good. Please, thank you very much. Good. Anne with an E is very good, even if you didn't get into Anne. All right. It's a good endorsement. I will try it out at some point. I know that like a lot of people I know love it. That's another great sentence. I know that a lot of people I know love it. All right. Can you vote at projectforawesome.com? Hang on. Where can you see? Oh, the water jug has a purpose. Okay, where are we going? So voting is happening at projectforawesome.com. As indicated by Self-Care Bunny, you can also go to projectforawesome.com/donate, and there are 5 Self-Care Bunny coasters left and 6 little monsters. I'll put the little monsters up. Sorry, Taylor. It's just when you have so much art, you know. I need to have some water. There we go. So there are 6 on monsters. Someone in the chat has asked, when do we get the digital bundle? Yes, I haven't really talked about the best value perk of all, which is the digital download bundle, and you get perks throughout the year. So the way it works is that as a perk comes in that is I was going to say valid, but as one that counts in the digital download bundle, the powers that be behind the immense task of distribution, and shall we say a huge thanks to everyone at the DFGBA warehouse, hiccup, as the perks come in, they were distributed over the course of the coming months to your email. It's not something that comes in all at once. Right, we're doing some behind the scenes. Bunny coasters have sold out, but I think we can add some more. So if you thought that maybe this is the last round of bunny coasters that we add. So good morning, everyone who's just waking up. Okay, refresh. Okay, polls. Oh my gosh, we've crossed 1,180,136 at tiltify.com. Heck No Feet Is Not Legs is at $2,501, and Feet Is Legs Duh is at $1,243.21. Overall, that takes us to $2,058,150.69. No, sorry, that updated itself. $2,058,210. $2,058,245.69. 245. I just have to say the end. I can't help it. And then votes wise, we are at 98,596 votes. Thank you to everyone who's taken time to go to projectforawesome.com and voting for videos. Thank you very much. We love you. You're wonderful. You have 3 hours and 9 minutes to make your voice heard. Make your voice heard. What's that quote about people who show up? Do they quote all the time in the West Wing? Decisions are made by people who show up. There we go. Is it Margaret Mead originally, or someone else? Like, it's always misattributed. It's often attributed to Aaron Sorkin, who is definitely not the originator of that quote. But good writers steal and great writers do that right. So yeah. Everyone on stream 1 vote, so we cross 100,000. Yes, I love this. We love to see it. 98,732, truly thrilling. I think this might be my favorite Project for Awesome ever. Like, I do miss being in like Indiana in person and like running it behind the scenes with John and stuff. But I actually think that I have so much energy, you know. I have so much energy, and they're just an incredible team working the Project Awesome. So thank you so much to everyone behind the scenes. And it's just one of those things that, like, it's been a tough time, and we're all in this together, as the High School Musicals say. And we are approaching Oh my god, this is so exciting. Projectforawesome.com, 98,868 votes. Perks are flying. We've added more bunny coasters. If you missed out on a bunny coaster, then go, because we won't be able to add more bunny coasters forever. But if you wanted a South Curve bunny coaster, you go to projectforawesome.com/donate and scroll down. You can also get the Beanie Soundvibes postcard print. You do have to get perks individually. You can't just add a bunch and then get them in one go. So please do bear that in mind. But yes, the South Curve bunny coasters are at $15. So you can get one of those. Thank you very much to Jim for donating coasters. And you can also scroll much further down if you wanted to get, for example, a P4A t-shirt designed by Zoe Ryder, or the last batch of Nerdfighter art is at $45, and you can get a piece of art created by a Nerdfighter all around the world. We've got a set of 3 Random Lives Library books, bookplate exclusive Random Lives Library pack. You can get little monster art for $300. They're the last of Sarah's original collages. There are 6 available if you want to make a really big donation. Thank you to everyone who has donated to Project for Awesome. I know it's not possible for everyone. Please don't feel bad if you're not able to donate, because you know what you can do is vote at projectforawesome.com for watch videos. Vote for organizations that you'd like to make a recommendation to the Foundation to Decrease Wildlife Board to support. We are coming up on the last 3 hours of the Project for Awesome. John and Hank will take you to the very end of the Project for Awesome, but it's been such an honor to spend this time with you, so thank you very much. Some people are saying that we are at 99,000 votes at projectforawesome.com. We are! Thank you to everyone for getting us to 99,000 votes. We are fewer than 1,000 votes away from getting to 100,000 votes at projectforawesome.com before I hand over to John to take us on the final run. So thank you very much for that. To the boats. Yeah, time to boat. Time to boat. So we are going to, on Tiltify, on Tiltify, heck no, feet is not legs, is at $3,232 and counting. Feet is legs, duh, is at $1,328.21. We have just surpassed all of my wild expectations. Very exciting. We're at $2,058,993.69. I think the Tiltify goal is going to be updated soon. There's just a lot going on. We're rocking the boat. Rock the boat. This is so exciting. I'm going to have such good pizza after this. Just from the adrenaline, more even than the hunger. So please do remember to vote. And yes, so exciting. We are 608 votes away from crossing 100,000 votes at projectforawesome.com. So yes, as Britt says, proceed the fishing boat. Also, I just want to say that whether you've been able to pop in or out, or you've been here the whole time, thank you so much for being part of the chat, because it's just an absolute pleasure. It is not difficult to feel excited about the Project for Awesome with all of you involved and people adding perks and donating and jumping in. And I don't want to cry, but I might. So that's how I feel right now. As I say, in this time where it's been very difficult to find connection, the Project for Awesome has been very, very powerful. So thank you. We are 390 votes away from 100,000 votes with 5 minutes to spare before John comes on. So thank you very much for that. There are 3 hours and 4 minutes left in the 2021 Project for Awesome. There are 390 votes to go. This is so, so exciting. So thank you very much for that. Yeah, take time to vote, watch videos, find new creators. Heidi, you're like every other person in my life who says, you can cry, that's loud. And I'm like, no. The British part of me is like, tears. So yes, thank you very much for that. It's just been so much fun and so wonderful. Taylor loves to vote. Taylor is truly voting royalty in all respects. All kinds of votes, voting and voting. We have 130 4 votes left until we reach 100,000 votes at projectawesome.com. So thank you very much. Thank you, everyone saying thank you. John has cried like 3 times already. That's not surprising. Cry anyway. Wait 150. Taylor is my voting lord. P4A is my favorite holiday. Agree with all of that. Guys, we've also just crossed $2,060,213.69. Thank you for keeping the money coming in. Thank you for keeping everything coming in. Like, this is wild. I don't even know what to refresh at this point. Okay, maybe feet is not legs, but for today I will concede per voting that feet might not be legs because you've raised $4,322.91. Feet is legs heroically coming through with $1,508.21. History will remember you kindly, feet is legs. History will remember you kindly, and so will I. I think that we might. Are we? 100,000 votes! I'm so happy! Yay! Thank you everyone for taking your role in the Project for Awesome so seriously and using your votes. There are so many votes. I'm so happy about this. You know what? Sometimes I make ambitious goals during the Project for Awesome. I have been known to make over-ambitious goals, but you came through here and voted for over 100,000 times. Thank you very much. With 3 hours left to go and a couple minutes in the 2021 Project for Awesome, thank you. We did it, P4A. You are going to be the next president of Nerdfighteria. I haven't felt this good since we got 1 million crowdfunded last night. I mean, it's amazing. Thank you so much for doing that. Oh, it's so exciting. I love seeing you happy. Hi, Lena. Thank you for fundraising earlier. Hi, Sheridan. Thank you for being behind the scenes. Thank you, Zuleha. Thank you, Mary Ann and Nikki. Nikki, whose birthday is on Tuesday. Everyone say happy birthday to Nikki in advance. Congratulations to everyone. And yes, please thank yourself because like you're the reason this is successful. You're the reason that we can still do this and that in this really challenging time that something so wonderful and connective can come out of this. So thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. We're just racing. It's like it doesn't stop. It's like that Miley Cyrus song. Yay! Thank you for saying happy birthday to Nikki. Nikki is wonderful. Nikki has worked so hard on all of this, as has everyone else behind the scenes. Thank you, Marianne. Thank you, Paola. It's just, yeah, it's an absolute delight. And just thank you to all of you so much for voting. I am verklempt, as the word goes. Absolutely verklempt. Thank you so much. There are still some little monsters available if you'd like to get yourself a little monster. There are 5 little monsters available. Here is one of them. They will all be individual. Cryathon 2021. Rosanna, don't make me cry. I just did my skincare. I know, I put liquid eyeliner on. What was I thinking? Thank you to all the mods. Mia, like you say, thank you to the behind the scenes team. Yes, but thank you so much to all the mods and volunteers and just everyone who's been part of it. I'm so happy to refresh that website and see not only 100,411 votes, but also $2,060,690.69. So thank you. And yeah, just I'm so happy. Thank you very much to all.
Hello.
Hey.
How's it going?
It's going great. I just got very emotional.
I also heard you say dollars in an American accent or something like it, which was very impressive.
I've been practicing really hard. I'm only allowed to say the big numbers in my American accent now.
Well, thank you for pushing the voting over 100,000 votes. This really is going to be, or at least has a chance to be, the biggest Project for Awesome by any measure, and that is a very important measure when we are considering the success of the project. So thank you for hosting for the last 3 hours and thanking everyone. It's just this, what an amazing 45 hours it has been, and we got 3 hours left to go.
Sunday always takes me by surprise, like it's suddenly Sunday. I'm like, what?
I know.
What happened?
Yeah, I feel the same way.
I heard you just set a new goal in Tiltify. Do you want to tell people about that?
We did. This is the final goal that we will set on Tiltify, I promise. The goal is $1,273,282, almost exactly $90,000 away from where we are now.
Your
If
American
we were,
accent's so good.
what's that?
Your American accent's so good.
Oh, thank you. I know it's super flat and nasally. Just, it's incredible how I'm able to just capture the essence of Middle America. If we get to that number, that would mean that this is the Project for Awesome that has raised more money than any other Project for Awesome in history. So it would be very special. And I will explain more about that. But in the meantime, Rosianna, I think you should probably go rest.
I'm going to give you a pizza. It's going to be great.
Great. You've crushed it. Congratulations. Thank you. And we'll see you soon.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay. So I guess I have to choose between getting the P4A balloons in and oh, now that I'm alone, everything can be in the shot. Okay. Hello, welcome to the final 3 hours of the Project for Awesome. So at projectforawesome.com/donate right now, we are almost exactly $90,000 away from $1.273 million, which would represent all together with matching funds the largest P4A of all time in terms of fundraising. I want to explain a little bit about that just for some background. In 2016, which was the year that we raised $2.1 million, we had a lot more matching funds than we have this year. I think we actually had $400,000 more than we had this year because both Hank and me and other people in Nerdfighteria have since put more resources behind the Sierra Leone project since that started up, and so we have a little less, well, quite a bit less money for the matching fund every year. But despite that, we have a real chance of getting to pass that $2.15 million number, which would represent the largest Project for Awesome history, passing the 2016 Project for Awesome. So I know it's an ambitious goal with only 3 hours to go. I want to emphasize something that Emma Luthi Price, one of our great mods, says in comments, which is, do not donate more than you can comfortably afford to donate. That's really important. Like, take care of yourself. We absolutely understand that most people can't afford to donate, and that's okay. As Rosianna has been talking about, there are other ways to participate in the Project for Awesome, which are really profoundly essential. They are not like ancillary to what the Project for Awesome is. They are essential to it. And chief among those is voting for videos at projectforawesome.com. That informs the choices that will be made by the committee of Nerdfighters who decide which charities will get the money that we are raising right now. So yes, it is very important to raise the money. It is arguably more important to choose where that money goes wisely. And that choice is largely yours via your votes at projectforawesome.com. So go to projectforawesome.com. We're going to feature a few videos in the next 2 hours before my brother Hank joins me, so that we can watch some videos together, vote on videos, vote for charities that we want to support, because that is such an essential part of this. One of the things I'm very, very proud of is that throughout the whole 14-year history of the Project for Awesome, Nerdfighteria has done a wonderful job of choosing to support organizations, one, that need the help, and two, that will do a lot of good with the money that we donate to them. So I think we have a very good track record of this, but that's only because of your thank you for the lovely "we're here because we're here's," by the way. This is only because of your great choices at projectforawesome.com. So thank you and keep it up. I think my laptop camera is a little fuzzy. Like, I think I might have touched it with my thumbprint or something, but whatever. We're just going to keep going. So I want to give you, like I said, I want to give you an update on the broad strokes of where we are. I also want to let you know about a couple new perks that have gone up. So the biggest perk that has just gone up is that you can now get one of my books in English, signed, autographed. You don't know which book it's going to be. We had this perk up for a while, and then it sold out, and so we are putting more up. But you don't know which of my books it's going to be, but it will be one of them. And regardless of, I can't promise that it will be a good book, but I can promise that I did work pretty hard on it. So you can get that right now at projectforawesome.com/donate for an $85 donation to the Project for Awesome. I should add that all donations in the U.S. at least are tax deductible over the fair market value of whatever perk you get. And there are still a few there's still a few kind of high dollar perks that I want to emphasize. Rosianna's Little Monster art is available. There's some art by my daughter Alice that's still available. Only a couple of those, but Alice makes this Sharpie art. It's very high quality, super frameable in my opinion. Arguably slightly more sophisticated art if you're looking for something to put on the wall. Sarah Urist Green's original collages are absolutely phenomenal. You can get a Zoom call with Healthcare Triage's Dr. Aaron Carroll to ask him questions, as I do on a regular basis, about anything in your life, healthcare or otherwise. I find his guidance to be very wise and evidence-based. So there's lots of great perks at projectforawesome.com/donate. Two other perks I want to just highlight. The last batch of Nerdfighter art is now available. This is a wonderful perk that we do every year. Nerdfighters from all over the world make art for the Project for Awesome, send it to the warehouse, the dftba.com warehouse, and then you buy this perk through a donation to charity. And one of those pieces of art, you don't know what it's going to be, could be fabric art, could be a poster that was made by someone in Nerdfighteria, will be sent to you, and it's just a wonderful surprise that arrives in the mail, and you never know what it's going to be, but it's a little thank you for making a donation to charity. And of course, the deal of the Project for Awesome is always and forever the digital download bundle, which allows you to get all of the digital perks for $60. So please. Oh, and there's a Life's Library perk that's just been added, Zuleha informs me. A set of 3 random Life's Library books, a book plates, and an exclusive random Life's Library perk. So that's really cool. So you should probably check that out as well. That's just been added. So if you are interested in getting that, that's at projectforawesome.com/donate as well. I'm gonna thank a few people who've donated recently, and then we're going to, at some point, feature another video. But I just want to say some quick thank yous, if this page will load, which it may not. It's so wonderful to see all of you in chat, by the way, all 2,100 of you. It's incredible. I just want to pause to consider. Of course, hasn't been the same 2,100 people the whole time. It's incredible, though, to think what a group of, I think, 10 or 15,000 people, or maybe 20,000 people who've donated and more who've watched videos have accomplished in the last 48 hours by working together, almost to $2.065 million raised. Paolo and Matilda just gave to get the April May short story, which is an extension of Hank's Absolutely Remarkable Thing universe. I'm very excited about that. Carissa just gave to say this has been the best thing to happen in more than a year. I couldn't agree more. Amanda says this has been an incredible P4A, last of what I can donate this year. Love y'all and everything you do. Thank you, Amanda. I hope you enjoy your Gumball Mike pin as a commemoration of this lovely and very weird 48 hours. Kate says, the light-soaked days may still be in our future, but thank you all for many light-soaked moments this weekend. That's actually, Kate, you've just spoiled my video for Tuesday. That's like almost word for word. It's going to seem like I plagiarized you, which I sort of did. Anyway, Rieka says, this is the first year I'm actually earning some money, so I'm happy I can contribute. Greetings from Hamburg in Germany. Thank you so much for getting the digital download bundle. Summer and Riley and Michaela says, I think Hank has been favoring Harry and neglecting Jimin for too long. No, they're both gone. Oh, I see what you mean. I should move. I see what you mean. I should do this. I should do this. And I completely agree with you. Yes. That's the business, right? Oh, Hank turned a little sideways. That's the stuff right there. We did it. Okay. Great idea. Alphabet Soup says, I only discovered the Nerdfighter community in January, but it's been epic already. Huzzah for 2021 Nerdfighters. Alphabet Soup, thank you for getting the 2021 enamel pin to commemorate this year's P4A. Harriet and Chris and Quentin and Newton and Amy and Esther just said, my partner and I have been kept apart because of the virus for over a year now. The weekend of the P4A has brought us a little bit closer. Thank you for that. Also, if you could say, hi, Carol, happy Valentine's Day. Hi, Carol, happy Valentine's Day. Kat just donated, as did Francesca and Riley, Amanda, and NK, who says, hope is the thing with feathers. Lorna says, such a wonderful initiative. Thank you. Sarah just donated. Katie Pineapple just donated to say, P4A is a highlight of my year. For me, too. Isabella just donated to say, endlessly grateful. Becca just donated to say, this has been a truly heartwarming P4A. It has been, but let's not, it's not over. We've still got 2 hours and 45 minutes. So let's not start thinking in the rearview mirror. Camilla, Linda, Martha just donated to get the pressed pennies. Silvana, Claudia, Zen Toro just donated, to get one to Life's Library books. I know you. Thank you for donating. Pia just donated, as did Jay Tierney. Anna just donated to say, I've been a Nerdfighter for 8 years, but this is my first time donating. I got my first salary in January. Congratulations. And thank you for making place for charity within that. We really appreciate it. Fiona says, thanks for making this time more bearable. I do think, for me at least, it has made this time more bearable, which has been a real gift. It has been a reminder that we can get through this and we can find ways to be together even when we can't be together. Hello from On Call in the ICU just donated $60. Thank you. Thank you on a few levels. Thanks for caring for patients in this unbelievably difficult time and in these difficult circumstances, and for making a donation while on call. I hope you get plenty of rest during your shift. Leslie just donated, as did Ashby and Francisca and Rhiannon and Nikita and Eli, who got the self-care bunny. A nice, nothing reminds you to take care of yourself quite like a self-care bunny. You're getting lots of love to the ICU in comments, by the way. If you're not in the live stream, I don't know if you're in the live stream, you can probably see the comments. You're probably not just hearing my voice. So yeah, at projectforawesome.com/donate, we're now closing in $1.19 million. We're closing in on that $1.2 million moment, at which point we will need $73,282 to get to the biggest Project for Awesome of all time. We just passed 1.19, which makes you think that somebody might have given a very big gift in all at once. Indeed, a minute ago, DFTBA Dutch and Belgian Nerdfighters and friends said, thanks to everybody for making the P4A such a great joy after the terrible year we've had. We got together for the fourth time to pool our resources, and it's been such a joy to reconnect with the Nerdfighter community. We love and miss our Nerdfighter friends and hope we can get together soon in real life. The Dutch and Belgian Nerdfighter groups, which have spawned a couple of marriages, are just such a joy. Such a joy. There are a few people in those communities who I've been able, and Hank and I have been able to see grow up, and that's true for a lot of people in Nerdfighteria, that, we've had this incredible privilege of watching, really wonderful young people become wonderful adults, and having a place in those people's lives during those, big tumultuous years of growing up has just meant so much to us. And so it is lovely to see, always lovely to be reminded of the strong Dutch and Belgian Nerdfighter communities. Kelly just donated to say, what an amazing community. Let's finish P4A strong. RDG said, could I have an astronaut frog, or if that's taken, a farmer frog, or an astronaut farmer with a helmet and a shovel? Oh, right. So that's Sabrina Draws You a Frog Friend. I was like, I can try, but now I know it's for the thing. I got it. It's for Sabrina's. She's gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. Kay says, this is my 10th P4A, and this weekend has felt like the opposite of the past year for me too. Michelle says, let's get it. And Kristen says, thanks for restoring my faith in humanity. Michaela says, I've been a Nerdfighter since 2013, so thankful this community has been in my life so long. I really, really appreciate all of your kind words. Alexandra just donated saying, I remember watching back in 2009. Happy to see it this year. Yeah, there've been some weird years of the Project for Awesome, but this year has felt amazing. I don't remember what 2009 was like. I don't remember which one that was. Was that the one where we were like on television on that with very fancy cameras that YouTube paid for, and it looked and felt like we were like slightly out of place? Yeah, maybe it was, but yeah, it's Mia says, I've just had an unscheduled cry. I've had a few of those over the last 2 days. I cried like a little baby last night watching Destin's just, I mean, he's a genius. Someone said in comments last night, and this was such a good observation. They said of Destin's fundraising, they said, as a fan, I am entertained. And as someone who works in nonprofit fundraising, I am astounded. And yeah, he just like he has a gift. And how wonderful is it that like Destin could totally use that gift to generate a gajillion dollars for Smarter Every Day, but instead, like he orients so much of his time and his attention and his care and his talents toward trying to make the world a better place and toward trying to help people get educations and get excited about education. I am just such a fan of his. I really am. So thank you to him and to everybody who's hosted the Project for Awesome over the last 48 hours. This has just been incredible, from Rosianna to Taylor of It's Radish Time, and Miriam, all of our amazing guests, from Evelyn to Danielle Bainbridge to Wheezy Waiter. It's been an endless stream of wonder for me the last 48 hours. So many great conversations. And we don't emphasize enough the fact that everybody who is commenting on the videos, like on the stream right now, is volunteering. I know that sounds weird, but in some ways you are, right? Because like you are coming up with perk ideas and you are developing the ridiculous but wonderful inside jokes that make this 48 hours not only like bearable, but delightful. And that's always been the secret of Vlogbrothers, is that it's never really been about us. It's always been about the like trying to create space and cultivate a community that can be as just as wonderful and creative and thoughtful as y'all are. So thank you for being part of it. Thank you for your votes at projectforawesome.com. We're going to feature another video very soon, if that's okay, Zuleha. But we're gonna, in the meantime, I want to thank a few more people who've just donated. And okay, all right. So I'm behind. Hold on, I'm behind on the Slack. I'm not very good. This is a new. I'm always behind. I'm always behind. That's the real lesson here. So I just got some numbers from Diana. We have some very hardworking people in the background. Just for a little bit of context, at the 45-hour mark in the 2018 Project for Awesome, we'd raised $525,000 through the crowdfunding campaign. In the 2019 Project for Awesome, we'd raised $512,000 through the crowdfunding campaign at the 45-hour mark. This year, we have raised $1.182 million through the 45-hour mark in the crowdfunding campaign, meaning that this year's Project for Awesome is bigger in terms of crowdfunding fundraising, than both the 2018 and the 2019 P4As combined, which is not something I expected in this, the hardest of all years. So wow, and thank you. Just incredible. Oh, I also want to say a huge thanks to Cakes by Chapa, who made the most beautiful, I mean, insofar as something that is horrifying can also be something that is beautiful. What did Rilke say? That terror is the beginning of beauty? If terror is the beginning of beauty, then Cakes by Chapa's bean ferb cake was the beginning of beauty. It was just incredible. It was one of the great accomplishments in the history of baking. Okay. We are now close to $1.2 million raised, just $5,000 away. I'm going to thank a couple more people, and then we're going to feature a video. There's so many people to thank, but I want to thank Something Amazing for saying thank you for continuing to produce thoughtful content in the midst of the pandemic. Catherine says, self-care bunny exclamation point, and just paid a lot of money for a self-care bunny coaster. Thank you. Pia just said, I'm still not the fiddle player, but donated to get the Life's Library books perk. Anonymous just donated to say thank you for an amazing weekend. I was so ill this month, and this has been a joyful peak of the year so far. Thank you. I feel the same way. Kelly says thank you as well. And then I'm sorry to keep reading names, but Jenny, Chloe from Tua says Tuataria has been a beacon of light for me this P4A. Check out Tuataria if you haven't at tuataria.com. Sydney says such an amazing P4A this year. Nerdfighteria is such a powerful community. Peter says you'll never walk alone, even when Liverpool lose 6 games on the bounce. Mary Emma says thanks for being here. It's made the last few days much brighter. Harriet just donated, as did Jeffrey and Katie and Eric and Anonymous. There are so many. Ella is a bean boy and Stepan, Carol, Alice. I don't know if that's I don't think that's my daughter Alice, because she can't write with that kind of quality. But Alice, who isn't my daughter, thank you for being here since 2013, which incidentally is how long my daughter has been here for. But I don't think you're her, just because I've read her writing and it isn't quite that good yet. Or even anywhere close. Okay, so projectforawesome.com. We're going to feature a new video right now. This is really a really important part of the last few hours of the Project for Awesome is to focus on voting, because actually the fundraiser is going to stay up until afternoon today. Like, the fundraiser will actually be up until I think Tuesday at midnight. So we're going to create a false sense of urgency, because that's what drives donations. But I want to be clear, it's a false sense of urgency. The live stream is going to end in 2 hours and 37 minutes, at which point I and many other people, I think, will collapse into a puddle of pleased exhaustion. But in the meantime, the voting actually does end right at noon today. So you only have 2 hours and 30 minutes left to vote on Project for Awesome videos. So I want us to be careful and thoughtful about the videos that we vote for. And we've got a new video for the Against Malaria Foundation, which is an organization that we've supported in the past and does very, very important work very efficiently to fight one of the world's deadliest infectious diseases, and what was until recently the world's deadliest infectious disease. But the reason it isn't today is largely because of the interventions that the Against Malaria Foundation and other anti-malarial organizations and the not just that, but also the also governments coming together, and the global community coming together to prioritize fighting malaria. We still have a very long way to go, but it is a reminder that when we pay attention to a problem, we can make the problem better. Because even when the Project for Awesome started, more than 1 million people a year died of malaria, and now it's less than half of that. It could be down a further 90% if we prioritized it as a global community. And so I think this is a really important topic to consider. And here we're going to watch Foxy Hedgehog's video about the Against Malaria Foundation together at projectforawesome.com. It's the first video up there. Let's watch it together right now. Hello, welcome back. I really enjoyed that video, and I liked the mathematical breakdown to try to understand the impact. A lot of times, it can be very difficult to quantify these impacts, and there are organizations like. There are several organizations focused on what's called effective altruism, trying to figure out what are the most efficient and effective kinds of interventions that that nonprofit organizations can make. And bed nets are a super effective and efficient way of doing that. And you can see there from the math the average number of lives saved per dollar invested, which is it's really lovely to think. And I'm thank you to Foxy Hedgehog to making that video. But it's a reminder that we can do more. And so if you want to vote for the Against Malaria Foundation, just click the red button next to the video at projectforawesome.com. You can also find lots of other videos about lots and lots of other organizations. There are a number of ways to search for Project for Awesome videos at projectforawesome.com to find the charities you want to search for. You can search by category. You can search by the individual charity as well. There are hundreds of charities on that list, and you can find if there's a charity that you want us to support. You can just search for that and find videos about that charity, or you can scroll through like it's the YouTube homepage, looking at thumbnails that may or may not communicate a lot of what we need to know. That's the nature of thumbnails. But yeah, so all of those work basically is what I'm trying to say. But if you go to go to projectforawesome.com just go to projectforawesome.com right now. You can find lots of different videos to vote on. We've had over 102, almost 103,000 votes. We again only for the next 2.5 hours is it possible to vote on Project for Awesome videos. So I really hope that you will take some time. Mute me if you need to. I'll be here when you get back. Don't worry, and watch some Project for Awesome videos this morning or this evening, I guess, if you're in Australia, and vote for different charities so that we can make sure that the money that we're raising right now goes to organizations that reflect our community's values. And one of the ways that we know our community's values is through your votes. It's through you expressing those values by which P4A videos you watch and which P4A videos you support with your votes. So that's something that really the importance of it cannot be emphasized enough. As I said earlier, I'm very proud of the organizations that we've supported in the past, but that is credit to the community, not credit to us. So please continue that long legacy of supporting great organizations like the Against Malaria Foundation, and lots of others. So thank you to everybody who has voted. I wish I could thank individual voters. We've now had over 103,000 votes. I wish I could thank individual voters the way I can thank individual donors, but we just don't have that back end because you don't have to. I mean, it's good news largely, right? That you don't have to log in and leave a credit card number in order to vote. So I wish I could thank you each in person and by name, but since I can't, I will just say thank you to everybody who has voted, and everybody who understands that that's a big part of that's just a big part of what the Project for Awesome is, and is that we don't just crowdfund the money together. We also use the Project for Awesome really to orient ourselves as a community and to orient our values. And I think over the years, the Project for Awesome has helped change and shift our values and has helped expand our understanding of the world around us in really cool ways, or at least it has for me over the last 15 years. Anonymous just donated to get the digital download bundle at projectforawesome.com/donate and says, thank you for all you do. And the recommendation of Eula Biss's Having and Being Had. What a great book. What a great book. Oh, if you're part of Life's Library, you read Eula Biss's On Immunity, but she has just written a book called Having and Being Had, which is about capitalism. And it's real good. I mean, she's she's just so brilliant. It's a little hard not to be jealous. She's so good, just so good in so few words. It's incredible. Eric just donated to say, I love the shirt. Just got the Project for Awesome 2021 shirt and said, I would love a hoodie next year. That's a great idea. We should do a hoodie next year, especially because it's winter. You know, it's winter. People have a hoodie vibe. I think we're definitely going to keep the Project for Awesome in February based on the fact that we have raised more money through the crowdfunding campaign in 45 hours than we raised in the last 2 years combined. So February it is. There's not much question about that at this point, I don't think. Just to give you an update on where we are with fundraising, with now 2 hours and 27 minutes left in the Project for Awesome, we've raised $1.203 million. That's party popper time because we just passed the $100,000 mark. That one was dead. Okay, well, that's a disappointment. How many more? I've got a very limited supply of party poppers. I need to be judicious given the number of duds. I need to be very judicious in the party popper. I think I can use this one. We've got to be careful. Okay, here we go. Uh-oh, didn't work. Here we go. There it is. There it is. Okay. All right. So this stuff is just an absolute nightmare to clean up, by the way. It's just barely material. Like, it's hard to overstate how thin and frail it is. And so when you try to pick it up off the floor, it's like weird because you can't vacuum it up. But it also, when you try to pick it up off the floor, it's like, I don't really exist. But whatever, that's a problem for future me, not a problem for current me. So yeah, we've raised over $1.2 million at projectforawesome.com/donate. We're now under $70,000 away from the goal of having the largest. It's unbelievable to think this, the largest Project for Awesome ever. Yeah, with 2.5 hours to go. I don't know if it'll happen on stream. But if it doesn't happen on stream, I still think it will happen. So it'd be great if it happened on stream. If it doesn't, I'm not going to get mad because all that matters is that it happens. And even if it doesn't, it's still been a great P4A. Ashley just donated to get the digital download bundle, as did Boo. Anonymous just donated $100 for Alaska for Looking and says heart from Maine. Jay just donated to say it's been a hard year for everyone. Glad to share what luck I have had by supporting great nonprofits through P4A. Thank you for getting the digital download bundle. I should talk about Alaska for Looking. So this is my first novel, Looking for Alaska. I don't know if it's good. I haven't read it in 16 years, but I do know that the words in Looking for Alaska are arranged like narratively. So you'll see a sentence like, for a moment she was quiet. I'm not going to read any more. That sentence was fine, though. I don't have any problems with it. That's an interesting way to organize a book, and it's the traditional way. But a nerd fighter named Rylant, right before lockdown, came to one of our shows and had organized Looking for Alaska in a different and in some ways more beautiful and fascinating way, alphabetically. And so we are making a book called Alaska for Looking. This is the last page of Alaska for Looking. And if you've read the book, it's so sad and beautiful. The book ends, Alaska for Looking ends, yourself, 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 yourselves, youth, yup, 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 z, zen, zen, zero, zipped, zipped, zoo, 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 zoo. It's so lovely. This is one of the nicest things that anyone has ever done. It's hard to express. I mean, first off, I couldn't have imagined in 2005 that my book would still be in print. Like, my goal for it was for it to make it to a paperback edition, so that it would be in print for like 3 years instead of 1. So I never imagined that people would still be reading it all these years later. But having people make interesting art in response to your art is just the most amazing thing. I think that's a big part of why I found this year's P4A so joyful, actually. And by the way, you can get Alaska for Looking. You can get a digital version. It comes with the digital download bundle. Or you can get the physical version. We're making an actual book that you can get for $100 donation at projectforawesome.com/donate. what a weird thing to have, and there will not be that many copies of it in the world. So it'll be great. So sorry, I just got distracted by seeing Trump 2024 trending on Twitter. One of the great joys of this year's Project for Awesome has been seeing all of the responses to the P4A. Like Mikulas made a word cloud out of the comments on the donations from the first 40 hours of the P4A 2021. Seeing all of the ridiculous memes has just been so joyful. And I think it's because it's people making stuff in response to other stuff that people have made, and it's this endless stream of like making in response to making and creating in response to creation. And it just makes me so happy, like seeing all of the ridiculous Furby bean memes. Somebody posted a picture of Katie posted a picture of my mustachioed face in the mirrored heart-shaped sunglasses of hers while she's drinking a glass of wine. And then I liked it, and then she replied, "John, you did not just like this. Oh my God." By the way, I'm not using Twitter. Only I'm doing the Project for Awesome and only my sports Twitter. But like all the endless creativity that's sprung out of the Project for Awesome in the last 48 hours has just been incredible. Projectforawesome.com/donate is where you go to donate. We've now raised $2.084 million. Ooh, really good number, guys. 2.084484444. What a great, I'm screenshotting the number. Oh, it's a great, phenomenal number. Not just because it's big, but also just because of the 8s and the 4s and the order of them. Just fantastic. We've since blown through that, but it was great while it lasted. I want to say thanks to Lizard, who just donated their birthday gift money. Thanks to Holy Arts and Crafts Batman for getting the digital download bundle and paying too much for it. Iron Giant 1957 just got Alaska for looking. I loved that book when I was a kid, if that's what your username is about. Laura Ann just got the Life's Library Books perk. Too Tall Gil just paid way too much money for the April May short story, although I think you'll enjoy it and maybe you'll get that much value out of it. But regardless, it's not really about that, right? It's about donating to charity and supporting these great organizations. Myrta says, I honestly just want John to try to pronounce my name. Well, I did. Myrta? I would say it's either, in my opinion, Myrta or Mirta. Those would be my two number one guesses. So far, I've been donating in 3 P4As and been here since 2012, but I have never gotten this much wanted perk. So thank you for donating, and I'm glad that you got a perk. I hope you enjoy it. So, hey, John, thanks some matching donors, says Nikki. Great, I will. Thanks to Ningmaster Tom, who has been part of this community. Speaking of Dutch and Belgian nerd fighters, who has been part of this community for, I think, 14 years. Tom is an extraordinary designer and an extraordinary person who I feel very, very lucky to have known. Again, one of those people who I feel really lucky to have known when they were young, and then get to watch them grow up. And it's hard to explain until you are a middle-aged person how wonderful it is to be able to root for people as they grow up. I think about that with the young people who were in the movie adaptations of my books, and I also think about it with the people who grew up with Nerdfighteria as part of their lives. And so, yeah, thank you to Tom for joining the matching fund this year, and to all of our matching donors. The reason that we are past $2 million is because all of these people came together to build a matching fund that would support the Project for Awesome and allow it to reach these heights. They did not get perks in exchange for this. They just did it to support the P4A, and we are really grateful to them. So thank you to Ningmaster Tom. Also, thank you to Larkin and Nathan from Portland, Oregon. Great town. I was there to go to a Portland Timbers game and a wedding not too long ago, and I had a lovely, lovely time. So thank you, Larkin and Nathan from Portland. Thank you to Rachel, who is also from Oregon. I don't know if Rachel knows Larkin and Nathan, but it would be cool if they met. Thank you to Eric P. as well. Thank you to Heather and Jeff. Thank you to Craig Bricky. And thank you to Karina. and also to Hero of Canton, Ohio, great town, and to Mike from Boston, and of course to Anonymous. Mike, thank you for joining the Project for Awesome. Anonymous, what a Project for Awesome you are having. Again, one of our lead donors, Anonymous. We've never known who they are or what they do, but my God, did they give a lot of money. Last night, Craig Benzine said, I'm playing a drinking game where I take a shot every time John makes that stupid joke about Anonymous. Sam says, please shave your mustache, John. Oh, Sam, I would love to. But there was a poll last night, and it was called, should John shave his mustache or should John keep the mustache through his Tuesday video? And the answer was it raised like $50,000, and keep the mustache won by like $400. So I have to keep the mustache because I made a solemn vow. And I believe in keeping my solemn vows. Anonymous just donated another $200. Really crushing it, Anonymous. Hi, Henry.
Hi.
Look, I don't know if Kimmy's in chat, but if she is, look who's wearing your shirt. Can we see the shirt? It's a great, it really, boy, that is, what is it like to wear your father's face on your torso?
I don't know.
You don't know? It's a little weird?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I would find it a little weird too. Shelby just donated to get the Project for Awesome 2021 t-shirt, which Henry also got, so that's a good perk pickup. Jim just donated, as did Simon and Fuzz and Jason, who donated $10 to get the postcard print. Thank you so much, Jason. Travis donated, William, Diana, John, not me, John, a different John, Tatum, Sam, Zach, Ashley, and Ms. Glazer, who says, Nerd Fighters, your teachers love you and we're proud of you. Oh, that's so sweet, and thank you for teaching. I hope that it's going okay. I know that it's really hard for a lot of teachers this year. Henry, we're very grateful to your teachers who are working very hard in difficult circumstances, aren't we? Yes. Do you have good teachers?
Yes.
Yes, they're excellent. I agree. I think that they are all lovely and working extremely hard in tough circumstances. I love having this just some nice just action happening in the background of the video to keep you visually interested. Update at projectforawesome.com/donate. We've now raised $1.212 million of our $1.273 million goal, meaning that we are just over $60,000 away from hitting that milestone at which this would be the biggest Project for Awesome in the 15-year history of this project. So that would be pretty cool. Laura says, I've been around since the beginning of the P4A, but this has been my favorite yet. It really, Laura, it's been mine too. It's just, I don't know if we needed it more. I don't know if I needed it more this year. Maybe, I mean, I probably did. But also, it's just been so lovely. It's been such an encouragement and a reminder that like we can still find ways to be together, to make stuff together, to accomplish things together, even in this time when so many of us can't be together. So it's just, I am so grateful to everybody who has made this possible. Henry, if you wanted to take that box of 4,000 sheets of paper upstairs, I would love it. Can you carry it? No, you can't. Oh my God. Oh, no. No, don't hurt yourself. Don't hurt yourself. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's like watching an ant pick up a leaf. Oh, it's okay if you don't make it all the way up the stairs. Don't hurt yourself. He's not going to. Okay, good. Yeah, that was a lot. That's a lot. It's hard for me to carry one of those upstairs. And I weigh like 17 times as much as you. Lou and Matt just donated to say, thanks for doing good in the world with the $60 donation. Leah just donated as well. Hoover just donated, as did Teffy and Janine and Jess and Daniel and Jim. We're going to feature another video at projectforawesome.com. There was just, it sounded like somebody just fell, but I'm going to not worry about it just yet. Are you okay? No injury? Huh?
I jumped down the stairs.
Oh, you jumped down the stairs. We're going to feature another video at projectforawesome.com now. So if you go over to Project for Awesome, I assume that most of you are fairly familiar with the business of opening multiple tabs. But if you go over to projectforawesome.com, we're going to have a new featured video that we're going to watch together. And again, the fundraiser is actually going to go on past noon, but the voting ends in 2 hours and 13 minutes. So this is the critical time for voting at projectforawesome.com. So I want to emphasize that. And like I always say, we know that most of you can't donate financially to this project, but your votes are still tremendously important because they help us decide where the money that we're currently raising will go. So we're going to go to projectforawesome.com. We're going to watch this video together about A Way Out. And then we will be back in a few. Okay, Nikki says now we're good. Okay, so then we'll be back in a few minutes. I was muted. Amateur hour. Amateur hour. Thank you, Nikki, for letting me know that I was muted. But yeah, thanks to the person who made that video, and not super related to the video, but it is a wonder and a joy to see in the foreground of the video my books. I don't know if they're in Slovakian or Romanian, but really, really cool to see I've never seen those books before, actually. So I don't always get sent the foreign editions of my books, and so that's really cool to see. If you want to vote to support that charity, to support A Way Out, you can click vote right next to the video. It's that red button. You may have to prove that you're a human by passing a CAPTCHA test, but I have every confidence in you. Again, all the money that we're raising right now will go to charities chosen by you, the Nerdfighter community, at projectforawesome.com. The votes, your votes, then go to the committee of a couple dozen Nerdfighters who actually approve the grants and go through and vet the charities and everything. So thanks to them, and thanks to everybody who's voting. We've now had over 105,000 votes. I saw a question in comments about whether or not donations are tax deductible. In the U.S., your donations are tax deductible. They go to a real 501c3 charity that just sounds called the Foundation to Decrease World Suck, and then all of the money that is raised in the Project for Awesome gets distributed out to either during the money raised during the first half gets distributed to Partners in Health and Save the Children, and the money raised in the second half gets distributed in grants that go to over a dozen charities chosen by you in the community. So yes, the donations in the U.S., at least, I don't know about international law, are tax deductible over the fair market value of any perks that you get. But I am not an accountant, as you can tell from looking at me. So don't trust me with tax advice. Yeah, that's the end of that sentence. Yeah. Believe you should ask my accountant how good I am at prepping my taxes every year. So yeah, check out. But you can go to projectforawesome.com/donate and get a huge variety of perks that are still available, including a signed copy of one of my books. You don't know which one you're going to get, but it'll be one of them. And but there's so many great perks that you can get. There's a secret podcast that my wife Sarah and I make every year about art. There's the Travis McElroy of My Brother and Me gets together with Hank Green to talk about being dads with kids about the same age as each other. There's a self-care bunny coaster from Rosianna. There's an exclusive episode of Dear Hank and John available where we answer questions only from donors to this year's Project for Awesome. There's Dear Catherine and Sarah, the amazing podcast our wives make together about where they provide, I have to say, much less dubious advice than Hank and I provide on our podcast. Okay, I want to give you a fundraising update. We're closing in on $2.1 million total raised in this year's Project for Awesome, which is incredible. And we're inching closer to that $1.273 million goal at Tiltify, which would represent the largest P4A ever. We're only $6,000 away from $2.1 million raised overall, which would mean that we're about $51,000 away from this being the biggest P4A of all time. So really exciting. Really, really, really just incredible. Thank you. Daffy just donated, as did Morgan and Jake and Nate and Chloe. Gosh, there are more than 10 people donating every minute now. Rachel, EY Lee, Brandon, Mochi and Fruitska. Anne Marie just donated and says, first P4A as a relative newcomer to Nerdfighteria. Really been enjoying popping in and out of the stream. Found you guys through Harry Potter and the Sacred Text. What a great podcast. I just recorded with them, actually, and it's always such an encouragement. It's one of my favorite podcasts. So if you are looking in the market for a podcast, Anne Marie and I agree that Harry Potter and the Sacred Text is a really good one. Mr. Mayor the Cat just donated $100 and didn't get a perk. I mean, what? I've always liked cats, but now I really like cats. Mads just donated. Sorry, I got something in my nose. Mads just donated. Jake, Annie, Kay, Nathaniel just donated. And says, makes a good point that this was a strange time for the P4A because of Lunar New Year, which is something that we will bear in mind next year, and we appreciate you pointing out to us, and thank you for that. Dills, thank you for getting the digital download bundle as well, Nathaniel. Dills just donated to say, John, I am not paying too much for this, even though they are. They did pay an unnecessary amount for the digital download bundle, but Dills, I believe that you're going to get $100 worth of value out of your digital download bundle. Anonymous just donated to get part of the last batch of Nerdfighter art. A small hamster just donated, which is great. I didn't even know that hamsters could use the internet, let alone that they could make donations at the Project for Awesome at projectforawesome.com/donate. Humphrey just donated $1,000 with no perk. Gosh, geez, thank you. Wow, incredible. Nectarine Wrench just donated as well to say thank you so much. Anonymous just donated way too much to get a Project for Awesome poster. Lisanne just donated to get the Life's Library bundle package. I don't know what to call it. Perk. I'm running out of words, which always happens toward the end of the Project for Awesome. I'm always like, well, how do we word again? Where did the words come from? How do they interact with my mind and then get through when you start thinking about vocalization, it becomes very difficult to vocalize anything. That's true of so many things. Like, my big problem is, this is a slight tangent, but like, when you start to think about the mechanics through which things happen, things become impossible. It's a real turtles all the way down situation. I wrote a book about this. Betty just got a self-care bunny. Congratulations. Yes, and lots of people can relate to me in feeling that words can be hard to find sometimes. We're now just $900 away from $2.1 million raised in the 2021 Project for Awesome, which is mind-blowing, which means we are just $50,000 away from this being the biggest P4A ever. In a year when I don't think any of us thought that was going to be possible. Hey, John, says Kara or Kara. Can you explain the nates est crua, nates est nates written on the 2021 coin? Yeah, it translates to something like butt is legs, butt is butt. That's what it translates to. So there's a commemorative coin that you can get at projectforawesome.com/donate. We've been doing this like every year for, I think, 11 years. And this year, if you get the commemorative coin, because lots of people have collections of these commemorative coins going back a decade, and we didn't have a Project for Awesome last year in 2020 for a variety of reasons. We were moving the date. Also, as you may be aware, 2020 was a bit catastrophic. We had all kinds of problems at the warehouse and everything, and with perk fulfillment, it was just it was challenging. And so, but this year, if you get the commemorative coin, you get a 2020 commemorative coin and a 2021 commemorative coin. So people who have their collections can keep their collections yearly. And if you're starting a new collection, then you can start with 2 years instead of one. And we can just move on past 2020 entirely. But yeah, that is the joke. Every year, the commemorative coin contains some kind of stupid joke, and that is the one this year. Carrie just donated, as did Madeline, who said, I stayed up long enough last night to watch Hank drink beans, and the only thing that got me out of bed this morning was John might be hosting the live stream. And here I am. Thanks for getting the self-care bunny coaster, Madeline. Anonymous just donated, as did Heather and Kevin and Emily and Ryan and Danny and Gabe, who says that their last name is pronounced Onkigo. I see. I see. You put it in parentheses, but I think it's Onkigo. So thank you to Gabe Onkigo. Thank you to Gabe Onkigo for donating. Thank you to the Smindbush family, to Anonymous. Ningmaster Tom just donated. Ningmaster Tom, I hope you heard my kind words about you when I was thanking our matching donors. If you didn't, if you tuned in just a few minutes too late, Marianne from Tuataria just donated, as did Rachel and Jesse and Sarah. And Anonymous donated 3 times because they're just having a great Project for Awesome, as they always do. Caitlin, Aladdin the cat, really grateful to all these cats who are donating. I never thought that that would happen. John, can we please do a Taylor Swift poll? Yes, sure. Let's do a Taylor Swift poll. I mean, there are some people who don't like. We're at $2.1 million. Goodness gracious. I mean, there are some people who don't like Taylor Swift at all, but whatever. We can do a Taylor Swift poll, and then you can just, if you don't want to participate in it, you don't have to. Favorite Taylor Swift album, 1989, Folklore, Evermore, or there should be a fourth one. What should be the fourth one? I don't know. Okay. Oh no. We have to cancel the poll because there's too little time. There's too little time remaining. I've just been informed that there's I mean, we're into we have 1 hour and 57 minutes left. So I'm sorry, but 1989 is officially the best Taylor Swift album because while I think it's really good, the main reason it's the best Taylor Swift album is because of like where I was in my life when I first heard it. So there, I've announced it. Samantha, Linda, Elise, Bridget, Asil, Unai, Melg, Emily, Jenny, Richard, Christine, Annie, Emily, Ashley, DFTB Aiden, who gives every year, thank you. Guy, Alex, Jessica from Discord, Anonymous. I don't know if that's like Jessica works at Discord, but maybe that'd be cool. What a cool job. Jim donated. Oh, it's so funny that Tiltify thinks that the word "but" is a curse word, and so it it hashes it out. Justine, Anonymous, Alyssa, Captain James T. Kirk just made a donation, as did Noth, as did Aaron. TMNT all the way down just donated. Cyjoy, hi Cyjoy, just got the digital download bundle. Thank you so much. And says, I recommend volunteering with Catch a Fire. You can volunteer and help thousands of nonprofits online. I've been doing hour-long calls helping them transition from in-person to digital formats. It's easy. You should check them out. That's a great idea. So if you're interested in a volunteer opportunity, check out Catch a Fire. Jay Moore just donated, as did Charlie and Kendra and Kimmy, the circle artist. I hope you saw Henry's circle art shirt. Caitlin just donated. Rachel, Shmooly, Paige, Rachel again, Lilu, Kirsten, Rena, Aniko, and Bojan, who says, we are both lucky to be able to grow up with P4A throughout the years. Thank you for making the world and our world a better place. That's really kind of you. I hope you enjoy your commemorative coin. Beth says, happy birthday from Coco the cat. So many cats donating. Clara Ann says 1989 is definitely the best Taylor Swift album. I really think it's like where you are when you listen to them because they're all really good. Anonymous, who just got the digital download bundle, says, thank you. Your work means a lot to me as a trans Jewish weirdo who is also long-term filled with eschatological dread. Thank you so much for donating and for being part of this community. Nick just donated $778.70 and got no perk, which is good on so many levels because first off, that's an incredibly generous donation. And secondly, Nick, you and I both know what a great number 778.7 is. What a phenomenal number. 10 out of 10. Every day I'm Jocelyn, just got the Life's Library. That's a great name. Just got the Life's Library book perks. There's people fighting about what the best Taylor Swift album is with their donations, even though we don't have a poll up, which is phenomenal. We just had a postcard print run out. I think we probably can make more of them, though. Diana says, I've been here for 7 years, but here we are starting a coin collection. It's never too late, Diana. Krista says, thanks for all the joy the P4A has brought. M just donated. Patch, who's a rescue pup. Milo, the dog, just donated. Bernie, the doggo. Lots of now it's a fight between dogs and cats. Folklore Supremacy just donated $45 to say the Folklore is the best album ever made. I will die on this hill. I mean, I don't know if it's the best album ever made. That's all hail West Texas. Emmy just donated, as did Isabel, who got the Life's Library book perks. Oh my gosh, the donations are coming. I wish I could thank all of you who are donating, but alas, I cannot. They're just coming in too fast. We're now about $40,000 away, $43,000 away from this being the biggest project for Awesome ever in terms of money raised. Unbelievable, incredible that it would happen this year when we all need it. Lots of people upset about the poll in chat. Sorry about that. We've got 1 hour, but we only have 1 hour and 54 minutes left, and I want to use that time really wisely, and I want to make sure that we also feature a couple more videos here in the last hour. It's just so important right now to go to projectforawesome.com and make sure that you're watching P4A videos and voting for the organizations that you want us to support with the money that we're raising right now. That is really, really critical because that's really critical because that only has 1 hour and 53 minutes left in it. The votes, we've had now over 106,000 votes, but those votes are going to help inform the decisions of the committee of Nerdfighters who get together every year to approve the grant process. So we really appreciate and need your votes. So I know even if you can't donate to this year's Project for Awesome, you can still have a big say in where the money that we're raising right now will end up going. So like earlier today, Megan the Nerdy Girl had a video about the Nature Conservancy. Some of you may know that my dad worked for the Nature Conservancy for many years in Michigan and in Florida. In fact, that's why we grew up in Orlando. So that is an organization that's very near and dear to my heart. You can vote for the Nature Conservancy. You can vote for the Equal Justice Initiative. You can vote for Not Forgotten, an orphanage in Peru that Destin Sandlin helps to support. There are so many ways. There are so many great organizations listed at projectforawesome.com. And your votes by clicking that little red button or clicking capture to prove you're a person and then clicking that little red button are just super important. So thank you for donating. We're going to feature another video fairly soon. But in the meantime, before we do, I just want to thank a few more recent donors. I wish that, sorry you didn't get it right earlier, but I believe that you can, says Gabe. I'm going to try again, Gabe. On Kiko. Gabe on Kiko. I tried again. Charity from Indiana just donated. It's very cold today, Charity. I am also in Indiana, and boy, is it cold. Katie just donated to say, I've always wanted a self-care bunny. Mary Bear said, it's so nice to see some good in the world. Thanks for all you're doing, says Rose, who loves Tua. Trish just donated, as did Anonymous on the subject of Taylor Swift. Henry just donated to get the Project for Awesome commemorative coins. Joseph just got a signed copy of one of my books. Isabel just donated to get the Life's Library book perk. So we're going to feature another video at projectforawesome.com. We're all going to watch this video together, and then we'll come back to projectforawesome.com/live to continue here in the last hour and 51 minutes of the 2021 Project for Awesome. So let's go watch that video together now. Hello. I should say that that great video was made by Mia, who is one of the moderators in chat and has been here for the vast majority of the last 48 hours. So Mia, thank you so much, both for making a wonderful Project for Awesome video and for all that you've done to make the chat a safe and pleasant and productive place. And thanks to all the moderators who have been here throughout the Project for Awesome to make the chat work. It's just so essential. So if you want to support the wildlife trusts, you click the red vote button right next to Mia's video, and that counts as a vote for that charity. You can also go to projectforawesome.com and find lots of charities that people have made in our community, have made videos about. Hundreds of them, in fact. And that is how a big part of how we determine which charities end up getting supported. So please vote at projectforawesome.com. There's only 1 hour and 46 minutes left in the time of voting. We've raised $2.112 million, meaning that we're now about, I'm bad at math, but about $38,000 away from this being the biggest Project for Awesome in the history of the 15-year history of this project, which is, I mean, I don't know what to say about it, except that I'm grateful and astonished. Yeah, Emma has just donated to say happy 1 month till Pi Day. Oh yeah, right. I keep forgetting that today is to some people a holiday. It is not a holiday to me, but I know it is to some people, and I wish all of those people a happy 1 month until Pi Day holiday. I've just never been big into this holiday. I know some people are. I don't judge it. I'm not here, but that's a personal thing. It's not our thing. Sarah and I it's not our thing. Jay also just donated, as did Aaron and Eleanor and Anthony and Danielle, who says, I regret not getting a self-care poster earlier, but this will be a good self-care reminder to get a self-care coaster. Melody just donated. Thank you, Rue and Elle and Jay, and Miss Sako the cat just donated to say meow and get Crash Course stickers. The Electro Jogger just got a signed copy of a John Green book and says the Not So Secret live streams have given me so much comfort in this dark time. There will be lots more of them, not this week because I'm going to be asleep for like at least 6 days, but after this week. There will be many, many more of them because I have 120,000 sheets to sign in a month. So that's 240 hours in 5 weeks, which is like 48 hours a week. Totally doable. Kate, Michael, Jackie, Daniel just donated, as did Tasha and Mickey, and a super intelligent shade of blue. Mwah, what a username. Oh my God. All hail a super intelligent shade of blue, our shared future. Sam just donated to say, to get the last batch of Nerdfighter art, and says, I remember logging on to a live stream you did before the release of Turtles All the Way Down when I first entered college, and now I'm in my final semester. Thank you for being with us through all those years, Sam. Thank you. Hannah, thank you. Anonymous, Bobby, Nikki, Caroline, the notorious MBG just donated. Not John's wife, part 2. I think a different Sarah than my wife, probably. Ilya just donated, as did Natalia and Elizabeth, and Raphael the Corgi, who showed up to make a $60 donation to get the digital download bundle, the steal of every Project for Awesome. I want to go through some of the perks just one last time. I'm going to be joined in a little under an hour by my brother for the last hour of this year's Project for Awesome. And so I just want to go through some of the perks that you can get that are only available during this Project for Awesome. All this stuff will never be available again, not to create a sense of urgency or anything, but it's true. If you want Hank's TikTok drafts, now is the time. Make a donation at projectforawesome.com/donate. There's also the Project for Awesome poster, which imagines what Nerdfighteria would be like in real life. It's designed by Nerdfighter Alice Jones. Thank you so much for making that. There's the Gumball Mike pin. If you know Gumball Mike, you know. And there's also the Project for Awesome enamel pin, which is so great. It was designed by Lucas Phelan. Lucas, thank you so much for designing this year's P4A pin. It's a campfire with roasting marshmallows, reminds us of fun days to come. There's the Project for Awesome magnet poetry. There's the pressed pennies every year. I don't like pennies for obvious reasons. Like, how insane is it that we have a coin that's worth 1/20th of $1, but not only that, we have a coin that's worth 1/5 of 1/20th of $1. Makes absolutely no sense. every other country with a functioning system of government has eliminated their 1 and 5 cent coins, but we don't need to talk about that. So the pressed pennies, we take American pennies, and this is legal because pennies are functionally without value. They aren't really money deep down. We take pennies, and one person using a crank, and these people, it's usually just one person, but it's volunteers, come into the DFTBA warehouse, volunteer their time to take these pennies, crank them through a machine that makes these beautiful designs, so that you can have a pressed penny commemorative memory of the 2021 Project for Awesome, or you could get the 2021 and 2020 commemorative coin, so you can keep your coin collection going or start a new one. There's the Project for Awesome T-shirt. There's the Project for Awesome socks. There's the last batch of Nerdfighter art. There is not that much Nerdfighter art remaining. Every year, hundreds of Nerdfighters send in art that they have made for the Project for Awesome to the DFTBA warehouse. And then if you get this perk, someone will pick one of those pieces of Nerdfighter art for you, put it in the mail, and send it to you. You don't know what you're going to get. It could be a huge variety of things, but you know that it was made with love by someone for you in the world. I guess I should emphasize that there is more stonk available. This is a this is a perfume that that Hank makes every year, that is definitely and absolutely not a mixture of Adam Levine for him and Adam Levine for her. It is definitely not that. It is a perfume that Hank makes every year. The Steal the Project for Awesome is the digital download bundle. It's all the digital perks in one, including digital perks that aren't even currently available or up on the Tiltify. It's all year long. You're going to get digital perks sent to your email address, and you'll be like, oh, I had forgotten that this was happening, but what a lovely email to receive this morning. For $100, Sabrina will draw you a frog friend, which is very generous. If you're a Sabrina Cruz fan like me, that's a really cool gift. For $85, you can get a signed copy of one of my books in English. I can't promise which one you're going to get, but it'll be one of them. For $150, you can get a Zoom call with Healthcare Triage's Dr. Aaron Carroll. If you want to ask Dr. Aaron Carroll, as I often do, about issues related to your health or public health, that's a great chance to have a Zoom call with Dr. Carroll. There is also a Life's Library Books perk where you get a set of 3 random Life's Library books, a book plate, and an exclusive random Life's Library perk. You can also get art by my daughter Alice, Rosianna's Little Monster art, and Sarah's... Oh, and hold on, there's an alarm going off. Is that in my house? Usually goes to my phone. I'm gonna assume that it's not in my house unless it gets louder. Also, there's other people in the house. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. And there are still a few of Sarah Urist Green's original collages available. This is the last of them that are available, and they are wonderful. Sarah takes images from old magazines and headlines and captions from old magazines and uses them to create a kind of poetry collage. They're really lovely, and there's nothing else like them. So, and they are one of a kind. So if you want to donate and make a huge donation to the Project for Awesome, you can get one of those, or you can just donate at projectforawesome.com/donate. If you don't want a perk, that's fine. So many people this year have just donated, and that is a big part of the reason why we are now at $2.118 million, just $32,000 away from this being the biggest P4A of all time. Gabe reports that I pronounced their name correctly and says, I've been a Nerdfighter since Brotherhood 2.0 and donating since I was in high school, and I am now 29, and I balance my finances to make sure I can donate every year. Greetings from the Philippines. Gabe, thank you so much. Thanks for sticking with us all this time. Hannah, Caitlin, Catherine, Lisa, Claire also just donated in the last minute. Marie Alexandra says, I found Nerdfighteria the summer before I started high school, and now I'm graduating college. Thanks for being with me during these intense, weird, great, and terrible years. And thank you for being with us. Thank you all for being with us, whether you can donate or not. Thank you for being part of this community and just the feeling of getting to be together in some way is very meaningful right now for me. And I kind of didn't realize, I mean, it's something that I've had a little bit in the Not So Secret live streams, a feeling of connection and togetherness. But you almost don't realize the toll that isolation is taking on you until you start to feel a slight alleviation of it. So I hope that this has been a little bit of a break and a gift for you in the way that it has been for me. But I'm very grateful. A sentient patch of haze from Minnesota. Oh my God, these usernames, just phenomenal. I too am a sentient patch of haze, albeit from Indianapolis. Says, thank you for doing this every year, but especially this year. That reminds me of what Hank, the last show we played, like the last time Hank played music in front of a crowd, he was playing This Year by the Mountain Goats. The chorus of which is I am going to make it through this year if it kills me. And Hank said, this song is about every year, but it's really about this year. And I don't think he knew how right he was. Museum Thoughts says we're here because we're here, and got the Self-Care Bunny coaster. Natasha got the Gumball Mike pin and says, we're all Gumball Mike in our hearts. Danielle said, 6th P4A for me, keep being awesome. Melissa, Raphael just donated to get the digital download bundle. Thank you, Raphael. NK and Lucy and Rachel and Anonymous. Rachel's been a Nerd Fighter since the Tiffios days, but it's their first time donating. So thank you so much, all the way from Ireland. Aries, daughter of Hermes, just donated to get the Life Library bookwork. Lexi just donated, says, I've been a big fan of P4A for ages and ages and finally old enough to donate myself. Thank you. Anonymous, Surgeon Taco. It'd be interesting, like if there was an actual surgeon that was also a taco, like if I was going in for my gallbladder surgery and it was a sentient taco who is like, this is going to go great. There are some risks. My feeling might fall out, but other than that, it's going to be just fine. It's laparoscopic. You've got nothing to worry about. Chelsea just donated, as did Meg and Dan and Elizabeth and Emma. Gosh, it's just Dave Green just donated to say anything for family. Oh, our brother Dave. He's always been my favorite of the Green brothers. So thanks to everybody who's donating. We are going to feature one last video before we enter into the last hour of the Project for Awesome. Let's if in the background folks can put together, Nikki, if you could put together one last video to feature. And I need to thank our final matching donors of the 2021 Project for Awesome. These are people who came together before the P4A to build up a matching fund so that our all the donations at projectforawesome.com/donate would go further, and we are so grateful to them. Matt Goldman from Jersey City, New Jersey. Mike Sang from Los Angeles, California. Thank you, Mike. Mike has also been a supporter of many other things in Nerdfighteria. Thank you to Anthony. Thank you to Emily from Scotia. And last but never least, Anonymous. I mean, I don't know what they do, but they have got a lot of money. Again, that's Matt Goldman from Jersey City, New Jersey, Mike Sang from Los Angeles, California, Anthony, Emily from Scotia, and Anonymous. Thank you so much to everybody who has donated to this year's Project for Awesome, but especially everybody who joined the matching fund before the P4A started, didn't get a perk, just wanted to be generous and make it so that this year's P4A could succeed, which it has beyond all of our wildest expectations. Now we are just $27,000 away from this being the most successful financially anyway, Project for Awesome in history, but also most successful by many other measures. Like if you go to projectforawesome.com, the number of votes this year has been really encouraging and extraordinary. Thank you to everybody who has donated this year. I really hope you will take some time here in the last hour and a half of the P4A to go to projectforawesome.com and watch some of the amazing videos that have been made by people in our community in support of a huge variety of organizations, from animal rights orgs to anti-poverty organizations to organizations working to protect human rights, organizations working to protect the health and educational opportunities of children. We decide together where the money that we're raising right now goes. So even if you can't donate, the most important thing that you can do for the Project for Awesome right now is go to projectforawesome.com and vote for charities that you want us to support. Help us understand what the values of our community are and help us reflect back those values through the giving that we are going to be doing with all of the money that we're raising right now. So during the first half of the Project for Awesome, we raised money for Save the Children and Partners in Health. We raised almost $1.5 million for those organizations, which is just incredible. I know, we know from having worked with PIH and Save the Children for over 10 years how far that will go in them furthering their mission. And during this half of the Project for Awesome, we're raising money for the charities that are chosen by you. And that is now over $500,000. So in fact, it's over $600,000 that's been raised. And so that's going to be a huge amount of money for a lot of these charities. A lot of them are local or have small budgets typically, and so being able to make a 20 or 30 or I don't know, maybe it'll even be more $1,000 grant is really a huge deal for these organizations. And so if you can, and so we really need you to help us pick wisely. Is what I'm saying. So please go to projectforawesome.com, vote for organizations. It's okay to mute me for a while. My brother will be on in 30 minutes. That's the good hour anyway, because Hank's, he's the star of the show, and I'm excited to welcome him here very soon. But we are going to surpass. It seems like anyway, we're going to surpass 2016 and have the largest Project for Awesome ever. Pretty astonishing. I mean, just after we come back from watching this Project for Awesome video, I want to take some time to thank all the people who made this possible. But right now, let's watch one final featured video together here in hour 47 of the 48-hour Project for Awesome live stream. We're going to watch Life of Insanity's video about United Mitochondrial Disease Foundation. So let's all watch this video together at projectforawesome.com. Oh, I'm a little pixelated. Thank you so much for making that video, Sam, and for making it in gratitude and in honor of your friend Grace. There's a link in the doobly-doo to visit Grace's blog of that video at projectfrosm.com to visit Grace's blog and learn more about UMD and the UMDF and the work that they're doing. To vote and support, to make your vote to support the UMDF, you click the red vote button next to that video, and that counts as a vote for that charity. And if you go to projectfrosm.com, you will see lots of different videos, and you can vote for any of the charities that are supported there. So Sam, thank you again for making that lovely video. I'm sorry that you weren't able to make a big documentary video with Grace, but we understand that this is different circumstances this year for all of us, and I think a lot of so many plans have had to change. So we appreciate you still finding a way to make a P4A video in support of your friend and the organization that's working to find treatments and cures for mitochondrial disease. So again, projectfrosm.com is where you go to vote for charities. That's really, really important right now because there's only 1 hour and 24 minutes left in which you can vote for organizations. So right now is the time. If you've got a charity that you care about, if you care deeply as I do about This Star Won't Go Out, the charity that was founded in Esther's memory to support, to provide direct support to families with cancer. Search for This Star Won't Go Out on projectfrosm.com. Find the videos that are made about This Star Won't Go Out and click that red vote button next to them. If you care deeply about any organization, I mean, really, there are hundreds of organizations. So you can find an organization that you think reflects our values, reflects the kind of work that we need to be doing as a community, and you can go and vote for that organization. That's everything from orphanages in Peru to organizations fighting individual specific diseases to organizations like She's the First that improve the educational opportunities of young women in impoverished communities. All kinds of different organizations that you can vote for right now at projectforawesome.com. And it's just like I said, it's so important right now to try to maximize our the number of votes that we make, so that we can make sure that we're so that we can make sure that we're supporting the right charities with the money that we're raising right now. So yes, obviously, like, the donations are hugely important and we are very, very grateful for them. But just as important is making sure that we spend that money wisely in places and ways that will help make the world suck less, especially for people and the earth. I don't want to just say people. People are not the only thing that matters on this planet. Hi, Sarah.
Hi.
Just an hour and 20 minutes left. We're almost to the end here. Let me give you an update, Sarah.
Very exciting.
On the overall situation. That's you. I found that's the wrong tab. That's what you look like, as you may be familiar. We've raised $2.131 million. I know we're only $20,000 away, actually, from this being the biggest Project for Awesome ever, surpassing 2016.
Wow.
I know.
That's amazing.
I know. It's really, really wonderful. We are very, very
Way to
grateful.
go, everybody.
Yeah. Thank you to everybody who's donated at projectforawesome.com/donate. And just as importantly, I can't say your names because I don't know what they are. Oh, there's 3 Sarah collages left.
Oh, okay.
So you're going to have to make a lot of collages.
I'm excited to make them.
Okay. Well, we appreciate it.
In case you haven't seen it on the list, I like to take old magazines, like vintage magazines, and make poetry collages out of them. And each one is unique.
Yeah. They're very cool.
And I'm looking forward to making them.
Thank you.
Sure. All right. Are you kicking me out?
No, you're welcome to stay, but I know that you've got a lot going on as well. Yeah. Okay. So, thank you to Sarah for that unexpected but lovely cameo. And like I said, I wish I could say thank you to each individual who's voting at projectforawesome.com. Henry, can you mute that for me? Oh, is it off?
Yeah, it is off.
Oh, okay, great. Can you go ahead and plug it in to try to get it to 100%?
It is at 100%.
Oh, great. Okay, you're way ahead of me. I wish I could say thank you to everybody who's voting at projectforawesome.com, but of course I don't know like your name or your username because your votes are yours and they are private. But so we thank donors by name. We don't thank the people who are voting by name, which is unfortunate. I really wish we could. But thank you. If you are voting at projectforawesome.com for organizations that you want us to support, you are helping us, really helping us in a profound way, because it's more important to make sure that the money is going to the right place than it is to make sure that we have the most money. So thank you. While I am also voting here in the last hour and 20 minutes, like I just voted for UNHCR, an organization, the United Nations Human High Commission for Refugees, because I have seen the work, because the size of the refugee crisis globally has almost never been higher, and the funding shortfall that UNHCR faces is truly astonishing and unconscionable. So, but there are lots of great organizations that you can support. ProjectForAwesome.com is where you go to vote. There's a kid with a Nerf gun in the background. Don't point the gun even at a screen. And we've got a rule in this family that you don't point the gun at anything you don't want to hit. Henry, don't leave. Oh, you're not leaving. Oh, you're not leaving. You're becoming American hero, noted Marvel Cinematic Universe superhero, Boxhead Man. Boxhead boy. Spider-Man can't get the job done. Iron Man has failed. Who shall we send in? I know. Boxhead boy. Oh, don't aim it at your own eye. Goodness gracious. No aiming. Yeah, so I want to thank some of our recent donors over at projectforawesome.com/donate. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna jump into the chat. A lot of people are saying hi to you, Henry, and are excited about you being Boxhead Man. And lots of people are excited to see you in the Circle John shirt designed by Kimmy. Lots of joy in that. $2.132 million donated now, Henry. Just $20,000 away from this being the biggest Project for Awesome of all time in terms of money raised, which is pretty amazing.
How many dollars?
$2.132 million
Away?
Oh no, $20,000 away.
Oh.
So still a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's a ton, but I think we could do it. Okay, Claire says, "Speak now makes me feel like I'm 13, about to start high school, and all my sisters are still living at home. So I guess that's my favorite Taylor Swift album." Shamim just donated to say, "Celebrating all my Nerdfighter friends in life's library to Ataria and beyond." Jens, Kirsten, and Svea just donated, as did Farron and Tora and Heather, Jim, Deb, and Amanda. And Anonymous Anything Muppet, Angel, Connor White, Martine, Jennifer, Jansen, Leah, Anina, Jennifer, Bruce, and the Okos just donated for some shipping. It's a little early for your shipping donations, y'all, but we'll take them. Jennifer, are you getting? Let's not do that. That seems like a dangerous game to me. I don't like that idea. Happy Lunar New Year to all Nerdfighters celebrating the holiday, says Happy New Year. Timothy just donated. The other Fortnite pacifist just donated to say hello from Asheville. How much do I have to donate to get Anthropocene Reviewed mugs back in stock? I'll talk to them. They're quite complicated to ship, so because they're so big. But I will ask about that. Justin and Sylvia donated $50 to say Happy Love Day. Angela says donating again. Couldn't resist the profane cookbook. I haven't mentioned the profane cookbook. I am writing a profane. It's not that profane. I mean, well, at least so far, I've written about like a fourth of it. It's a cookbook featuring 7 recipes for people who are not very good at cooking, but who understand that adult life is going to involve some cooking, especially at the moment, if they want to have, like hot food that isn't delivered. So it's a cookbook for regular people, I guess, or at least for people like me who just aren't particularly enthusiastic or talented cooks. 478 Snickers bars just donated, as did Emma, who says, "Cooking with John, sign me up." I'm not a good cook, but again, the thing is designed because like I find recipes and cookbooks to be quite intimidating and overwhelming and like way too highly detailed. And this is a cookbook for anybody. Everybody can participate in this. Whoa! Somebody just got one of Sarah's last 3 original collages, meaning that there's only 1 or 2 left now. Thank you so much for that huge donation. Thank you to Shelley and Silas and Rhombus for donating as well. Goodness gracious, we are only $15,000 away. I mean, I hope my brother is here to celebrate with me when this happens. I wonder if we can get him on earlier. I'm going to ask about getting Hank on. So I want to say some broad thank yous. The Project for Awesome only works because of the volunteer efforts of a huge number of people. Some of these people are part of Complexly, like Nikki in Indianapolis, also Julia and Zuleha, who worked for Complexly for a long time, but also folks in Missoula like Marianne and people all over the world, really. Paola, I'm not going to be able to thank everybody by name, but Monica, also on our team, contributes every year to the Project for Awesome. And then there are people from Nerdfighteria who just donate a tremendous amount of their time and expertise to the P4A. Hank says, "I'm on my way, taking care of house things. So don't pass the number before Hank is ready," is all I'm saying. I want to also say a huge thank you to all of those people who are making things work in the background, the people who built and maintain the website, folks like John Lee, who've come in and just been a huge help with solving all kinds of problems. And then the folks in Tuataria and Catitude and other Nerdfighter communities, the people who are modding in the chat, who have made the last 48 hours the rarest thing on YouTube, a chat that is lovely and productive and fun. Not yet. And we're just so grateful to everybody who has made this possible. It has been, the Project for Awesome, like we're so accustomed. If you've been around for a while, you know how accustomed we are to like technical difficulties and like things breaking and things not working. And this year, at least for me, has been the magical mix where it's the lo-fi P4A it's always been. It's a 2007 style, 48 hours of hilarity. The cameras aren't fancy or any of that stuff, but like it is it has worked this year, which it doesn't always do. So we are really, really grateful for that. I also want to say a huge thanks to Tiltify. Incredible. Really wonderful to work with this year. Thank you to Stage 10, who allow us to have 2 people talking at the same time and give us these great dynamic lower thirds. And I want to. I am going to be able to shout out the entire team now, and I'm going to do it. First off, if anyone is interested in Minecraft, there is a Minecraft server. I know you are, Henry. There's a Minecraft server called Nerdcrafteria. Profits from that server go to the Project for Awesome. So, Henry, if you want to join that's the only online Minecraft server you are allowed to join.
Can I join it right now?
Huh?
Can I join it right now?
Not right now, but after the P4A is over, I'll help you figure it out. So check out the Nerdcrafteria server on if you're a Minecraft player. The profits from it go to P4A. It's been around for a really long time, and it is beautiful and wonderful. Shout outs to the team, specifically John Lee making the website work. Thank you so much, John. Thank you for everything that you've done with and for our community over the last several years. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Rachel Calderon Navarro and Lucas Phelan for perk sourcing. Duncan for website design and the branding of this year's P4A, Katie Hambor for coordinating the Nerdfighter art. Just incredible. If you want to learn more about Nerdfighter art or make some for next year, it's nerdfighter-art.tumblr.com. Hannah for Tiltify video, Nicole Sweeney for the P4A recap video, all the amazing creators who donated perks and joined the live stream, Marianne, Julia, Paula, Monica, Valerie, Zuleha, and Nikki, the core P4A team, the DFTBA warehouse. I can't believe I haven't thanked Valerie this whole time. Val, I'm sorry. Thank you, Valerie. The DFTBA warehouse, especially Charlie Hoffman. Thank you, Charlie. Stage 10, who worked with us on the software for the stream and made it work so well this year. Tiltify, which helped us develop the dynamic overlays and solved so many of our problems. Thank you for your flexibility and your openness and your genuine enthusiasm about the Project for Awesome. All the volunteers who fulfilled perks and ran the stream. The Foundation to Decrease World Suck board. We have a board of directors who works very hard throughout the year. This year, especially because we were reinventing so much of the Project for Awesome in the hopes of making it relevant to 2021. And I mean, obviously, that has gone better than we could have ever expected. And the branded perk designers, including Katie, Alice, Savannah, Zoe, Lucas, Rachel, Monica, and Sam. Also, the Project for Awesome advisory board that helps us every year decide, take the input from projectforawesome.com, votes, and figure out the granting process. Thank you to the stream guests and hosts, including Etere from Save the Children, Dr. Joya Mukherjee, the Chief Medical Officer of Partners in Health, everybody at Thought Cafe who've been part of the P4A for so long, Anna Akana, Roman Mars, Phil Plate, the Super Carlin Brothers, Taylor Benke, Taylor of It's Radish Time, thank you so much for everything you did. Thank you to Evelyn from the internets. Thank you to Flula and Allie Ward and Lindsay Ellis and Blake and Callie from Eons and Jordan and the WBNE podcasts. Thank you to Chapa, who made that phenomenally beautiful cake. If, as Rilke wrote, terror is the beginning of beauty, it was the beginning of beauty. Thank you to Rosiana Hulse Rojas. Thank you to Danielle Bainbridge, to Halise, and to Sabrina, and to Taha, and to Melissa, and to Jesse, and Travis, and Vanessa, and Ariana, and Dr. Aaron Carroll, and Tiffany, and Craig, and Destin, and the whole Smarter Everyday team. Those 2 hours that Destin hosted were among the most ecstatic experiences of my life. Raven, Zach, Nicole, Pat, and Lena, thank you as well. Thanks. And also just to everybody who has been part of this. What an amazing, amazing time it has been. But just hearing all of those names, you know how many people have contributed to this moment. And then, of course, there are the over, I don't even know, it's 10,000, 20,000. I won't know till this is over. Different people who have donated to the Project for Awesome, and the tens of thousands of people who have watched Project for Awesome videos, or hundreds of thousands maybe, and to the people who have made over, let me get the number right, over 114,000 votes now at projectforawesome.com. Again, even if you can't donate here in the last hour and 7 minutes of the Project for Awesome, it's so important that you find videos at projectforawesome.com and help us to choose which charities we are going to support with the money that we're raising right now. So please go to projectforawesome.com, find charities that you want us to support, and click vote next to them. That is just absolutely essential because it helps us understand what are the values of our community and how can we use this money in the most responsible way. So thank you to everybody who's been doing that. We are now very, very close. We've raised $2.145 million. My brother had better hurry. He'd better hurry. Henry's got the champagne popper ready. Only one. We have very few champagne poppers left. We've got an hour of partying still to go. I don't mean to ration champagne poppers, Henry, but I wasn't ready for this kind of Project for Awesome. I thought we were going to have a very different kind of Project for Awesome, and I didn't prepare with enough champagne party poppers. It's like last night when Destin realized that he just was going to raise way more money than he had counted on. I am trying to. Come on, Hank. Nobody donate till Hank can come. I might have to FaceTime him. Okay, I'm texting Hank. It's about to happen. He's here. Bring him in. Bring in the Hank. Henry, do you have a happy dance?
No.
You better prepare one. You're gonna have to develop one. Can you floss? Hank's here. He's here. Hello, Hank.
Hello, John. How
Hello.
are you?
I'm great. Hank, we've got $5,000 left to raise before we hit this incredible goal. At which point the 2021 Project for Awesome will have raised more money than any Project for Awesome in history.
I honestly can't believe it. It was very weird the whole time how well this is going and how generous people are being and how big this project is. And last night was very intense, and I can see the same glint of feverish passion in your eyes. Thank you for all of the thank yous, by the way.
I am so grateful to all the people I just thanked. Sarah just donated $200 for shipping, which should cover it, Sarah. So thank you. Anonymous just donated $400 and didn't get a perk. Anonymous just donated again. Barry just donated $100. Martine just donated $250 to get the Project for Awesome commemorative coin. Hank, we are really, really close now. We are at $1.271 million raised, and we have $2,000 left, and this will be the biggest Project for Awesome in history. Like you, I can't believe it. Look at Henry. He's so delighted in the background. He's as happy as we are. This is so special. I can't believe that that this year of all years it's coming together like this. We are now moments away. It's only $500 away from the biggest Project for Awesome in the history, in the 15 years that we've been doing this. Now just $70 away.
Whoa!
Oh, hey!
Oh, you pop.
Oh no. Mine didn't pop either. Oh no, we got two duds. We got multiple duds. We got a dud crisis. You don't have a choice. It's a happy dance time. I require as your father that you do happy dances. Come here. Floss for me. Show the floss. You're such a good flosser. Hey, that's it. That was amazing. Why did you just switch to something that said happy birthday and showed a zebra? There's Elmo. Oh, wow. Oh, my God.
Woo! Oh, John, holy moly. How you doing? How you doing there? Did you lose it? Good.
Yeah, good.
Thanks so much for growing that beard for the last month.
Oh, the beard is looking really bad the last couple of weeks too.
Yeah, so you could get it this way. Oh man, I don't think I can ever do it. I think I just am not hairy enough to.
Oh, I think you could, but it would require like 3 months of suffering, not just for you, but also for your family. Yeah, Ryan just donated a few seconds ago to say to pay for shipping and also to be part of history. Unai just donated to be part of to get shipping. Robert just donated. Anonymous. Jeremy. Nicole, best P4A ever, just donated $500. Thank you, Nicole. Stacy just downloaded way too much to get the digital download bundle. This is just incredible. And Henry
just donated $10 and said false sense of urgency. It's not a false. It's an actual.
I've really been emphasizing the false sense of urgency here in the last hour of the Project for Awesome.
I will say that some of that these perks will still be available after the stream ends, but they will not be available after the Tiltify campaign ends, and then it will truly the urgency will not have been false. This is the only time you'll be able to get these perks.
Yes, by Tuesday at midnight, the sense of urgency will be very real indeed. This is just amazing. I thank you so much, everybody. And gosh. Lisa just donated $50 and didn't get a perk. Jesse just donated. Trisha just donated to get the Self-Care Bunny coaster. Great reminder to take care of yourself and to take care of your furniture by putting your cups on a coaster.
Michelle is continuing their 5-year tradition of destroying pennies and got the 2021 pressed pennies. I thought it was 2024 there for a second, John.
Oh man, yeah, it will be someday.
I do move back and forth between all the different timelines quite a lot. Yeah.
How is 2024, if I may ask?
Oh, gosh, John, I can't really tell you. It's kind of against the rules, but
Can you give me a hint?
I'll just say the years keep coming and they don't stop coming.
What's the price of GameStop stock?
It's less. It's lower than it is right now.
Oh wow, it's unbelievable. And you've got all those beautiful LED lights in the background, but I've got these are great GIFs, Hank. And by the way, I'm switching up my pronunciation of GIF.
That's a good idea.
So as to continue one of the only good things about the internet, which is that we still say both GIF and GIF. Long may it rain. And Hank, thank you for once again asking for our financial support. Hank, I texted you this last night, but like my video on Tuesday is going to be super sincere, overly earnest as usual.
Yes.
I would like to personally beg you to do a 2021 Project for Awesome meme review, because there have been hundreds of incredible high quality, deep fried memes. If I use that phrase correctly.
And also just pure art. Like some of the memes are just art.
Yes. Please make this permanent and forever by capturing it in your Friday video. I rarely ask you to make a video on a particular topic. But how can we not have that joke preserved for the next decade?
Yeah. Oh God, this was the first P4A meme I saw this year. I'm trying to resize it and I can't share the whole thing.
I think we all get it. Will you make a solemn vow to do this on Friday? I'm putting pressure on you.
I will. Okay, and
great.
I made a video like 4 weeks ago that then got supplanted by the GameStop video, and I've been
I'm one of the 4 views.
Yeah. so eventually that video will come out, I guess, or maybe not.
Yeah. I don't know, but like it's kind of listen. The other day, I was gonna make a video about COVID and the Gates letter, and then they moved the Gates letter like at the last second to a different day, and I was like, "Oh, good thing I made this sycamore trees video 6 months ago."
Yeah.
So it's good to have one of those. I think
good to have the backup. Yeah. Oh man.
Oh my gosh, this is just incredible. We should say some thank yous to Avidin, who just donated Psycho Kitty Pancake, just donated to Squish All the Pennies. Avi just donated $100 in honor of deep fried memes. I think it's a different Avi than the Avi you know, although it's possible it's a 7-year-old. That'd be cool. If so, like, Avi, you've got a pretty significant allowance.
Ali says, what an amazing year this year. And got the Sarah Uris Green Collage digital print. Needed a comfort batch. Just donated, I think, to say this is the last of my Project for Awesome fun. No bean jokes here, just sincerity. My first Project for Awesome, and what a first one. I'm glad I could contribute to a bad bean bee name. Thank you.
Maria says the light-soaked days are coming. Josh and Alicia say, thanks for reminding Alicia that Indianapolis is a good place to live. I mean, yeah. Yeah, but like Alicia's points are well-founded, Josh. I'm on team both.
People here, all the people in Missoula are like, oh, thanks for reminding me that it's a good place to live, except there aren't any of them. So No.
Anya says, thank you, John, for helping convince me to exercise for my mental health. Needless to say, this has been a massive help this year. It does help. It's hard to do. It's hard to talk yourself into, but it helps. In fact, when this is over, I'm going to run until I don't feel this way anymore.
Oh, wow. I'm not going to do that. I don't know what I'm going to do, but it is not going to be easy, whatever it is.
There's going to be some kind of like physical collapse for me. I did not sleep very much last night. Although neither did Henry, and I don't think Uncle Hank did either.
No.
Yeah, Henry, you had some weird sleep hours last night, not least because like when you came in to hang out, I was like, here, watch Destin with me instead of falling asleep. Danny just donated $100 for the digital download bundle. Corey just got the Lights Library books perk. Spencer just said, thank you for the best P4A ever. And I could not agree more. It has just been a magical 2 days when I, for one, really, really needed it.
Chelsea just got the Project for Awesome 2021 socks and said, Hank, I'm a veterinarian and I had a dream last night that someone brought me a baked bean Furby to treat and it was stressful. I didn't do that, but
It's good to know that veterinarians also have like stress work dreams where they're unexpectedly asked to do something that they don't know how to do.
Exactly. It's like, I don't know where this thing's organs are. It doesn't have arms. Its legs appear to be inside its body.
Is it a turtle?
I don't know.
What is it based on? I just need to know what the root animal is. K&M just donated like $970 more than is necessary to get the Project for Awesome 2021 and 2020 commemorative coin, and says, the first thing I gave my now wife was The Fault in Our Stars. It started the long journey to where we are now. Thank you for everything you do. My company will match too. Thank you so much for that donation, and for I'm so glad that The Fault in Our Stars is part of your story together. That's amazing. I'm so grateful for that.
John, do you want to know something that is great, but also just amazing?
Yes.
I just had a burp, and you know how sometimes you can smell your burp. My burp smelled like baked beans mixed with jalapeno. That was a sleep ago. I slept between and then.
There's nothing like the next day burp that tastes like the mistakes of last night. Like I've had a bunch of those with a lot of different flavors, and I'm always like, oh, just when I least needed it.
Yeah. Kaylee just donated $1,000 and got the digital download bundle and said, finally can donate. Employer matching will be coming. Woo!
Woo!
So cool.
Hey, Henry, can you go upstairs and get me that little mini bottle of champagne? I know it's early.
Mini bottle of champagne.
The one in the fridge. Which one? The wisdom of children. The one that's in the fridge. Huh? You'll open the fridge and you'll be like, oh, that's the little bottle of champagne as opposed to a regular bottle.
Yeah.
And can you also bring me like a cup? Any cup will do.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, which one? That's an epic answer. It's fair enough though. He's not wrong. Which one indeed?
John, look at my screen right now.
Let me see.
Do you see it?
Oh, wow.
It's beautiful.
Oh, man.
This is the least. Yeah, it's little spiral pieces of paper.
Wow.
And it is the least awful baked bean Furby I have yet seen. I actually like this.
What's amazing about this work of art is that it takes the most horrifying thing I've ever seen to look at, and it turns it into something that's beautiful. And like, I would frame that in my house, and I would never be like, oh, that's based on something gross. I would be like, oh, well, the A just came down. I don't know if you saw that.
After all that.
After not only 47 hours and 10 minutes. Hello. Hi. How's it going?
I'm eating a sandwich.
Oh, you're eating a sandwich. Okay.
I'm eating a sandwich.
That's perfect. After 47 hours and 10 minutes, but not just that, those P4A balloons have been inflated since the 2019 Project for Awesome. They are maybe the greatest story in the history of balloon inflation.
I don't know what they filled those with. some very, very thick gas.
Yeah, I don't know how it worked, but I don't understand the chemistry, but I'm very, very excited.
Henry's last day at school lasted like almost 2 years.
Wow, that's great. All right, guys, I gotta get focused on thanking some P4A donors because we are in the last 50 minutes of this. Hold on, we're gonna add. Zulea says that those balloons are filled with my air. So that's clearly why they've lasted so long. they've got the sacred breath inside of them.
I'm going to go destroy that magnet pile.
Okay.
Can I destroy that?
You can put it up into that box because so that it's not. Yeah, you can put it up. All right. I'm sorry. I'm parenting while also hosting the Project for Awesome, which is okay.
Yeah.
We'll do it later. Why don't y'all head upstairs for a little bit? You can come down for like the last 10 minutes. Oh, look at Henry's Minecraft real quick. Look at Henry's cool Minecraft world. Oh no, I made it. I hold on. There it is. Look at this. Look at that.
Hey, wow.
Very cool. Very cool. You'll be welcome in Nerdcraft area, Henry, the Nerdfighter Minecraft server. Okay, I'm going to go. Hank, you start talking. I'm going to mute myself for a second.
Okay.
And parents.
This is a bit of chaos around. Joe, thank you to a bunch of people for their donations, including Giovanna Vega, who was debating, but damn it, I just love buying socks and got 3 pairs of Project Awesome socks for $45. The donations are truly rolling in right now. We're getting like 20 a minute. TW says, glad to join from Taiwan and got the digital download bundle. And Flurf got the Beanie Sanfurbs coaster.
K&M donated to say, I'm his wife and I wanted the digital download bundle, so here's some more money. Kaylee donated to say, finally can donate employer matching. Oh, you said that already. Kyle said, happy to have this moment of joy in an otherwise difficult time. Thanks to everyone for this. Thank you, Kyle. Alex, Yet, who just got the license, or maybe Jet, but I know a person named Yet, so I think it might be that, got the Lice Library book perk. There are still so many great perks still available. Karen and Carl say, Vlogbrothers and Welcome to Night Vale brought us closer together when we lived apart and didn't have any money. Now we watch together during pandemic lunches and celebrate 11 years and counting. Magical. Thank you. Thank you. So grateful to be part of your lives.
Woo woo. One of the things that I did want to say for people who are fans of the Baked Bean Furby is the person who made the Baked Bean Furby is an artist, and you can check them out. It is Sophie G. Stark, I believe. Hey, it went up. I never actually shoot it off. I get too scared.
I was taking on a level of danger I didn't anticipate, but everything worked out better than expected.
Yes, it's Sophie G. Stark. And if you think that the Baked Bean Furby is the worst thing you've ever seen, I got bad news for you.
There are so many. I looked at that artist's Instagram, and there's so much cool stuff there, and it's
cool stuff.
I love stuff that's truly weird, and it is truly weird. Cheers. Here's to you. Thank you so much. Now we are $2.172 million. We're only $28,000 away from $2.2 million, Hank, and only $40,000 away from $2.2222222 million. One of the top 400 numbers.
I'm going to tweet that I'm doing this.
Okay, great. You use Twitter. I will confess that I've used my sports Twitter in ways that are very marginally related to sports in the last couple of days. It hasn't been my most honest. Okay, guys, we've got a new poll. It's our last poll of the 2020 Project for Awesome. If you go to projectforawesome.com/donate, you can see this poll right now. It's an incredibly high stakes, beautiful, important poll. The poll is GIF or GIF, but we don't say which one is which. It's just going to be, who's going to win? GIF or GIF? That's the competition. It's the kind of high stakes, brilliant competition that's at the heart of the Project for Awesome. It's GIF or GIF, but you don't know which is which. And I don't know which is which because they're both completely legitimate.
Sorry, John. I was making sure I typed the link right, and I hadn't, so I'm glad I did that.
Yeah, me too. I'm drinking champagne in the morning. There's fighting in comments over whether or not it's GIF or GIF, and I agree with everybody that it's GIF. But which is going to win, GIF or GIF? Currently, GIF is in the lead with what, $1,200, whereas GIF only has $874. Dean says, "What are you doing, Hank?"
I was tweeting. I just tweeted. It went out.
Oh, you do? Oh, whenever I see that like 1,000-yard stare on your face, I should just know that you're on the Twitter. Amelia just donated saying, "I've been a Nerdfighter since 2011. I've always wanted a piece of Nerdfighter art, and now I have a steady paycheck." Congratulations, Amelia, and thank you so much for downloading, for getting the last batch of Nerdfighter art. Mariah just donated to get Crash Course stickers. Karen just donated to get my adult cookbook. I hope you enjoy it. Laura donated to get our wives' secret podcast, Dear Catherine and Sarah, which is so much better than Dear Hank and John. Lucy got John and Sarah's podcast. It's a podcast about art. Dean says, "Here, have some of my money," and got the Self-Care Bunny coaster, as did Maya. Hi, Maya. And Sierra got the Self-Care Bunny coaster as well. In fact, a bunch of people got the Self-Care Bunny coaster just in the last minute.
John, I just went live on TikTok to tell the TikTok people to start coming over here to projectforawesome.com/live and also to projectforawesome.com/donate so that they can watch our live stream and donate in the final moments of the Project for Awesome live stream.
There were 50 donations in the last minute. A lot of people donating money without perks in order to support the poll one way or another, but also a lot of people who are donating to cover the shipping costs of physical perks that they got, which is very generous of you. You don't have to do that, but thank you to those of you who are doing it. It will help cover it. Just a minute ago, Core Fan got the Lice Library book perk, and so did Daphne. Dean just donated and got no perk and said eliminating suck a day at a time. Jennifer 2300 just got the digital download bundle but paid too much for it. Sierra just got a Self-Care Bunny coaster and paid way too much for it. Esther just got the Project for Awesome 2021 socks. Thank you so much, Esther. Taryn just donated and said, "I heard the phrase Self-Care Bunny coasters and I had to act."
Several people are donating just to vote in favor of GIF or GIF or GIF. Or GIF.
Or GIF.
Or Jeff. And some people are not taking it in the spirit as intended and actually arguing about the correct pronunciation of this word.
They're both correct, y'all. And not only that, the fact that they're both correct is one of the last great things about the internet, because it means that despite this word being on the internet for so many years, we still haven't standardized it, and we have made space for both kinds of people, GIF people and GIF people, which is gorgeous and beautiful, and one of the things that we need to celebrate. Hank, Becky, and Maddie have just donated. We're getting 30 or 40 donations every minute, so there's no way we can thank everybody, but thank you for donating. Becky and Maddie just donated and said, "Hank, we used to go to the same racks as you, DFTBA." What a racks that was in Orlando, Florida.
I missed that rack.
One of the great rackses of all time. Thank you to Mina and Laura and Irene and Matthew and Dinah and AJ and Felix. It's going so fast I can't even read them.
Laura says, "Shout out to the New York City Nerdfighters. Thank you for all you do, and got the digital download bundle. It has everything in it. It has so many things. It's got my TikTok drafts in it. It's got my short story in it. It's got our exclusive podcasts in it. There's like 4 or 5 exclusive podcasts. There's movie commentaries. What else is in there, John? What did I forget?
There's a digital version of my book, Looking for Alaska, rearranged alphabetically, called Alaska for Looking, so that you can enjoy all the pleasure of looking for Alaska, but without all the stupid narrative, just the words in alphabetical order. Also, there's a new perk that's just gone live. You can be thanked in the P4A recap video that Hank is going to make on Friday. Is that correct, Hank? Or am I over-promising?
No, Friday is going to be my meme review, John.
Oh, isn't that also going to be your recap video, though?
The recap video will happen, but it will probably happen after Friday. I'm not sure.
Okay, well, but at any rate, you will be thanked in a Vlogbrothers video at some point by name for a $75 donation right now at projectforawesome.com/donate. There's only 41 minutes left in the 2021 Project for Awesome. We're 47 hours and 19 minutes in. We're closing in on $2.2 million now, $2.181 million raised in this year's Project for Awesome, the biggest Project for Awesome ever. Brianna, Joy, and Dan, Mary, Grace, Maggie, Kirsten, thank you for donating. Johnny, Bradley, Steph, Sarah. It's just incredible to see so many donations coming in here in the last hour. And Bradley just donated $100 for shipping. Melly just donated for the Self-Care Bunny coaster. Gerard and Diana just donated socks plus shipping, but paid a lot for shipping. Ainsley says, this community sparks joy, and donated $120. So thank you to everybody who's donating $2.182 million now.
Just there's so much action and excitement around getting to $2,222,222.22 right now. There's a lot of excitement around.
Well, I mean, it would be amazing. Hank, I've got to tell you, we've just had a donation from John Green Realty, who donated $20 to get a Self-Care Bunny coaster and says, "You'll never get my website." That's the owner of johngreen.com, my great internet nemesis.
Yeah, I have hankgreen.com, but the guy who owns hank.com, I do harbor some frustration.
Thank you to Robert, who just got my workout playlist for an $8 donation. Kimmy, the Circle Artist, says, thank you for everything. Bugcatcher Jameson just donated to get in the P4A recap video. Thank you. Maggie just donated to say, I've been a nerd fighter since I was 12 and now I'm 20, so that feels weird. You think that feels weird for you, Maggie? Imagine how it feels for us.
And
we also used to be young, Maggie.
Yeah. We got some Project for Awesome socks going out, lots of digital download bundles. You need to get that bundle. It comes in all throughout the year. You will be surprised and delighted throughout the year by different perks that will arrive. My TikTok drafts will go out quite soon because I've made that, whereas our exclusive podcasts we have not made yet. So it's the gift that continues to give, John.
Christopher says, this is actually for my wife, Helena, hoping to surprise her. Sorry about that. Hannah says, I have nothing to say, but thanks. Radioactive Raspberry says, Dear Julia, if you're seeing this, I love you and thank you for being an awesome friend and nerd fighter. Caitlin says, had to get it to go with my Beanie Sandfurbs of the Self-Care Bunny coaster. Lucy just donated to say, John, your work's meant a lot to me, and got a signed copy of one of my books, which is available at projectforawesome.com/donate. There's only a few left, so get them while they're hot. Kayla says, I don't know how anyone could pronounce GIF. It's obviously GIF. Heather says, your crown is beautiful, John. I know, and thank you.
I keep forgetting about it. Your hair is looking very much like our dad's hair right now, where it just like it's come out over the glasses stems. And
yeah. Although if you've seen Dad's hair lately, it looks like a whole new level of Dad's hair. Like our dad has the thickest hair of any older gentleman on earth. But right now he has like thick, long hair. And not like long, like in the back, like a ponytail, like long everywhere.
Just
but
it also goes out quite a lot.
Yeah, but it's gorgeous. I mean, it feels like he's bragging. You know, like I see my dad now and I'm just like, you're lording it over everyone else, including your sons, both of whom have significant things.
Yeah. Well, definitely more than him. I mean, geez. Allison and Dan just donated $1,000 and got the Project for Awesome recap video and said, I wish I had something fun to say, but I never think of anything at the right time. Well, thank you for being some great supporters of the Project for Awesome and the work that we're doing. You can also vote. Go vote at projectforawesome.com on the videos that you think or the charities that you think deserve some of the money from this half of the Project for Awesome. It's a bunch of money and will be divided up between like 10 to 20 different charities. And that will be based on the community's votes. So projectforawesome.com to send in those votes. And we are so close to $9,000 of getting to.
You only have 56 minutes left to vote, so please don't forget to vote at projectforawesome.com. Jen Not Jenny says, my girlfriend got the Beanie Sandfurbs coaster, so I've got to counteract with this of the Self-Care Bunny coaster. Paige just said, Thank you for fostering this great community, and got the P4A 2021 magnet poetry laptop decals headed out the door, as our Project for Awesome 2021 enamel pins. One of Sarah's collage digital prints is headed out the door on its way to Rhea. Joey just got the 2021 poster. Brick Pit just got the digital download bundle, the steal of this and every Project for Awesome, and as did Matt. And Lauren and Grace just donated, as did Clarice. And Anuj, who said, this is the last of my P4A fund. Thank you to all the awesome people who donated this year's P4A. Thank you, Hank and John. It has been one of the best birthdays. Happy, happy birthday. Martha and Julie just donated. Hank to be thanked in the Project for Awesome recap video. Martha and Julie, thank you for everything, including trying at the last second to win the poll so that I wouldn't have to have this mustache until Tuesday, but we still lost.
Hello, John. We have a visitor.
Oh.
It's not the happy birthday dance.
Is it the happy birthday gift?
I just clicked on the wrong button.
Oh, it's baby Oren. Yes. Oren. You're not a baby?
I'm not a baby.
But you look like a baby, and you're the size of a baby.
No,
and
he's
when I
not.
give you kisses on your cheek, you laugh like a baby. You're no. Hey, Oren, can I ask you a personal question? When you look at Uncle John's face, do you see anything that's different?
What is that?
That's what you always look like to him.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, he knows pizza, John.
He's only seen me with the mustache. Oren, I have a horrifying caterpillar on top of my upper lip. It makes me look like the poorest man's Ned Flanders. Oren, it's great to see you. My kids are gonna come down at some point. Sue says power is out in Oregon, so missing most of the P4A, but still donating. Thank you for finding a way, Sue. That is truly heroic. Joey, Joe Felice just donated and said, still the best thing about YouTube. Longtime supporter of the Project for Awesome. Thank you so much, Joe. Thank you. Bye. David, not Davis, just donated for shipping, to pay for shipping. Claire just donated and said, I've been a Nerd Fighter since I was 13 in 2014. I just want to say thank you both for the amazing impact. Claire, thanks for being part of this for the last 7 years of your life. Josie says, P4A is my happiest weekend of the year. Me too, especially this year. Jenny says, $20.11 donated to commemorate my decade in Nerdfighteria. It's been wild, and I hope we keep being awesome together for a long time to come. Me too. Alice and James say, Nerdfighteria is how we found each other, and here's the $75 donation to be thanked in the recap video, which is amazing and so lovely. Obviously, marriages is not the primary business that Nerdfighteria is in, but it is a surprising one.
Yeah. We also got a donation from Alexis Nicole to get the Beanie Sandfurbs coaster, and says, decrease that world suck. Eat them cattails. They are not. That is not how it works.
By the way, I'm going to drink this. What? Oh, we are so close. Oh, my gosh. I'm going to drink this entire mini bottle of champagne before the Project for Awesome is over. You could bet your bottom dollar. Ellie says, in honor of Cosmic Beans, I had to do it and got the Beanie Sandford coaster. We're now just $600 away from $2.2 million raised. I got to try to see if I can get the kids downstairs for the last few minutes.
Yeah, headphones on. I'm giving them the
okay, now just $160 away.
Whoa.
Oh my gosh, it's going to happen. It's very soon.
Very soon.
Todd Hazel says, hi, Oren, you are definitely not a baby. It's $2.2 million, the biggest Project for Awesome ever. My voice is cracking from joy.
Just, yeah. Woo! $2.2 million. How is it possible? Where did he go?
I'm here. I'm texting Sarah.
Now the question is, can we get to 2,222,222?
My favorite
Can we
number.
do it?
Well, one of my top. I'm not going to say it's my favorite number, but it's definitely one of the top 400 numbers in the whole world. Everybody knows this. Nicole says of the John Green's Adult Cookbook, this better blow my mind. Nicole, I want to set expectations appropriately. It may not. Tassilo says, please try to pronounce my name if you read this. You guys save me from becoming a mean internet misogynist. I'm very grateful if we could provide a role in that process, but that's also work that you have to do as well. I tried my best with your name. I'm sure I mispronounced it. I mispronounce everything. Anonymous just donated $125. What a Project for Awesome Anonymous has had, man. I don't know where they get all their money from, but I'm very, very grateful, whoever they are. Nicholas, Leah, Michael just donated to get in the Project for Awesome recap video, as did Aditi and Blaze and Ginger and Valerie as well. Thank you. And it's so to see all these donations. I mean, they're coming in like 20 or 30 a minute now, and so it's impossible to thank everybody, but we're just overwhelmed with gratitude.
Thank you to Mercedes, who says, what's your favorite bridge? Mine is the tiny one-lane bridge and the back roads between my home and my former high school, and got the digital download bundle. Gwendy says, for shipping, $35.
For shipping.
For shipping. Courtney says, always a fan, love supporting you guys and everything that you stand for. I'm going to go to Tiltify right now, projectforawesome.com/donate, and I'm going to see who is winning the poll between Jif and Jif. It turns out it is right. Oh, man.
Oh, my
it is
God.
Really
It's so close.
neck and neck. $13,000 donated to each of them. But right now, GIF is in the lead, John.
Is GIF going to win, or is GIF going to emerge as from an underdog status and be the number one spelling of GIF? Only time will tell in the next 29 minutes. I want to say one more time that if you could, because we're about to go into like full-fledged fundraising mode, if you go to projectforawesome.com, you can vote to decide where the money that we are raising right now will go. But you have to do that in the next 29 minutes. So please go do that. Martha says, I love Monica Gasper, who designed the Project for Awesome 2021 laptop decal. So do we. Thank you for donating, Martha. Tatiana says, here's to many hours of joy I've spent in front of a Vlogbrothers video. Thank you. We will thank you in the recap. Thanks for getting that donation. Katie Sainer from the Pineapple of Solidarity just donated to get more Stonk Volume 2. Hank, something you may not know about Katie is that in addition to wanting your perfume that is definitely not a mix of Adam Levine's for her and Adam Levine's for him, Katie is responsible for me being able to have an essay in the Anthropocene Reviewed book about the August Sander photographed three farmers on their way to a dance. So thank you. Magda and Sarah say many greetings from Germany, where Katie is also from. Miss Curly Frog just donated to get the digital download bundle, the steal of the Project for Awesome. Stella says, I've been watching the Project for Awesome since I was 10 in 2014, and now I can finally donate. Thanks for being good role models. Thanks for getting the Crash Course stickers, Stella, and thanks for sticking with us since you were 10. That's amazing. That's Helena just donated. Brianna, shipping just donated $10 for shipping. It's nice to see shipping in the chat. Skylar, Jennifer, Kit from Tuataria, Abby, Kit from Tuataria wants us to thank Tuataria in the P4A recap video, which we really should do because the Project for Awesome wouldn't be happening without them. So thank you to everybody. Benjamin, Sammy, Kelly, the Griffin News, Devin, Braden. The thing that we use to thank people just broke.
I do have many. There are many people who gave us matching donations this year, way more than usual. Just like a ton of people came together, and if they had a significant amount to give, pooled it all together so that we could match the first hunk of donations for each half, which we have used every dollar of that match. So thank you all so much for giving money so that those matching donations would come in. But there are so many people like Mike Sang, people like Greg and Derry, people like Todd and Joni Carpenter, people like Gabe in the UK and Karen from Ottawa and Kat from Brooklyn and Peter from Neuchâtel, which sounds like a delicious place because the only reason I know that is cheese.
And thank you to everybody behind the scenes. I mean, I tried to thank everybody by name right before Hank came on, but this would not have happened without Rosianna, Zuleha, Nikki, Paola, and Marianne and everybody from Tuataria, everybody from the Nerdfighter Discord, everybody from the subreddit, and all the folks from Catitude who have been part of the back office team of the Project for Awesome for more than a decade. One of the great privileges of my professional life is getting to be part of the Project for Awesome with all of these people, and they are the people who make it work and make it run. We're also very grateful to Tiltify and Stage 10, and of course to noted Marvel Cinematic Universe hero Boxman, the greatest of all the internet superheroes. People say, who will save us? Iron Man? No, he's gone.
He's gone.
I'm trying to think of a second Marvel superhero, but it's been a long 48 hours. Ant-Man? No, he is unavailable. It will be Boxman today. $2.211 million, just $10,000, $11,000 away from $2.2222222 million. This is incredible. Thank you to everybody who has given in the last minute. There are so many of you that we cannot possibly thank you. The donations are coming in at more than 20 a minute, but thank you to Alicia and Peter and Mom. I don't think that's our mom, but it's some mom. Christine, Carissa, Megan, Katrina, Clementine, thank you. Angsar, thank you. Lisa from Kentucky. This is the most pure joy thing I didn't know I needed this year. It really has been a year, hasn't it?
And you can vote at projectforawesome.com. The time during which you can vote is running out fast, so go to projectforawesome.com right now. You can continue to donate after the live stream ends, but I'm pretty sure that the voting ends as the video does. So if you want to get your votes in, go to projectforawesome.com, find the charities that you want to receive a portion of the money that we're raising right now, and they will have the opportunity to get a bunch of money. We're also $10,000 away from $2,222,000, John.
It's just mind-blowing. I cannot get my head around the fact that this year of all years, when so many people are having such a difficult time, that so many people have found a way to be generous. We want to emphasize not to donate money that you can't afford to donate. But we are so grateful to everybody who has been able to and who can afford to coming together to make this the biggest Project for Awesome of all time in the 15-year history of this project. And this, the year that we need it more than any other year. Thank you to Megan and Ellen and Hannah and Nora and Mo. Gosh, there are so many. I genuinely cannot. Maybe it's the champagne, but I cannot read fast enough to keep up. Nathan and Liz and Dr. Kira McCabe, who says, Nerdfighter for almost a decade. Thank you for doing all the awesome things that you do. Thank you to Anonymous and Max and Julie Home with My Bookshelf, who says, thank you to my internet friends for being there for me during 2020. That has meant a lot to me as well. Thanks to Robert A. Gamer, who just got Self-Care Bunny. Thanks to Alex, who says these last 48 hours have been a highlight of the last 2 months. For me, too, all the way from London, Alex. Alex, if you live in London, there's only one choice for what you do with the rest of your life, and that's become an AFC Wimbledon ticket holder, season ticket holder, and go visit the Dons every Saturday.
Last moments to vote at projectforawesome.com. And last
Melissa
moment,
just donated. I got to interrupt you, Hank. Melissa just donated and said, "Oh my God, my phone is on 1% LMAO, $5." Melissa, thank you. With the last percent on your phone, squeezing in that $5 donation. Incredible work.
Because you're just enjoying the Bean Furby art, and we just love that. We love that for you.
Hey, can we talk about how amazing the Nerdfighter community is? That the GIF or GIF or GIF or GIF poll is as close. Like people are working together, collaborating across time and space to making it as close as any poll can be or has ever been. I mean, the 2000 US presidential election was separated by much more than
way
poll.
wider. Yeah. Eden says, I can't afford much, but I wanted to contribute something. Thank you so much for your donation at any level. And you can donate at projectforawesome.com/donate in these last moments of the live stream.
Kaylee says, I've been with you guys since the OG Brotherhood 2.0 days, and I now follow Hank on the talk. Amazing to see how far this all has come. Yeah, not just our community, but also the internet. I mean, imagine pitching the concept of TikTok in 2007.
Did you smash it?
Oh, man. Wow. Okay, so we have Mr. Rogers is looking for you helpers, says thank you. Hoping for a more personalized, ethical, and equitable health landscape for our future so that people can be well and have positive experiences when caring for their bodies. They just got the Zoom call with Healthcare Triage's Dr. Aaron Carroll, a great perk. There are so many great perks still available at projectforawesome.com/donate. Thank you to Nilesh, who just donated way too much money for the Project for Awesome socks. I want to set your expectations appropriately for those socks, Nilesh. Karen just donated. Anonymous. Grant just donated to say, I listened to this year after the ball dropped last year. I didn't realize how it would work out. Thank you for helping me get through it. And come on, you Dons. And got the Life's Library book perk, which is available at projectforawesome.com/donate, along with many other perks. Andres just donated to say, thanks for being beautiful people, and got a signed copy of one of my books. Go ahead.
We have two. We're so close. We're so close to $2,222,000.
Henry, you want to get out this could be the last one, Henry.
Do we want to slow down a little bit so we can make sure we hit it on the nose? No, we don't.
No,
we don't.
No, we want to roll right through it. We want to blow past it, Henry.
Max K just donated in memory of John Fung. Thank you, Max. Thank you to Melina, who just got something. The website is broke, but says, thank you for Crash Course from a history teacher, which is, thank you so much for doing your work.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for including Crash Course in your work. Pebble just donated saying, been a Nerdfighter since 2007, and I love watching the community evolve through the years. I almost got down my throat now.
Oh, geez.
I got that was very dangerous business. Oh boy. Kate just said Kate just donated $7. Anonymous just donated. Naya just donated in memory of my late Uncle DJ. Thank you for donating, Naya. And Allison just donated to get the digital download perk. Heather, Eric, Leon Musk for Earth just donated $100 to remind that Earth is the greatest planet in the solar system by a very wide margin.
We just passed through $2,222,000.
$2 million. Oh, Henry hit me in the chest.
You want to dance?
Come on. Will you floss in the background while I'm doing this? Oh, what's happening? Oh, it's a surprise. Henry had a surprise for me. There he goes.
Oh, Lauren's dancing too.
Whoa, Henry's flossing on the hoverboard.
Here.
He's the next level. Can you floss and spin at the same time? Can you floss while spinning? There's a floss while spinning. Oh my God.
You want to come over here and watch Henry dance? You want to dance?
Hi, Art back here. Oren. Hey, Henry, come say hi to Oren.
He's spinning.
You're gonna
Oren
get
is
dizzy.
also spinning, but he doesn't have a hoverboard. He's like imitating you, Henry, but he doesn't have the advantage of the hoverboard, and then eventually he fell over from being dizzy. Yeah, Henry has a hoverboard, which is a huge advantage, Oren.
Henry,
Here, I'll
can
show
you
you.
Oren what a hoverboard is? Oh, see this? That's pretty cool, isn't it?
So that's part of why you can spin. Oren, you'll get a hoverboard if your parents are cool.
Yeah.
John.
All right, I wanted to say some other thank yous.
In that
Pam, who's been part of the Project for Awesome since 2010, just donated $200. Thank you, Pam. Spencer just donated. Anonymous just donated to say Chucky Frog makes the pain go away, Frog. I don't know what that means, but it's great. Patton just donated and said Ted Lasso for the win. Andrew, Regan.
My dad.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What'd you say, buddy?
My dad's funny.
Oh, thanks.
Your dad's funny? Yeah, he's like the second funniest Green brother is what I've heard.
Yeah.
Blah, blah, out.
What?
Blah, blah, out.
Blah, blah, out. Okay.
Fair enough, man. Thank you to Caitlin, who just said, I almost got the beanie coaster from my boyfriend who's not a fan of the beanie, but I decided against it. Instead, I'll make him John's Cooking for a date in the future. I mean, I'm not sure it's date food, Caitlin, but I'll do my best. Christine just donated to say, for shipping. Anonymous, Pam, Akila, and the books just donated to get the Life's Library book perks. Larissa just donated to say, I just had to make another donation. You guys are amazing. Thanks for making me believe in humanity again. This is my first P4A. Hopefully the first of many more. Yeah, indeed. Thank you for joining us. It's great to see so many new nerd fighters part of their first Project for Awesome this year, as well as the people who've been around for 5 or 10 or 14 years. And thank you also to Mark, who says, I've been fortunate to have continued receiving an income for these past 12 months. This is the least I could do. Thank you, Mark, for donating.
So much.
And thanks to everybody who's donating. It's impossible to keep up with all of them. They're coming in 20 or 30 or 40 a minute now, but we are.
If you want during this moment, if you have a Twitter, you can follow Project for Awesome on Twitter. That way you can get updates on what's going on in the next few days, but also through the year, and also next year when we do the Project for Awesome again. And that is at Twitter at PROJ4 Awesome. Proj for Awesome. Yeah, you hear some music playing?
I want to give you a quick update on the situation with the poll, my friends. Is it pronounced GIF or GIF continues to be the closest poll in the history of Tiltify polls. $23,000 for GIF, $23,000 for GIF. Phenomenal. Super, very grateful to Nikki or Zulea or whoever had this stupid, beautiful idea. It's amazing.
John, Oren wanted you to see his shoe, apparently.
This is a slipper.
It's a slipper.
Oh, that's a very high quality slipper. Henry, look at Oren's slipper. What do you think?
It's a shark.
Yeah. Let him know that it's awesome.
You gotta put it back on now.
Oren, I hope that Henry and Alice and you get to hang out soon in person, but we have to. Do you know what's happening with the larger situation?
Yeah.
Okay, so we got to figure that out. But other than that, we're going to hang out soon, hopefully.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah, because COVID.
Yeah, because COVID. Exactly right, Oren.
You want the mouse?
I want the fancy.
Yeah, the fancy mouse. Okay.
Great. Dash just donated, as did Boxman and Carol and Tess and Sophie and Eli and Emma Z, who's been watching since 2013. Thank you, Emma. Jackie, Kate, who just donated $5.55 in honor of Gus's birthday. Happy birthday, Gus. Niam just donated. I always mispronounce your name. I'm sorry, but says, been a fan since I was 11. And now I'm 18. Glad I grew up with you guys. We're very grateful that you made space for us there. Stabby Toes worked an extra Amazon delivery shift for money to donate. Thank you.
Wow.
That's very, very generous of you.
Wow.
I also want to say a big thanks to Anonymous, who just got the April-May short story. It's an expansion of Hank's incredible, Hank can't say this, so I will. He is a brilliant writer, and his book's an absolutely remarkable thing and a beautifully foolish endeavor. Capture so much about the social internet that nobody's said before, at least so far as I know. And he's expanding those. You can get it with this new short story. You can get it with the digital download bundle, or you can get it on its own. So Emily says, thanks to everybody from This Star Won't Go Out. Thank you, as always, for being part of the P4A and for carrying on Esther's legacy and helping us to remember all that Esther brought to the Project for Awesome in her life and all that This Star Won't Go Out has done since. So thank you so much. Thank you to Brittany, who just got the Project for Awesome digital download bundle, as did Sam. Jen and Dave just donated to say they're new to the Project for Awesome, but they're excited. Rosiana just donated $22 and got the champagne emoji. Cheers to you, Rosiana. Thank you for hosting so much.
At projectforawesome.com, you can vote for the next 12 minutes. You can vote on the charities you want to get the money. So if you don't have money to give, you can decide where the money goes. Also, if you do have money to give, you can decide where the money goes. At projectforawesome.com, find the charities that really resonate with you. I voted for a ton already, and there's just so much great work being done in the world, and they deserve our support. So this community gets to decide on how that money's going to get spent. So go to projectforawesome.com.
Hank, there's a real chance that we're going to be $100,000 past our ridiculous goal. It's hard to overstate how far away we are from even our most ambitious projections at this point. We did not think that this 2 days would go like it has. I think it's safe to say. Yeah. But we're now just $19,000 away from being $100,000 over the biggest P4A ever, which was in 2016. So don't stop donating at projectforawesome.com/donate. There's still 11 minutes left in the 2021 Project for Awesome 48-hour live stream. We are so grateful to all of you who've been able to donate. And also, I wish I could thank by name the people who have voted at projectforawesome.com and watched so many Project for Awesome videos and been so intentional and thoughtful about watching videos and making their votes so that we can support the best charities. Those votes really do help us understand the values of the Nerdfighter community and help us in turn reflect back those values. So thank you so much. Thank you to Matt and Sarah, who just donated $100, to Carrie, to Caroline, to Pauline, to Vera, to Kelsey and Ryan, to Varun, to Dammit, to Anonymous, to Carly, to Kendra, to Alfie, to Danya, May, Kartik. So many people are donating right now, and we are now at over $2.23 million. And Alice is here. You want to come say hi to Oren? I don't know if he's still here.
And then no
Let's-
more.
Where is he? There he is. Look at him. Isn't
Look,
it
is
a
that?
joy to see Oren?
Right there. Is that?
Hi,
Do you know what he
Alex.
told me, Alice?
What?
He told me he's not a baby. I thought he was. But he told me he's 4 now.
You can also get the Project for Awesome commemorative coins. I have all of them except for 2014, which is, and Oren loves to play with them, and he's going to take all of them now and run away, it looks like. Okay.
Also, I should mention that since Alice is here, Alice has made art for this year's Project for Awesome.
Oh, man. John inhaled some paper again. That's the second time that's happened. And he's going to wash it down with some champagne.
Oh, that was the worst. That was maybe the worst thing that's ever happened to me. Oh, God, it was very deep. Very deep. Alice has donated art to this year's Project for Awesome. You don't know which art you're going to get, but you know it's going to be phenomenal. You can get it at projectforawesome.com/donate, and there's only 3 left. Alice can only make so many. She's just one child. So, yeah, you've got to get those now at projectforawesome.com.
On my notebook.
Alice, don't ruin the false sense of urgency by saying you can make more. $2.236 million now raised during the 2021 Project for Awesome, and we have blown right past the biggest Project for Awesome ever, and we are closing in on being $100,000 over it. We've got to get to $1.373 million. We've got about $20,000 left to go. I believe that it's possible. These days, I believe that anything is possible because this has been the most incredible Project for Awesome. It's mind blowing.
I'm trying to get the Alice art right now. There's only 4 of them left.
Oh, you got to try to get one. You try to get that while I thank some people. Thank you to Ryan, who just donated $500 for the Self-Care Bunny coaster, which is significantly more than it cost, and says, so proud of this community coming together like this in spite of how difficult the past year has been. Ryan, thank you. And thanks to everybody who's donated. Hank Green just got more art by Alice. Alice, some of your art is going to Baby Oren and Uncle Hank and Auntie Catherine.
It's not that hard. You got to go to projectforawesome.com/donate. It rolls right out the bank account.
And there's only 8 minutes left in this year's Project for Awesome live stream. Thank you to Krista, Rebecca, Maggie, Morgan, Stephanie, Michael, Anonymous, Anais, Melody, Kristen, Kirsty, Lena, Lisa, Gary, Megan, Julie Herrick, who says, I found Nerdfighteria via the 2007 Project for Awesome, and it continues to hold a very special place in my heart, celebrating our biggest year ever. Much love to everyone who participates. Julie, thank you for helping show us the way for now more than 14 years. Thanks to Charlie and Daniel and Michelle and Megan and T-Bot and Scotty and Aaron and Carla and Rena and Aaron and Amelie. And also big thanks again to my brother Hank Green. Charlie says, we're on Mars, and got the gumball mic pin. And we are on Mars. And it's
Oren
incredible.
Got a realization. Do you want to just tell the stream what you just realized
What?
about Pizza John?
Pizza John is you.
He didn't know
I
that.
know, man. It is weird. It helps to have the mustache. It
Yeah,
helps to see the mustache.
yeah. He found a Pizza John keychain and he looked at it and he was like, "Pizza John is Uncle John."
I mean,
So,
you think it's weird for you, Warren. Imagine what it's like for Alice. This is Alice's face when she thinks about me with a mustache.
God, just like Sarah. It's great. She's got all the down.
And it's sometimes annoying at school when my teachers ask.
Oh, okay, and it's sometimes annoying at school when my teachers ask
If you wrote all those books.
if I wrote all those books. I know. I'm sorry. It is also embarrassing for me.
Yeah.
We are $9,000 away from $2.25 million raised in the 2021 Project for Awesome. 6 minutes left in the P4A live stream this year. Again, that means there's only 5 minutes left to go to projectforawesome.com and vote for the videos you want us to support. What, Hank?
I said vote. That's all.
Oh, okay, great. Yes. Jen just got the digital download bundle. Hank, is that you just donated $100 but didn't get a perk? Jens just donated. Tiffany just donated. So many now in the last few minutes of the P4A, so many donations coming in for shipping. Beth says from 14 to 25, it's been a great 11 years with Nerdfighteria. Yen says, thank you, John and Hank, for being a positive influence on life. Kate says, first year donating. So happy to now be an adult who can donate. Kate, thank you for getting that self-care bunny coaster. Light Cat, Felicia, Alice, Lucy, and Jen, Bria, Jordan, Bronwyn, Anonymous, Caitlin, Jeffrey again, getting my adult cookbook. I hope you enjoy it, Jeffrey. Alice says, hello from another Alice. I love your art. Says Alice in response. John from Georgia just donated $45 to Project Awesome socks. Hank, go. You go. I'm handing it over.
I'm at projectforawesome.com right now, and I'm voting. I'm voting on charities. There are a number of different ways to find them. You just go to projectforawesome.com, and then you...
Can I have my last bite of cookie?
Yeah, you can have your last bite of cookie, buddy. And then you scroll down, and to where it says all videos, you can highlight by category, you can highlight by charity, or you can search, or you can just look through videos there. You've got. That's not really a bite of
and
cookie.
We've now had more than
we've
now had more than 124,000 votes. Thank you to everybody who has voted. Again, it's a hugely important part of the Project for Awesome. The money we're raising, of course, matters, but it really, really matters where that money goes. And that is decided by you and the other people who are voting at projectforawesome.com. So thank you. We're now just $4,000 away from being $100,000 over the largest P4A of all time, and $2,000 away from $2.25 million raised in this year's Project for Awesome. How is this possible? Over at projectforawesome.com/donate. I know you are all deeply invested in the poll of whether or not GIF or GIF is the correct spelling and pronunciation of that word. It could not be closer, but right now GIF is winning by around $80.
I just voted for the American Beckett's Disease Association. Beckett's disease is, I think, an autoimmune disorder that is, understudied and super debilitating and hard to live with. So, and also all research into autoimmune diseases is going to be very important for the whole of society, John. But there are so many videos and so many charities that you can vote for at projectforawesome.com. And they do amazing work.
I agree. Take these last couple of minutes to vote for charities at projectforawesome.com. Thanks to also Renano, who says, this is from my mom. I already donated a bit ago, but I'm back again. She loves the Anthropocene Reviewed. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed the podcast I make with Sarah. Seneca Johnson just donated, as did Danish and Sarah, not the Yeti, and Kale, like the leafy green, just donated for shipping costs. Megan just donated for shipping. Hannah, oh my gosh, so many people are donating right now. Robert, Melissa, Anna, the Dusty Grilled Cheese, Katrina, Aku, Amelia, Ingrid, Vanessa, Jeff, Mary, Micah, and Ernie the Lovebird say, let's do this. Manu just donated. Nicole, Rachel, Matilda, Ken, Carrie, Pauline, Brandon, Gwendy, Shannon, so many donations coming here in the last minute or two of the last Project for Awesome. We are now, it's $2.25 million. Hank, how did this happen?
How did it happen?
Drop it, Alice.
We've raised $25
Henry's going to drop it.
Oh my gosh, 2.25 million. Not at my face. It was a dud. It was a dud. Never at the face.
Yeah.
Somebody just donated.
We are now over. We've now surpassed our previous biggest Project for Awesome by $100,000, John.
Wow. I mean, it's unbelievable. This is it's hard to get your head around how beautiful and encouraging these last 48 hours have been. Thank you to everybody in chat, to the moderators, not just because of the money raised and the votes at projectforawesome.com, but also because of the feeling of togetherness and solidarity that the last 48 hours have given me, and I know many other people, at a time when we needed it. Thank you. Thank you to Michael Green, not their dad, just some dude who just donated $13 to get the cookbook. Thank you to Mackenzie and Sarah Manuel, who's been part of so many Project for Awesomes over the last 13 years. Thank you to Stacia. Thank you to Charlotte, Samantha. It's beyond our wildest dreams. I hope that it has been for you what it has been for us over the last 48 hours. And we are just so grateful. Anna also says, John, you can shave your mustache now. Not yet, Anna. Not until I make my video for Tuesday.
Oh no. I guess if you got it, you might as well use it.
Well, it was a deal that I made last night. Poor Alice is down here saying, shave it.
Shave it. John, it is now noon Eastern time, so technically the end of the live stream. I do want to give one last shout out to some of the core team people, to John Lee for the website, Rachel and Lucas for a lot of perk sourcing and design, Duncan for the design of the entire Project for Awesome. Hey, buddy, what's going on? Oh, thank you. You just want to get this to me? Or you want to do the microscope after this?
I want to do the microscope.
Oh, me too. I also want to do that, and we will do that. Thank you to Katie for coordinating the Nerdfighter art, Hannah for the Tiltify video, Nicole for the recap video, all of the amazing creators who joined us on the live stream, Marianne, Julia, Paula, Monica, Valerie, Zuleha, and Nikki, the core team here, the warehouse, especially Charlie, who smashes a lot of pennies and organizes a lot of shipment, Stage 10 for working with us on all this, and of course, they smashed so many pennies, Tiltify, and all of our volunteers, the board, and our perk designers. Because without you, there's a lot that goes into this. There's a lot that goes into this, and we destroyed our previous record, which I honestly didn't think we were which wasn't a problem for me. I just didn't think we were ever going to do it again. So this is really wonderful, and it means a lot, and it's just been such a lovely time. And Oren has found the all-star singamajig, and do you want to play him? Yeah. You want to do it into the microphone? Read them for me. So that's one way to end the Project for Awesome.
I never thought that song would make me cry, but life is full of surprises.
Adios.
Thank you so much, everybody. DFTBA.
DFTBA.